Hello and welcome, my dear readers. Allow me to introduce myself. I am MMM2. I'm a traveler between worlds and dimensions, a witness to extraordinary tales and remarkable journeys. In the depths of my existence, I have encountered mysteries and wonders that defy comprehension. Today, however, it is not my story that I shall unravel, but a tale that has captured my imagination and stirred my soul. A story that transcends the boundaries of our mundane reality and delves into the realm of the extraordinary. Welcome to Ganglands of the digital age, a tale of social media rivalries. Within the pages of this book, you will embark on a journey that transcends the boundaries of our mundane existence. It is a story woven with threads of hope, courage, and the indomitable power of the human spirit. As the narrator of this remarkable tale, I will guide you through the riveting adventures of the social media gangs, or SMGs. These extraordinary individuals are pioneers, warriors who challenge the status quo and fight for authenticity, empathy, and positive change. They navigate the treacherous terrain of the social media landscape, encountering both obstacles and triumphs along the way. In Ganglands of the digital age, you will witness the inner workings of these SMGs, their fierce rivalries, and their unwavering dedication to reshaping the digital realm. Their journey will captivate your senses, immersing you in a world where friendships are forged, secrets are uncovered, and the true power of collective action is realized. But this is not a mere tale for idle consumption. It is an invitation to reflect upon our own role in the digital world. As we delve into the story of the SMGs, we must question our own actions and contemplate the impact we have on the digital landscape. It is a reminder that we possess the potential to shape a better future, both online and offline. Now let us venture forth together, as I present to you this remarkable story that has captivated my very being. May its words ignite your imagination, kindle your spirit, and remind you of the boundless possibilities that lie within each and every one of us. Welcome to the journey of the SMGs, a tale that will linger in your thoughts long after the final chapter has been read. Sit back, relax, and let the story unfold. Welcome to the journey, my friends. Chapter 1. Rise of the Social Media Gangs. In 2035, the Earth was unrecognizable from the world of just a decade ago. The profound and far-reaching transformation had been spurred by the lightning-fast progress of technology and the overwhelming presence of artificial intelligence in daily life. Social media networks had morphed into colossal behemoths, their tentacles ensnaring every aspect of human life. The world witnessed an epoch where most human interaction, expression, and identity revolved around meticulously curated online personas and avatars. The Global Unified Network Treaty, commonly called GUNT, was birthed in this brave new world. A brainchild of a mighty conglomerate of the world's most influential tech companies, GUNT was both ambitious and audacious. It aimed to reshape the fabric of the global economic landscape by blending social media networks with the financial system. The goal was to create a cohesive entity christened Social Media Credit, SMC. SMC was a quantum leap in financial innovation. It tore down the traditional tenets of economic value, which hinged on physical commodities like gold or the vigor of a nation's economy. Instead, it elevated human connection, creativity, and influence as the new gold standards. Social media platforms were at the epicenter of this revolution, which had evolved into the engines driving global commerce. Imagine earning value through every tweet, TikTok video, Instagram post, YouTube video, or Facebook stream you create. With SMC, this dream turned into reality. The engagement metrics, shares, comments, views, and overall reach became the new barometers of wealth. The more people connected with your content, the wealthier you became in SMC. But the SMC was not alone. It was part of a broader ecosystem that included digital currencies like Bitcoin and Ether, central bank digital currencies, CBDCs, and non-fungible tokens, NFTs. These digital assets had already been making waves in the previous years, but under GUNT, they became integral pieces of the puzzle. CBDCs, issued by central banks, worked in tandem with SMC. They provided a bridge between the social media-centric SMC and the traditional financial systems. Nations tweaked their monetary policies to cater to this new reality, adapting their CBDCs to ensure seamless SMC transactions. NFTs, on the other hand, became the bedrock of authenticity and ownership in the online realm. As people's lives moved increasingly into the virtual world, NFTs allowed them to own, trade, and showcase their digital assets, be it art, collectibles, or even parcels of virtual land. Within the vast realm of the new world economy, shaped by the triad of SMC, CBDCs, and NFTs, a profound transformation occurred, where creativity, innovation, and human connection became the coveted currencies of the realm. The once rigid boundaries that separated nations and individuals faded into obscurity, replaced by a global village interconnected through the virtual threads of social media. In this brave new world, Earth pulsated with the collective heartbeat of humanity's virtual interactions and creations, a harmonious symphony of diverse voices and ideas. In a bustling coffee shop, Sarah and Michael, two aspiring influencers, sat across from each other, their laptops open and their faces reflecting a mixture of excitement and determination. Sarah leaned forward, her eyes shining with anticipation. "Can you believe how SMC has transformed the influencer landscape?" she exclaimed. "We now have the power to turn our passions into wealth and influence. It's like a dream come true." Michael nodded enthusiastically, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the keyboard. "Absolutely. The rise in the value of SMCs has opened up endless opportunities for us. The more SMCs we accumulate, the greater our ability to shape narratives, promote meaningful causes, and attract a loyal following. It's not just about popularity anymore. It's about wielding influence and making a positive impact." As the duo delved deeper into their strategies for accumulating SMCs, their conversation caught the attention of Katrina, a seasoned influencer who had already established herself in the digital realm. Intrigued, she approached their table and flashed them a warm smile. "I couldn't help but overhear your conversation," she said. "It's an exciting time for influencers indeed. But remember, it's not just about the numbers. Authenticity and meaningful connections are what truly set influencers apart. Use your influence responsibly and focus on creating content that resonates with your audience." Sarah and Michael nodded in agreement, recognizing the wisdom in Katrina's words. They realized that while SMCs could bring financial rewards, the real power lay in their ability to connect with others and spark meaningful conversations. The trio engaged in a lively discussion, sharing insights, strategies, and personal stories of how the world of influencers and SMCs had transformed their lives. Across the digital landscape, influencers engaged in various strategies to compete for SMCs. The pursuit of SMCs fueled a wave of innovation and creativity among influencers. They pushed the boundaries of content creation, experimented with new formats and platforms, and continuously sought ways to captivate and engage their audiences. It was a relentless race where the most resourceful, adaptable, and influential rose to the top, reaping the rewards of wealth and prominence. However, amidst the quest for SMCs, some influencers like Katrina remained steadfast in their commitment to meaningful engagement and positive impact. They understood that true influence went beyond monetary gain and centered around building authentic connections, inspiring change, and fostering a sense of community. While the allure of wealth and fame enticed many, these select influencers sought to use their influence for greater purposes, aiming to shape the digital landscape responsibly and ethically. In the midst of the ever-changing landscape, a new phenomenon emerged as influencers recognized the strength that came with unity. They began to form alliances and band together, giving rise to what would be known as the social media gangs, or SMGs. These gangs found their identities and affiliations based on their preferred social media platforms, each representing a unique digital domain. The first gang to rise was the Face Legion. Comprised of Facebook content creators, they pioneered social media influence. United by their shared loyalty to the platform, The Face Legions sought to maintain the dominance of Facebook by creating viral content, cultivating engaged communities, and leveraging their influence to shape public opinion. Soon after, the Tube Syndicate emerged as a formidable force. These were the YouTubers, individuals who had harnessed the power of video content to captivate audiences and build vast subscriber bases. The Tube Syndicate's objective was to disrupt the status quo, challenge mainstream media, and push the boundaries of creativity and entertainment. During this social media revolution, the TikTok tornadoes existed. This gang, consisting of TikTok content creators, embodied the spirit of short-form, bite-sized content that had taken the world by storm. The TikTok tornadoes was known for its ability to create trends, dance challenges, and viral sensations, captivating millions' attention with ingenuity and spontaneity. Simultaneously, the Twitter Titans arose as the voice of Twitter. This gang comprised individuals skilled in crafting concise, impactful messages that resonated with the masses. The Twitter Titans used the power of their words to ignite discussions, fuel movements, and drive social change, making them a force to be reckoned with in the digital landscape. Last but not least, the Instagram Imperials emerged as the embodiment of visual storytelling and aesthetic perfection. These Instagram content creators excelled in capturing and curating stunning imagery that transported their followers into captivating worlds of beauty, fashion, and lifestyle. The Instagram Imperials had an uncanny ability to influence consumer behavior and shape trends, making them highly sought after by advertisers and brands. These gangs were more than just groups of social media enthusiasts. They were tightly knit communities that gave their members a sense of belonging that traditional institutions could no longer offer. They shared knowledge and strategies on how to earn SMC, defended each other against online and real-world threats, and wielded their collective influence to dominate the SMC markets. As the social media gangs grew in influence and power, clashes and rivalries became inevitable. Virtual battles spilled over into the physical realm, with territorial disputes, online hacking, and strategic campaigns aimed at discrediting rival gangs becoming commonplace. In this ever-evolving landscape, the world witnessed the rise of a new era where social media networks and their respective gangs held significant sway over society. The world had changed, and these gangs would play a pivotal role in shaping its future. The leaders of the SMGs were iconic figures who commanded respect and influence within their respective realms. Each leader had a unique background and played a crucial role in shaping the direction of the gang. Mark the Visionary Thompson was at the Face Legion's helm. Mark stood as a titan among men and avatars alike. His appearance was as arresting as his personality. Standing at a lean 6'2", his dark wavy hair, flecked with strands of silver, cascaded down to his broad shoulders. His piercing blue eyes seemed to read the very fabric of the virtual and real world. Mark's sartorial choice mirrored his forward-thinking mindset. In the physical world, he often wore bespoke suits with a contemporary cut, typically in hues of blue to symbolize the Face Legion. His suits were always paired with sneakers, reflecting his belief in agility and adaptability. In the virtual realm, his avatar was a majestic sight to behold. The avatar wore a sleek silver suit made of light, which shimmered and pulsed with data streams. His stride was commanding and purposeful, like a lion patrolling its kingdom. The way he spoke was an art in itself. His deep, resonant voice enthralled the virtual crowds as he articulated his words with precision and authority, often accentuating his points with perfectly timed gestures. Mark's initiation into the Face Legion was not an accident, but a destiny crafted through years of dedication. Mark Thompson grew up in a humble household in the suburbs of Chicago. His parents were academics, his mother a professor of sociology, and his father a historian. They instilled in Mark a love for learning and understanding human behavior. The young Mark spent hours delving into books and tinkering with early computer systems. His fascination with connecting people through technology grew as he watched the rise of the internet. Motivated by his deep-rooted belief in the power of human connection, Mark became an early adopter and proponent of Facebook. His ability to foresee the immense potential in Facebook's capacity to connect the world made him an influential figure within the burgeoning community. As the world transformed under Gunt, Mark recognized the need for people to band together to thrive in this new world. He took the lead in organizing like-minded individuals, many of whom were early Facebook users and visionaries in their own right. Through a mixture of charismatic leadership, strategic insight, and sheer determination, he formed the Face Legion. Their mission was to connect and forge genuine relationships that would withstand the tests of time. In the metaverse and beyond, they would inspire others to join their cause, spreading the message of unity and the boundless potential of human connections. And so the Face Legion stood as a beacon of hope in the digital realm, committed to building a world where technology would serve as a bridge, bringing souls together and illuminating the path to a brighter future. Amelia, the Maven Rodriguez, the luminary leader of the Tube Syndicate, was a tempest of creativity and audacity. Her appearance was a reflection of her fiery spirit. Standing at 5'7", she was a canvas of artistry, with a cascade of vibrant purple hair that framed her expressive almond-shaped eyes. Her eyes sparkled like stars, reflecting the depth of stories she held within. Always clad in a bespoke black leather jacket, adorned with patches and emblems of her creations, she was the epitome of rebellion against the mundane. In the virtual world, her avatar was akin to a goddess of creativity. It mirrored her physical traits, but with an added aura of ethereal light that danced around her. Her every step was like a ballet, graceful yet bold, as if moving to a rhythm only she could hear. Her voice had the allure of velvet. It was rich and melodic, with a cadence that drew listeners into the world she crafted through her stories. Amelia grew up surrounded by the magic of storytelling. Her parents were acclaimed filmmakers, whose work ranged from intimate indie projects to sweeping epics. They infused in her a love for visual storytelling from an early age. An eclectic mix of artists, screenwriters, and producers often populated her home. This melting pot of creativity formed the crucible where young Amelia's love for filmmaking was forged. Amelia carved her path as she grew by embracing YouTube as her medium. Her documentaries and vlogs, known for their thought-provoking content and immersive storytelling, garnered a massive following. The soul of a rebel, she questioned conventions and championed the unheard voices. Amidst the ever-evolving landscape of Gunt and its transformative impact on the world, Amelia felt a deep calling, a need for collective strength and unity among content creators on YouTube. She understood they could shape the narrative together and wield their creative power to inspire change. With a burning passion in her heart, Amelia reached out to fellow YouTubers, forging connections that would lay the foundation for the Tube Syndicate. The TikTok Tornadoes was led by Max the Enigma Chen. Max had been an enigmatic figure who burst onto the TikTok scene with his mesmerizing dance routines and creative editing techniques. His real-world appearance was as captivating as his online persona. Standing 5'10", Max boasted a lithe, sinewy frame, a dancer's physique, with muscles that coiled and released like springs. His raven black hair was cropped short, highlighting his sharp cheekbones and intense dark eyes that seemed to hold a world of secrets. In the virtual domain, Max's avatar was cloaked in a sleek, tailored black suit, with luminescent lines that moved like serpents, reflecting his serpentine agility. The defining element of his avatar was a Venetian carnival mask, which obscured his face, leaving only his piercing eyes visible. This added layers to his enigmatic aura, as the mask often changed shape and color in sync with his movements. Max's affinity for TikTok was birthed from his love for movement and expression. TikTok provided the canvas he painted with his body through dance and his mind through editing wizardry. His clips were brief windows into an otherworldly realm of elegance and intrigue. Max founded the TikTok Tornadoes as a haven for those who sought to express themselves through unbounded creativity and kinetic energy. His vision was for a collective that would swirl across the virtual landscape like a tornado, constantly shifting and evolving. His motivation was fueled by a genuine belief in self-expression as a path to enlightenment. He saw TikTok as a platform and a modern-day temple where the human body and soul could commune in a dance of digital and physical elements. Helming the Twitter titans was Adriana the Wordsmith Morgan. Known for her razor-sharp wit and ability to distill complex ideas into concise messages, Adriana had become a formidable force on Twitter. Her real-world appearance was striking. Standing at a poised 5'8", she had an air of regality. Her curly chestnut-brown hair cascaded around her shoulders in voluminous waves. Her eyes, the color of rich mahogany, were sharp and observant. Always impeccably dressed, she favored tailored suits with subtle but elegant patterns. She often adorned her outfits with a brooch shaped like a feather quill pen, symbolizing her affinity for words. In the virtual world, her avatar was a sight to behold. Dressed in an even more splendid tailored suit, it had an aura of scripts and texts revolving around her like a halo. The feather quill pen she wore in the physical world was magnified in the virtual realm, appearing like a mighty sword at her side. Adriana was born in London, to a family deeply rooted in literature and academics. Her mother was a renowned author, while her father was a professor of political science. Their home was lined with bookshelves that held the classics and contemporary works alike. She found solace and inspiration in the written word from an early age. With her innate talent for distilling complex narratives into concise and powerful messages, she became a force to be reckoned with on Twitter. Her tweets resonated with the pulse of public discourse, dissecting cultural movements and ideologies with razor-sharp wit and insightful analysis. Recognizing the power of collective intellectual engagement, Adriana set out to create a community of thinkers, scholars, activists, and individuals who believed in the transformative power of words. Thus, the Twitter Titans were born. In the physical world, Adriana was a political analyst and speechwriter. Her job entailed analyzing global political trends and crafting speeches for prominent figures. Her engagement with politics further fueled her drive to ensure that language and discourse remained powerful tools for change and enlightenment. Adriana's motivation stemmed from her belief in the responsibility that comes with knowledge. She was driven by a need to elevate public discourse and empower individuals through education and critical thinking. She viewed words as both a shield and a sword in the ongoing battle for truth, justice, and progress, and she wielded them with mastery as she led the Twitter Titans across the realms of the metaverse. Leading the Instagram Imperials was Sophia the Aesthete Morgan. With her impeccable sense of style and artistic eye, Sophia has amassed a massive following on Instagram. With long, chestnut-brown hair that cascaded in soft waves similar to her twin sister Adriana's, she held a distinct grace in her appearance. Her eyes, also the same mahogany shade as Adriana's, were softer, often dreamy, as if constantly envisioning beauty in everything. Her attire was an extension of her art. She dressed in elegant ensembles that spoke of timeless beauty. Flowing skirts, delicate lace, and soft colors adorned her lithe frame. In the virtual world, Sophia's avatar was almost ethereal. Dressed in a flowing, iridescent gown that seemed to be woven from threads of light and dreams, she wore a crown made of flowers that bloomed and withered in a constant cycle. She navigated the virtual galleries with otherworldly grace, her avatar moving like a gentle breeze carrying 1,000 blossoms scent. Sophia grew up with her twin sister Adriana in London. Their home was one of intellect and creativity, with their mother being an author and their father a professor. However, as they grew, the twins' paths diverged. Sophia was deeply affected by the aesthetics around her, the play of light in their mother's study, and the textures of their father's books. She saw art and beauty everywhere. With creativity and passion, Sophia was drawn to the vibrant city of Los Angeles. Its eclectic blend of culture, the mesmerizing ocean views, and the dazzling lights ignited a fire within her artistic soul. In this vibrant city, she embarked on her journey on Instagram, transforming her feed into a tapestry of ethereal photography and breathtaking aesthetics. As her beautifully curated feed gained traction and her followers grew, Sophia felt a deep resonance with those who sought beauty and inspiration in the digital realm. Through this connection, She realized the power of visual storytelling and its ability to touch hearts and stir emotions. With a vision to capture the essence of beauty and aspirations, Sophia founded Instagram Imperials, a collective of artists, photographers, designers, and dreamers. The Instagram Imperials embarked on a creative journey, infusing the digital realm with their soft pastel pink presence. Sophia's leadership and unwavering belief in the transformative power of beauty propelled the Imperials forward, forever transforming the virtual landscape and inspiring hearts across the globe. Though twins Sophia and Adriana had grown distant over the years due to their different paths, their loyalty lay firmly with their respective collectives, the Instagram Imperials and the Twitter Titans. There was a silent understanding and respect for each other's realms, but their worlds seldom intersected. They were like two stars born from the same nebula, now shining across different corners of the universe. Chapter 2: Echoes of Change and Shadows of Doubt. The power struggle for dominance among the SMGs intensified as their influence grew. Their clashes took on new dimensions, transcending the virtual realm and spilling into the streets of cities worldwide. Territorial disputes erupted, with gangs vying for control over physical spaces aligned with their online personas. The city's streets were alive with vibrant energy, echoing the fierce power struggle among the SMGs. Graffiti-covered walls told tales of territorial disputes, each gang staking their claim with symbols and colors that represented their digital domains. Passers-by glanced at the vibrant artwork, knowing a battle for dominance raged beneath the surface. Meanwhile, corporate leaders recognized the SMGs as gatekeepers to vast audiences eager to consume the latest trends and products. Companies sought strategic collaborations to tap into the SMGs' loyal followers and benefit from their endorsement. Discussions revolved around product launches, brand partnerships, and influencer marketing campaigns that could leverage the SMG's popularity and authenticity. In a luxurious corporate boardroom, a global brand's CEO and marketing team gathered, their eyes fixed on the screen displaying the SMG's profiles and achievements. The CEO leaned back in his chair, his tone filled with enthusiasm. The impact of the SMGs is undeniable. Their ability to captivate audiences and inspire trends is exactly what we need for our new product launch. Let's explore ways to engage them and create a mutually beneficial partnership. The marketing team exchanged excited glances, each member eager to make their pitch for a specific SMG. Melvin, a team member, spoke up, his voice brimming with confidence. "I propose we work with the TikTok Tornadoes. Their ability to create viral sensations and capture the attention of millions is unparalleled. It's the perfect fit for our product launch, as we aim to reach a young and vibrant demographic." Jackie, another team member, interjected, a smile playing on her lips. "While I understand the appeal of the TikTok Tornadoes, I believe the Instagram Imperials could be equally beneficial. Their visually stunning content and influence on consumer behavior align perfectly with our brand's aesthetic and target audience. Imagine the impact of their beautifully curated posts showcasing our product." The CEO listened intently, weighing the options in his mind. He recognized the potential of each SMG, but understood the importance of making the right choice. "You both bring compelling arguments to the table. The TikTok Tornadoes and the Instagram Imperials have proven themselves in their respective domains. However, we must remember that authenticity and values are key to our collaboration. We need to ensure that our chosen SMG aligns with our brand's ethos and connects with our target market on a deeper level." As the team delved into a lively discussion, considering the implications and potential outcomes of partnering with different SMGs, they were mindful of the need for responsible decision-making. They understood that the impact of their collaboration could extend far beyond mere marketing and profit margins. It had the power to shape perceptions, influence behaviors, and impact communities. In a parallel setting, politicians also engaged in intense deliberations, aware of the SMG's influence and eager to harness it for their own agendas. Senator Johnson, a seasoned politician known for his strategic thinking, leaned forward, addressing his advisors with a thoughtful tone. We have a few SMGs expressing interest in supporting our campaign. Each brings its unique strengths and followers. However, we must carefully consider which SMG best aligns with our core values and the message we want to convey. One advisor, Cindy, nodded in agreement. Absolutely, Senator. It's essential that we choose an SMG that resonates with the demographic we aim to reach. Their influence extends far beyond online platforms, and their endorsement carries significant weight. We must ensure that our chosen SMG shares our vision and can effectively communicate our platform to their followers. As the politicians discussed the potential partnerships with the SMGs, they recognized the importance of aligning their values and message. They understood that a collaboration based solely on popularity or follower count would lack authenticity and may not yield the desired impact. Each of the 5 SMGs thrives in their separate realms, garnering attention and admiration from politicians, corporations, and loyal followers. Each SMG had proven its ability to captivate and influence. Still, its success lay in individual pursuits rather than collective endeavors. Politicians and corporations keenly observed this dynamic, understanding that collaboration with multiple SMGs required careful consideration and tailored approaches. The world had become a playground for the SMGs, their influence stretching far and wide. Within the ranks of each gang, key characters emerged, each with unique stories and motivations. Emma, her heart a living drum, stood before Mark, the visionary Thompson. His avatar was a towering figure with piercing eyes that seemed to delve into the very core of one's being. He was wearing a cloak that looked made from thousands of interconnected circuits. Mark conjured a large holographic screen and motioned for Emma to watch. They were surrounded by news clips with Emma's photograph superimposed. One photograph of a tear-stricken child in front of a demolished house had set the world ablaze. Emma, your photograph has not only captured the grief of that child, but has ignited a movement. Mark's voice echoed through the virtual space. Protests erupted. Demands for government accountability increased tenfold. Emma's eyes widened as she witnessed the faces of countless individuals holding up her photographs in front of city halls, candlelight reflecting the resolve in their eyes. Moved, Emma turned to Mark, her avatar's digital form flickering with the enthusiasm of her emotions. Mark, I never thought my lens could wield this much power. The Face Legion is where these photographs can act as the catalyst, the spark to change the world. Mark extended a virtual hand, and as Emma reached out, a surge of data encompassed them, including maps, social media feeds, and schematics of new drones equipped with cameras for real-time, truth-gathering photography. Mark looked at Emma. Your passion and vision are our newly forged sword and shield, Emma. We are the sentinels of truth. With your photography, our drones will capture the untold stories. Let the Face Legion be the beacon that pierces through the veil of ignorance and deceit. Emma's virtual form blazed like a sun, her eyes 2 fierce stars. We'll bring the world an age of transparency, where shadows fear to tread, she declared. With a motion of Mark's hand, the virtual headquarters transformed into a panoramic view of Earth, Face Legion members' avatars encircling it like guardian spirits. The sounds, the colors, the purpose. Emma felt it all converge into a singularity, marking the beginning of an unprecedented crusade. Together, their spirits soaring, they ventured on their boundless quest, with Emma's camera and Mark's vision as the twin harbingers of an unshackled world. The Face Legion became a wave and a tsunami of change in the digital and physical realms. This indomitable force would forever ripple through the pages of history. Meanwhile, Liam, his infectious energy lighting up the virtual room, found himself face to face with Amelia, the heart and soul of the Tube Syndicate. The air crackled with excitement as they prepared to discuss their shared vision for inspiring others through the power of YouTube. Amelia's warm smile welcomed Liam as she spoke. Liam, your vlogs have touched the hearts of millions, capturing the essence of the human experience with authenticity and vulnerability. You've created a deep connection with your audience, giving them a glimpse into your struggles and triumphs. Your journey is an inspiration to so many. Liam, humbled by Amelia's words, nodded in gratitude. Amelia, being part of the Tube Syndicate is an honor. This platform has allowed me to pursue my passion for storytelling, share my experiences, and connect with people worldwide. Through YouTube, we have the power to uplift, to inspire, and to break down barriers. Amelia's eyes sparkled with shared enthusiasm as she replied, "That's precisely the spirit we strive for in the Tube Syndicate. We believe stories can change lives, ignite hope, and remind others that they are not alone. Your vlogs, Liam, can touch the souls of your viewers to offer them a sense of belonging and the courage to pursue their dreams." Liam's voice filled with conviction as he expressed his aspirations. "Amelia, I want to use my platform to address mental health, to break down the stigma surrounding it, and to remind people that their struggles do not define them. Together, through the Tube Syndicate, we can create a supportive community where individuals can find solace and encouragement." Amelia nodded, her admiration for Liam evident in her eyes. "Liam, your dedication to shining a light on mental health is commendable. It aligns perfectly with our mission to create a safe space on YouTube where individuals can find entertainment, solace, guidance, and inspiration. Your vlogs are a beacon of hope, reminding others that their stories matter." As their conversation continued, the resonance between Liam and Amelia's visions became more apparent. They discussed strategies for creating impactful content, collaborating on projects amplifying their messages, and fostering a community celebrating authenticity and personal growth. They found a sense of purpose and strength in their shared dedication to making a positive impact. With Liam's vlogs as a catalyst for change and Amelia's leadership guiding the Tube Syndicate, they envisioned a future where YouTube was not just an entertainment platform, but a medium for transformation and personal empowerment. Together, they would create a space that celebrated individual stories, championed mental health awareness, and inspired millions to believe in their potential. As they concluded their conversation, Liam and Amelia were excited about the journey ahead. They understood the responsibility that came with their influence, and they were determined to use it to foster positive change in the lives of their viewers. Through their collaboration within the Tube Syndicate, they would forge a path that celebrated vulnerability, authenticity, and the limitless power of storytelling on YouTube. Meanwhile, Max, with his enigmatic presence and boundless energy, found himself in the company of May Wong, a vibrant and talented dancer who had captivated the hearts of millions within the TikTok community. The virtual room buzzed with anticipation as they prepared to delve into their shared passion for self-expression and break free from societal constraints. Max, his eyes shining with curiosity, turned to May and said, "May, your dance videos on TikTok are an explosion of creativity and freedom. You bring joy and inspiration to your followers, reminding them to embrace their true selves and break free from societal expectations. Your journey is a testament to the power of dance and its impact on people's lives." May's smile radiated warmth as she replied, "Max, thank you for your kind words. Dance has always been my escape, my way of expressing my true self. TikTok has given me the platform to share that passion with the world, to inspire others to find their rhythm and embrace their unique gifts. Through our collaborations within the TikTok tornadoes, we can create a whirlwind of creativity and positivity." Max nodded, his admiration for May's talent and resilience evident. "May, you embody the spirit of the TikTok tornadoes. Your dancing is a celebration of individuality, a reminder that we can break free from the limitations imposed upon us and find our path. Your videos inspire others to embrace their passions and express themselves without fear or judgment." May's eyes sparkled with gratitude as she replied, "Max, the TikTok tornadoes have become my family. Together we create a space where creativity knows no bounds, where we uplift and support one another. Through dance, we can communicate emotions, tell stories, and empower others to embrace their true selves. It's a powerful medium that transcends barriers and connects people from all walks of life." As their conversation continued, May and Max shared their visions for the TikTok tornadoes. They discussed ways to collaborate on dance challenges, inspire others through their styles, and create a community celebrating authenticity and self-expression. They recognized the transformative power of TikTok, using it as a catalyst to break down barriers, inspire change, and foster a sense of belonging. With May's captivating dance routines and Max's enigmatic presence, they envisioned a future where the TikTok tornadoes would continue to inspire millions, helping individuals find their voice and embrace their unique talents. They discussed ways to use their platform to promote inclusivity, spread positivity, and encourage others to embrace their passion for dance. Through their collaboration within the TikTok tornadoes, May and Max were poised to create a dance revolution, celebrating diversity, authenticity, and the power of self-expression. With each video they shared and each connection they made, they would continue to leave an indelible mark on the TikTok community, inspiring millions to find their rhythm and embrace the transformative power of dance. Within the Twitter titans, Alex Ramirez had emerged as a force to be reckoned with. His sharp-tongued humor and incisive commentary had garnered a massive following, captivating the Twitterverse with his ability to challenge societal norms and shed light on pressing issues. Alex's presence in the virtual room was electric, his words carrying a weight that demanded attention. Adriana, recognizing Alex's unique voice and impact on the Twitter titans, approached him with admiration and curiosity. She admired Alex's fearless pursuit of truth and talent for distilling complex issues into concise and thought-provoking messages. As the leaders engaged in conversation, the digital space crackled with intellectual energy and a shared passion for meaningful discourse. Her eyes sparkling with curiosity, Adriana turned to Alex and said, "Alex, your tweets are like arrows piercing through the noise and challenging us to confront uncomfortable truths. Your ability to condense complex issues into concise messages is a gift. You have ignited important conversations, shedding light on injustices and calling for change. How do you navigate the responsibility that comes with your influential voice?" Alex's lips curled into a wry smile as he replied, "Adriana, thank you for your kind words. Twitter is a battleground of ideas, and I believe our duty as titans is to wield our words precisely and purposefully. With great influence comes great responsibility. I strive to use my platform to amplify often silenced voices and shed light on the injustices that permeate our society. It's a delicate dance, knowing when to provoke, when to educate, and when to uplift. The power of words is immense, and it's our duty to wield that power for the greater good." Adriana nodded in agreement, her admiration for Alex's skill evident. "You possess a unique ability to provoke thought and engage in meaningful discourse within the limited confines of a tweet. Your words have the power to challenge perspectives and ignite change. In a world saturated with noise, your concise messages cut through the clutter and spark conversations that matter. How do you navigate the complexities of wielding influence in the digital realm?" Alex leaned forward, their expression earnest. "Adriana, the digital realm is both a blessing and a curse. It provides a platform to express ourselves and reach a vast audience. Still, it also amplifies the noise and disinformation that can cloud our collective understanding. Navigating these complexities requires a commitment to integrity and a deep understanding of the impact our words can have. I approach each tweet to promote critical thinking, foster empathy, and challenge the status quo. It's about using our influence to empower others and inspire them to engage in meaningful conversations that drive positive change." As their conversation continued, Adriana and Alex delved deeper into the nuances of wielding influence in the digital landscape. They shared insights, exchanged ideas, and contemplated the responsibility that came with their roles as leaders within the Twitter titans. They recognized their words' power and influence over public discourse, vowing to use their platforms to elevate marginalized voices, expose injustices, and promote a more inclusive and empathetic society. Through their collaboration within the Twitter titans, Adriana and Alex were determined to harness the power of words for positive change. They would continue to challenge societal norms, provoke thought, and engage in meaningful conversations that had the potential to reshape public discourse. With each tweet they shared and each conversation they ignited, they aimed to inspire others to question, reflect, and take action in pursuit of a more just and equitable world. Ava Williams stood as a beacon of style, elegance, and empowerment within the Instagram Imperials. Her fashion-forward feed had captivated the hearts of thousands, inspiring others to embrace their unique beauty and celebrate their individuality. Ava's passion for sustainable fashion and body positivity resonated deeply within the Instagram community, making her an influential figure within the Imperials. Recognizing Ava's commitment to redefining beauty standards and promoting inclusivity, Sophia sought an opportunity to connect with her and learn more about her journey. As they sat in the virtual meeting room, bathed in the soft glow of Instagram's signature filters, Sophia began the conversation with genuine curiosity. "Sophia," Ava greeted with a warm smile, "your dedication to promoting beauty and artistry through the Instagram Imperials is truly inspiring. Your feed radiates creativity and authenticity. How did you cultivate a vibrant community where individuals can freely express themselves and celebrate their unique beauty?" Sophia's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as she replied, "Ava, thank you for your kind words. My guiding principle is to create a community that embraces individuality and celebrates beauty in all its forms. Instagram is a powerful platform that shapes perceptions and challenges traditional beauty standards. Through the Imperials, I aim to create a space where everyone feels welcome and inspired to showcase their personal style and unique identities. It's about empowering others to embrace their authentic selves and fostering a culture of body positivity and self-love." Ava nodded, her admiration evident. "Sophia, your commitment to promoting inclusivity and empowering others is remarkable. It's inspiring to see how you've harnessed the power of Instagram to redefine beauty standards and encourage a more accepting and diverse representation. How do you navigate the balance between aesthetic appeal and promoting authentic self-expression?" Sophia leaned forward, her voice filled with passion. "Ava, finding the balance between aesthetics and authenticity is a constant journey. I believe true beauty lies in embracing our imperfections, celebrating our unique features, and unapologetically ourselves. In a world saturated with filtered images and unattainable ideals, I strive to showcase the raw beauty of individuals and tell their stories through captivating visuals. It's about creating a space where every person feels seen, valued, and empowered. By promoting authenticity and encouraging self-expression, we can challenge societal norms and redefine beauty on our terms." Ava and Sophia shared insights, experiences, and ideas for fostering a more inclusive and empowering community within the Instagram Imperials as their conversation continued. They discussed the impact of sustainable fashion, the importance of representation, and their responsibility as influential figures in the digital realm. Together, they envisioned a future where beauty was celebrated in diverse forms, self-expression was encouraged, and individuals felt empowered to embrace their true selves. Through their collaboration within the Imperials, Ava and Sophia aimed to cultivate a community that went beyond aesthetics, one that celebrated the beauty of individuality and promoted a more inclusive and compassionate world. With each carefully crafted post and meaningful caption, they sought to inspire others to embrace their unique beauty, challenge societal norms, and spread the message of self-love and acceptance. Together, they believed that Instagram had the power to redefine beauty standards and shape a more inclusive future for all. However, not everyone welcomed the rise of SMGs. Critics argued that these gangs' power could be easily manipulated, leading to misinformation, social division, and a shallow culture obsessed with appearances. As the influence of these gangs grew, debates raged about the responsibility they bore and the potential consequences of their actions. Amid this social media battleground, an underground resistance emerged, composed of individuals who rejected the dominance of the gangs and sought to reclaim the essence of genuine human connection. This resistance operated in the shadows, strategizing ways to counteract the overwhelming influence of the gangs. The virtual meeting room buzzed with voices representing diverse perspectives on the rise of SMGs. Raven, a passionate advocate for online authenticity, voiced her concerns in one corner. We cannot let these gangs control the narrative. Their influence is too powerful, shaping the online world to prioritize appearances over substance. We need to reclaim the essence of genuine human connection, free from the constraints imposed by these influential entities. David, another participant in the discussion, countered, "While I understand the concerns, we cannot deny the positive impact that these gangs have had. They've raised awareness about important issues, sparked conversations, and empowered individuals to express themselves. It's a double-edged sword, no doubt. But let's not dismiss the potential for positive change." As the debate grew more heated, Maya, a staunch supporter of the underground resistance, interjected, "The power dynamics are imbalanced. We must resist the control these gangs have over our digital lives. We must find alternative ways to foster genuine connections and promote critical thinking. It's time to reclaim our individuality and break free from the influence of these monopolies." Jason, a neutral observer, chimed in, "The key lies in striking a balance. We shouldn't dismiss the valuable contributions made by the SMGs, but we must also remain vigilant and ensure that diverse voices are heard. As users of these platforms, it's up to us to demand transparency, ethical practices, and responsible content creation." Her voice filled with conviction, and Stephanie spoke up, addressing the group. "We cannot let the SMGs dictate the course of our digital lives. We must create alternative platforms prioritizing authenticity, genuine connections, and critical thinking. It's time to empower independent content creators who are driven by passion and a desire to foster meaningful engagement." Maya nodded in agreement, her eyes shining with determination. "Absolutely. We must support initiatives that provide a space for diverse voices to be heard, free from the influence and monopolies of the SMGs. We need platforms that promote responsible content creation, encourage open dialogue, and value individuality." As the conversation continued, it became clear that each participant shared a common desire for a more authentic and balanced online landscape. While differing in their approaches, they all recognized the need for individuals to have agency and the power to shape their digital experiences. United in their resistance against the dominance of the SMGs, they discussed strategies to counteract the overwhelming influence. Ideas were exchanged, ranging from promoting independent content creators to creating platforms dedicated to fostering genuine connections. Amidst the passionate dialogue, they acknowledged that change would not come easily. It required a collective effort and an unwavering commitment to upholding the values of authenticity, critical thinking, and empathy in the digital realm. The underground resistance had found its purpose: to challenge the status quo, dismantle the SMG's stronghold, and pave the way for a more balanced and meaningful digital landscape. Meanwhile, in the bustling hallways of Franklin High School, a group of teenagers huddled together, engaged in an animated conversation about the SMGs. They laughed and whispered conspiratorially, each eager to share their thoughts on which gang they wanted to join. Emily, a self-proclaimed TikTok aficionado, exclaimed, "Guys, have you seen the latest dance challenge by the TikTok tornadoes? It's epic. I think I'm going to audition to be part of their gang. Imagine being known for creating viral dances." Jerry, a budding YouTuber, chimed in, "That's cool and all, but I've got my sights set on the Tube Syndicate. They're all about pushing boundaries and challenging mainstream media. I want to make thought-provoking videos that spark conversations and inspire people to think outside the box." With a mischievous smile, Stacy interjected, "Well, I've been following the Instagram Imperials, and let me tell you, their aesthetic game is on point. I've been practicing my photography skills and curating the perfect feed. Joining their gang would be like stepping into a world of beauty and fashion." In the midst of their banter, Brian, the resident jokester, joined the conversation. Hey, how about we form our own gang, the Meme Masters? We'll be the kings and queens of humor, creating hilarious content that brings joy to people's lives. Who's with me?" Laughter erupted as the group entertained the idea, each imagining themselves as part of their unique gang. The hallway buzzed with excitement, as other students passing by couldn't help but overhear the conversation and chime in with their own gang preferences. Amidst the playful rivalry and light-hearted banter, the underlying desire for self-expression and connection was evident. These high school kids, like many others around the world, sought to find their place in the digital landscape and make their mark. Their aspirations were fueled by a shared desire to contribute to the online world through dancing, storytelling, visual artistry, or humor. As they continued their discussion, the students knew that beyond the friendly competition, the power of social media was a double-edged sword. They recognized the need to stay true to themselves, promote positivity, and foster genuine connections. They understood that real people were seeking authentic experiences and meaningful interactions behind the screens and flashy avatars. With smiles and dreams in their hearts, they walked down the hall, their paths unfolding. Whether they joined established SMGs or formed their own, they hoped to create content that would touch hearts, make a difference, and, of course, bring laughter into the world. Chapter 3. Unveiling the Catalyst. Even as the popularity and influence of the SMGs continued to spread, a group emerged from the shadows with a singular purpose: to dismantle the power of the SMGs and restore a sense of authenticity and human connections. This clandestine group, known as the Catalyst, operated discreetly, strategizing ways to challenge the overwhelming dominance of the SMGs and their impact on society. The Catalyst was formed by a diverse group of individuals who had grown disillusioned with social media interactions' superficiality and manufactured nature. They yearned for a return to genuine human connections, where conversations were rooted in authenticity rather than algorithms. These members believed that the SMGs had manipulated society's perception of reality and obscured the value of true human interaction. At the heart of the Catalyst was its enigmatic leader, who went by the code name Sci-Fi. Little was known about Sci-Fi's true identity, and even among some of the Catalyst members, their faces and background remained a mystery. Sci-Fi was a master strategist with a keen intellect and a deep understanding of the inner workings of the SMGs. His charisma and persuasive abilities were instrumental in bringing together the disparate members of the Catalyst. One of the key members of the Catalyst was Evelyn. She had a background in psychology and was deeply invested in understanding the impact of social media on human behavior. With her striking blue eyes and a crown of fiery red hair, she captivated others with her intensity and unwavering determination. Evelyn's fierce intellect and analytical mind allowed her to identify patterns and vulnerabilities within the SMG's operations. Her expertise in human psychology made her an invaluable asset in deciphering the manipulative tactics employed by the SMGs. Another prominent member of the Catalyst was Gabriel, the innovator. Gabriel was a tech prodigy who had turned his back on the SMG's artificial world. With his piercing gaze and unkempt hair, he exuded an air of rebellion. Gabriel's brilliance lay in his ability to navigate the digital realm while remaining untethered to its illusions. He possessed a deep of coding, encryption, and hacking techniques, using his skills to expose the vulnerabilities of the SMGs and protect the Catalyst's operations from prying eyes. Catherine, the Oracle, was an essential member of the Catalyst, relying on her extensive data analysis and predictive algorithms knowledge. Her piercing green eyes and serene demeanor hid a mind that effortlessly absorbed vast amounts of information. Catherine had a deep connection with the digital realm and could extract insights from vast troves of data. Her ability to identify trends, predict user behaviors, and analyze the impact of the SMG's influence on society proved invaluable in the Catalyst's mission. Nate, the Connector, was a charismatic individual whose infectious laughter and warm smile could light up a room. Nate deeply understood human connections and the power of genuine relationships. His tall stature and beard added to his charm, making him the bridge between the Catalyst and the outside world. Nate's natural ability to connect with people allowed him to recruit like-minded individuals who shared the Catalyst's vision, expanding the group's reach and influence. These key members of the Catalyst formed a formidable force, united by their shared commitment to authenticity and the restoration of genuine human connections. Their strengths and expertise complemented one another, allowing them to navigate the intricate web of the SMGs with precision. In the basement of an abandoned building, the Catalyst held clandestine meetings, their dimly lit surroundings mirroring the secrecy of their operations. The walls were adorned with diagrams, evidence of the SMG's influence and plans for countering their dominance. The room buzzed with anticipation as Sci-Fi took center stage, rallying the members with a passionate speech about the importance of their mission. "We are the Catalyst," Sci-Fi began, his voice steady and commanding. "We stand against the manufactured reality created by the SMGs. It is time to reclaim the authenticity of human connections, to dismantle the superficiality that has permeated our lives. Each of you possesses unique abilities, and together we will be the catalyst for change. Our actions will ripple through the digital realm, awakening society to the power of genuine relationships." The members of the Catalyst listened intently, their determination solidifying with each word Sci-Fi spoke. They knew the road ahead would be challenging, fraught with risks and obstacles. But they were prepared to face whatever came their way, driven by the belief that the essence of humanity should not be reduced to mere pixels on a screen. The Catalyst members dispersed as the meeting drew close, ready to embark on their respective tasks. A shared purpose united them, each working diligently to dismantle the influence of the SMGs and pave the way for a world where genuine human connections prevailed. Over the following months, the Catalyst's operations intensified as they worked diligently to expose the manipulations of the SMGs and restore authenticity to human connections. Each member played a vital role, utilizing their unique skills and expertise to further the cause. Evelyn dove deep into researching the psychological impact of social media on individuals. She meticulously analyzed user behavior, studying the addictive qualities and emotional manipulation techniques employed by the SMGs. Her findings served as the foundation for the Catalyst strategies, enabling them to expose the SMGs' tactics and provide guidance on fostering genuine connections. Gabriel, the innovator, focused on uncovering the technical vulnerabilities of the SMGs. With his unrivaled coding skills and profound understanding of digital systems, he tirelessly worked to infiltrate their algorithms and systems. He sought to disrupt their control mechanisms, exposing flaws and weaknesses that could be exploited in their battle for authenticity. Catherine, the Oracle, immersed herself in data analysis, dissecting vast information collected from the SMGs. Her keen analytical mind allowed her to discern hidden patterns, enabling the Catalyst to predict and counter the SMGs' manipulative strategies. Her insights were invaluable in guiding the group's actions, ensuring they stayed one step ahead in their mission. Nate, the Connector, tirelessly reached out to individuals online and offline, seeking allies who shared the Catalyst's vision. With his natural charm and ability to build genuine relationships, he built a network of supporters who understood the importance of authentic connections. Through his efforts, the Catalyst's message spread, inspiring others to question the manufactured reality propagated by the SMGs. As the Catalyst continued to gain momentum, their actions caught the attention of both the SMGs and the general public. People who had grown tired of the superficiality of social media yearned for genuine connections. The Catalyst's message resonated with those who felt suffocated by the influence of the SMGs, prompting them to question the authenticity of their online interactions. The movement gained traction, with individuals sharing personal stories of longing for real connections and supporting the Catalyst's efforts to expose the manipulations of the SMGs. The SMGs swiftly became aware of the Catalyst's activities and recognized the threat to their power and influence. Each gang responded uniquely, deploying their resources to protect their dominance and discredit the Catalyst's efforts. Mark the Visionary Thompson convened an emergency meeting within the Face Legion with his most trusted advisors. They gathered in a high-tech conference room with screens displaying live feeds from various social media platforms. Mark leaned forward and said with urgency, "We have a problem. A group calling themselves the Catalyst aims to dismantle us. They're gaining traction and undermining our influence. We need to act swiftly." Emma, a prominent content creator within the Face Legion, furrowed her brows in concern. She responded, "But Mark, what can we do? The Catalyst has struck a chord with the public. People are starting to question the authenticity of social media, and our tactics are being scrutinized." Mark paused before replying, "We can't let the Catalyst's narrative dominate the conversation. We need to reinforce our commitment to authenticity and innovation." "Emma, I was hoping you could lead a campaign that showcases genuine human stories and the positive impact of social media connections. We must remind the world of the transformative power of our platform." Emma nodded, understanding the importance of their response. She began brainstorming ways to highlight meaningful connections and genuine interactions within the Face Legion. Meanwhile, at the Tube Syndicate, Amelia the Maven Rodriguez gathered her team in their state-of-the-art studio. The walls were adorned with accolades and YouTube play buttons. Amelia leaned against the table and passionately spoke, "We have competition, my friends. The Catalyst threatens our creative freedom and seeks to undermine our influence. It's time to remind the world of our unparalleled entertainment." Liam, a prominent vlogger in the Tube Syndicate, voiced his concern. "But Amelia, people are growing tired of the manufactured content. The Catalyst's message resonates because they tap into a genuine desire for authenticity." Amelia raised an eyebrow and said, "You're right, Liam. We need to adapt and evolve. Let's create a new series showcasing our content creators' real struggles and triumphs. We'll be transparent about our creative process and emphasize the value of genuine storytelling." Liam nodded, feeling reassured that their response would resonate with their audience. Elsewhere, Max, the Enigma Chen, called for a gathering in the TikTok Tornado's headquarters. The room buzzed with energy as dancers practiced their routines. Max leaned against a mirrored wall and announced, "We are facing a threat, my friends. The Catalyst seeks to dismantle the very essence of TikTok, but we won't let them succeed. Our creativity and spontaneity are our strengths." May, a prominent dancer within the TikTok Tornadoes, spoke up. "Max, we can't ignore the yearning for authenticity. Perhaps we can incorporate more behind-the-scenes footage, showcasing the hard work and dedication that goes into our dance videos. Let our audience see the real people behind the viral dances." Max considered May's suggestion and nodded, realizing the power of giving their audience a glimpse into the authenticity beneath the surface. At the Twitter Titans headquarters, Adriana the Wordsmith Williams gathered her team around a long table covered with laptops and notepads. Leaning forward, Adriana said, "The Catalyst aims to challenge our ability to drive social change through concise messages, but we won't back down. We are the voice of truth and justice." Alex, a prominent writer within the Twitter Titans, voiced his concern. "Adriana, perhaps we must engage in open conversations with our followers. We can address their concerns, clarify our intentions, and show that we are committed to amplifying authentic voices." Adriana nodded, recognizing the importance of engaging in meaningful dialogue to retain their influence. In the luxurious headquarters of the Instagram Imperials, adorned with sleek, minimalist designs and large screens showcasing breathtaking fashion imagery, Sophia called for an urgent meeting with her influential members. Sophia leaned against a marble pillar and said, "My fellow Imperials, we have a threat to our aesthetic kingdom. The Catalyst aims to dismantle our influence, but we won't let that happen. We are the epitome of beauty, fashion, and self-expression." Ava, a prominent fashion influencer within the Instagram Imperials, raised her hand to speak. "Sophia, we can't ignore the yearning for genuine connections. The Catalyst strikes a chord because people crave authenticity. Perhaps we can introduce more behind-the-scenes content, showing the real stories behind our carefully curated posts. Let's highlight the struggles and triumphs of aspiring fashionistas and inspire others to embrace their true selves." Sophia spoke with resolve. "Ava, you're onto something. Let's launch a campaign celebrating body positivity, inclusivity, and sustainable fashion. We'll partner with emerging designers and showcase their unique stories alongside our aesthetic prowess. This way, we can balance our aesthetic vision and the authenticity people crave. As the SMGs formulated their responses, they understood that the Catalyst's challenge was more than just a fleeting trend. It struck at the core of their existence, pushing them to reconsider their methods and find a balance between authenticity and the pursuit of SMC. The battle for dominance in social media had entered a new phase. Armed with resources and influence, the SMGs were determined to protect their power and counter the Catalyst's narrative. In the dimly lit virtual meeting room, the leaders of the SMGs gathered, their faces etched with determination. The challenge posed by the Catalyst forced them to confront their vulnerabilities and question the essence of their existence. Clearly, a united front was needed to counter the growing influence of their adversary. Amelia, representing the Tube Syndicate, took the floor. We are all here today because we share a common vision: to create a digital landscape that values authenticity, connection, and positive impact. The Catalyst Challenge has reminded us of the importance of staying true to our values and working together to counter their narrative. I propose that we form an alliance, pooling our resources and influence to protect what we have built and stand against the manipulation that threatens our community. Mark, the visionary of the Face Legion, nodded in agreement. We have always been stronger together. The time has come to set aside our differences and recognize that our shared mission is greater than any individual gang or platform. We must combine our strengths, harness the power of our collective reach, and present a unified front against the Catalyst's attempts to undermine the authenticity we strive for. Adriana, representing the Twitter Titans, chimed in. I couldn't agree more. By joining forces, we send a powerful message to the Catalyst and the world that we will not be divided or weakened. Together, we can reclaim the narrative and demonstrate the positive impact that authentic engagement can have on the digital landscape. Sophia, the driving force behind the Instagram Imperials, nodded with conviction. Let this alliance symbolize our unwavering commitment to authenticity and genuine connections. We will not allow the Catalyst to tarnish the digital world through manipulation and deceit. Our collective strength will protect our communities and inspire others to value authenticity and meaningful interactions. As the SMG leaders exchanged determined glances, a sense of unity and purpose filled the room. They understood the challenges ahead and the sacrifices that would be required. But their shared commitment to their communities and the pursuit of a more authentic digital world fueled their resolve. Max, representing the TikTok Tornadoes, spoke up with a sense of optimism. This alliance marks a turning point in our journey. We can leverage our unique strengths and reach new heights by working together. Let us show the Catalyst and the world that authenticity, creativity, and genuine connections will always prevail. Amelia raised her virtual glass. To the alliance of the SMGs, may our collective power shine a light on the path of authenticity and counter the darkness of manipulation. Together, we will overcome challenges and pave the way for a digital landscape built on truth and genuine connections. With their alliance formed, the leaders of the SMGs were not only united in purpose, but also understood the importance of structure and collaboration. They recognized the need for clear guidelines and a shared vision to guide their collective efforts. Thus, they drafted the SMG Alliance bylaws, a set of principles and rules governing their actions and interactions. The bylaws outlined the frequency and format of their meetings. The SMG leaders agreed to hold regular virtual gatherings every month, bringing together representatives from each gang. These meetings would occur in a specially created virtual space known as the Galaxy Opera House, a futuristic and immersive environment where they could interact, strategize, and exchange ideas. The Galaxy Opera House was a virtual world designed to resemble a grand amphitheater, with each gang occupying its designated section. Face Legion had its podium adorned with the familiar blue hues of Facebook, while the Tube Syndicate had a stage that mirrored the iconic purple. The TikTok tornadoes had a vibrant area pulsating with red graphics, and the Twitter titans had a platform decorated with the signature green. The Instagram Imperials had an elegant and visually captivating pink-colored space, showcasing stunning imagery and fashion. The leaders engaged in spirited discussions in these meetings, sharing insights, challenges, and successes from their respective platforms. They presented ideas for collaborative campaigns, initiatives to combat misinformation, and strategies to promote authenticity and responsible content creation. Each gang had a representative responsible for conveying their voice and ensuring their interests were represented. Apart from the monthly gatherings, the SMG leaders established various communication channels to facilitate ongoing collaboration. A dedicated messaging platform allowed them to share updates, coordinate joint projects, and address urgent matters. They also created a shared database where they could pool resources, research findings, and best practices, fostering an environment of knowledge sharing and growth. In the spirit of unity and inclusivity, the SMG leaders welcomed suggestions and input from their respective gang members. Periodic town hall meetings were organized, providing a platform for open dialogue and the opportunity for voices beyond the leaders to be heard. These town hall meetings took place in public virtual spaces, accessible to all, enabling influencers and followers alike to participate, ask questions, and contribute to the direction of the SMG Alliance. The Alliance grew stronger as the SMG leaders adhered to the bylaws and engaged in regular meetings. They discovered the power of collaboration, leveraging their combined influence and resources to amplify their impact on social media and beyond. Together, they became a formidable force, inspiring positive change, championing authenticity, and countering the catalyst's narrative. Through their commitment to the bylaws, the SMG leaders ensured that their alliance was built on trust, transparency, and shared values. Their virtual meetings in the Galaxy Opera House became a symbol of unity, where the leaders rallied together, knowing they were not just defending their own platforms, but upholding the principles of authenticity and responsible influence for the entire social media landscape. In this ever-evolving digital world, the SMG Alliance stood as a beacon of hope, fostering collaboration and guiding the way toward a more balanced, ethical, and meaningful online experience for all. News articles and headlines started surfacing, capturing the attention of both social media enthusiasts and skeptics alike. Journalists sought interviews with the SMG leaders, eager to unravel the dynamics of this unprecedented collaboration. Talk shows invited them to discuss the implications of the alliance and its potential impact on the digital landscape. Meanwhile, the SMGs continued to captivate their followers in the virtual world. The Face Legion unleashed a viral campaign, encouraging users to share authentic stories and uplifting content. The Tube Syndicate launched a series of thought-provoking documentaries that challenged conventional narratives. The TikTok tornadoes spearheaded dance challenges and fundraisers, rallying their massive following for social causes. The Twitter titans used their concise messages to spark debates and amplify marginalized voices, driving conversations around important issues. The Instagram Imperials curated breathtaking visual experiences, inspiring their followers with stunning imagery and promoting body positivity and self-acceptance. At the same time, the Catalyst, operating in the shadows, continued to release thought-provoking content that questioned the authenticity of the SMGs. Their underground movement attracted a growing number of individuals who were disillusioned with mainstream influence. The virtual realm became a battleground of ideas, with the SMGs countering the Catalyst's narrative and striving to maintain the trust and support of their followers. Chapter 4: Unveiling the Truth. The Catalysts stood united, fueled by their unwavering belief in the power of genuine human connection. They had spent months strategizing, gathering evidence, and building alliances leading up to this pivotal moment. The time had come for them to challenge the SMGs on a grander scale, expose the true nature of these influential forces, and provide an alternative path for humanity. The Catalyst convened for a crucial meeting in a secret hideout deep within the heart of a bustling metropolis. The room hummed with anticipation as members from all walks of life, each possessing unique skills and talents, prepared to unveil their next move. Hannah, a brilliant computer hacker known for penetrating even the most secure networks, addressed the group. Hannah, her voice filled with determination, addressed the gathered members of the Catalyst. "My friends, our extensive investigation has not uncovered any concrete evidence of manipulative tactics by the SMGs." The room fell into stunned silence as the members of the Catalyst exchanged perplexed glances. Hannah continued, her tone resolute. "However, let us not dismiss the power and influence of their algorithms. Algorithms shape what we see, influencing our thoughts, desires, and connections. While the SMGs may not be intentionally manipulating us, we must remain vigilant and critical of the algorithms that drive the digital landscape. We must ensure that these algorithms prioritize authenticity, diverse perspectives, and genuine connections." Hannah's words sparked a renewed sense of purpose within the Catalyst. Although their initial expectations had been challenged, they recognized the importance of their mission to advocate for transparency and responsible use of algorithms in the digital realm. "We may not have uncovered the manipulative tactics we anticipated," Hannah continued, her voice filled with conviction. "But our work is far from over. Let us engage in open dialogue, raise awareness about the impact of algorithms, and work towards a digital landscape that fosters authenticity and meaningful connections." As the members of the Catalyst absorbed Hannah's words, a collective determination filled the room. They understood that their mission had evolved, and they now had an opportunity to address the broader issue of algorithmic influence in the digital world. Meanwhile, the SMGs were on high alert across the social media landscape. As the Catalyst and the SMGs prepared to face off, the digital landscape trembled with anticipation. The stage was set for a battle that would determine the future of social media and the authenticity of human connections. The Catalyst was determined to provide an alternative path for genuine human connection. The SMGs, on the other hand, were ready to defend their dominance. They were determined to prove that their influence went beyond algorithms and that they could evolve without compromising their core values. In this clash of ideologies, the fate of social media hung in the balance. Who would emerge victorious? And what would the outcome mean for the millions of individuals whose lives were shaped by these digital realms? Meanwhile, a clandestine meeting was about to occur in a virtual world where avatars roamed and social media platforms reigned supreme. Amelia the Maven Rodriguez, leader of the Tube Syndicate, and Nate the Connector, a prominent member of the Catalyst, found themselves in a virtual realm known as Nexus Plaza. The plaza was a bustling hub filled with vibrant holographic displays, towering buildings, and a constant stream of avatars from various corners of the digital universe. Amelia, dressed in her signature leather jacket and vibrant purple hair, stood near the plaza entrance, awaiting Nate's arrival. Her avatar exuded an air of confidence and determination, her eyes scanning the crowd for any sign of the enigmatic Catalyst member. Donning a sleek black suit and a face obscured by a silver mask, Nate approached Amelia purposefully. The Catalyst's blazing flame emblem adorned his avatar's chest, symbolizing their unwavering commitment to ignite change within the virtual world. "Amelia, it's good to finally meet you in person, or well, in the virtual sense," Nate greeted, his voice conveying intrigue. Amelia nodded, her gaze focused on Nate. "Likewise, Nate. I was curious to meet a member of the Catalyst. Your reputation precedes you." Nate smiled beneath his mask, a flicker of mystery in his eyes. "We share a common goal, Amelia. We both believe in the power of authentic human connections, free from the constraints of the SMGs and their relentless pursuit of SMC." Amelia crossed her arms, leaning against a holographic display. "That may be true, Nate, but the Tube Syndicate has brought millions of people joy, entertainment, and inspiration. We've empowered creators, given voices to the unheard, and provided a platform for unfiltered expression. We're reshaping the landscape of online entertainment." Nate stepped closer, his silver mask glinting in the digital sunlight. But at what cost, Amelia? Pursuing likes, views and shares has led to a shallow culture, a facade where manufactured personas often overshadow authenticity. The Catalyst seeks to dismantle this superficiality and restore the true connection. Amelia's gaze softened, her voice tinged with a hint of contemplation. I won't deny the flaws within the system, Nate, but the Tube Syndicate has the power to enact positive change. We've supported charitable causes, raised awareness of social issues, and fostered communities of like-minded individuals. We can make a difference within the very structure we exist in. Nate raised an eyebrow, his silver mask reflecting Amelia's image. But what if the system itself is flawed? The Catalyst believes in dismantling the SMGs, pushing for an alternative model prioritizing genuine interactions, creative freedom and meaningful engagement. We envision a world where human connections are not measured by likes and shares, but by the depth of understanding and empathy. Amelia sighed, her gaze drifting to the digital skyline. Nate, I understand your perspective. The Catalyst's ideals are noble, and there's undeniable truth in the need for change. Yet the Tube Syndicate has given countless creators a platform to showcase their talents and connect with audiences worldwide. We have the power to shape the future of entertainment. Nate reached out, his virtual hand hovering in the air between them. Amelia, imagine a world where the SMGs and the Catalyst join forces, where the influence and reach of the SMGs are harnessed for a greater purpose, one that aligns with our shared values. Together we could revolutionize the virtual landscape and offer an alternative path to authenticity. Amelia considered Nate's words, a flicker of uncertainty crossing her face. The holographic displays surrounding them displayed snippets of the Tube Syndicate's latest achievements, captivating visuals and heartfelt stories of triumph. Yet she couldn't ignore the passionate desire for change within her. Nate, your words resonate with me, Amelia confessed, her voice filled with determination and vulnerability. The SMGs may have brought positive impact, but an underlying hunger for real connections remains unfulfilled. I can't promise immediate action, but I'm open to exploring the possibility of collaboration between the Tube Syndicate and the Catalyst. Nate nodded, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Amelia, that's all we can ask for. Let's keep the lines of communication open, continue the dialogue, and work towards a future where authenticity reigns supreme. As their virtual conversation drew to a close, the avatars of Amelia and Nate exchanged a nod, a shared understanding that change was on the horizon. They departed Nexus Plaza, each carrying a seed of transformation within them. In the vast expanse of the virtual world, the clash of ideals between the SMGs and the Catalyst had taken a new turn. As Amelia's avatar dissolved into motes of light and disconnected from the Nexus Plaza, she reclined in her chair, bathed in the muted glow of her screens. Her heart thrummed in her chest like a melodic symphony, her thoughts as vast as the stars gracing her digital silhouette. One particular thought unfurled like a delicate blossom, her interaction with Nate. The sharpness of his intellect, the steel in his resolve, and the enthusiasm that danced in his words had woven a spell around her. The pixels and code that had shaped his avatar seemed to pale compared to the vivid tapestry of his spirit. Amelia admitted to herself how drawn she was to Nate in the sanctum of her thoughts. There was something raw and genuine about him, a rarity in a world where most hid behind masks. His relentless drive to bring change was akin to her own. She was invigorated and challenged by it. She looked around her room where countless awards and accolades adorned the walls. These had once been her guiding stars, but now they seemed to fade in the face of a newfound longing. She longed for connection, a kindred spirit that could share the burdens and triumphs of being a vanguard for change. The seed of transformation that had been sown in Nexus Plaza was mirrored by a seed that sprouted in her heart, a seed of possible kinship, camaraderie, and maybe even more. The yearning to cultivate that seed was powerful. With a newfound determination, Amelia's fingers flew across the keyboard. She began drafting a message to Nate, her words infused with the passion and vision ignited in their meeting. She invited him to collaborate to reshape the virtual world and explore the uncharted terrains of each other's aspirations and dreams. As she hit send, she felt as if her soul had unfurled its wings, ready to soar across the vast expanse that lay ahead. As Nate read Amelia's heartfelt message, a smile tugged at the corners of his lips. Her words resonated deeply, stirring a warmth he had long forgotten. There was something undeniably special about Amelia, and her invitation to collaborate and explore uncharted territories touched a chord deep within his soul. He found himself captivated by the idea of joining forces with Amelia to reshape the virtual world and embark on a journey of personal connection and discovery. The seed of possibility that had sprouted in his heart began to blossom, spreading tendrils of hope and excitement. With each passing moment, Nate's mind filled with thoughts of Amelia. Her passion, vision, and unwavering determination called to him, beckoning him towards a future that promised something more. He pondered the depth of their connection, sensing that their collaboration could transcend the boundaries of friendship and venture into something deeper, something romantic. As he weighed his options, Nate's heart urged him to leap, to seize the opportunity that had presented itself. He imagined the possibilities ahead, a shared journey of growth, inspiration, and blending their aspirations into something more significant. With a surge of courage, Nate composed his response to Amelia's message. His words were carefully chosen, infused with a blend of gratitude, admiration, and an undercurrent of burgeoning affection. He sincerely appreciated her invitation and conveyed his genuine interest in exploring the uncharted terrains of their dreams and connection. Nate felt a sense of anticipation and excitement wash over him as he hit the send button. He knew that this was just the beginning of a remarkable journey, a journey that had the potential to transform not only the virtual world they inhabited, but also the landscape of their hearts. Chapter 5: Seeds of Transformation. Within the virtual headquarters of the Tube Syndicate, a vibrant and bustling digital space known as the Creators Hub, Amelia the Maven Rodriguez gathered her fellow Tube Syndicate members for a meaningful discussion. The virtual environment was a sight to behold, a sprawling metropolis of creativity, with towering skyscrapers adorned with neon lights, holographic displays showcasing the latest content trends, and a palpable sense of excitement. Standing at the center of the Creators Hub, Amelia projected an air of anticipation as her fellow Tube Syndicate members, their avatars representing creators from all corners of the globe, gathered around her. Each member had their unique style and presence, a testament to the diverse talents that fueled the Syndicate's success. "Thank you all for joining me today," Amelia began, her voice echoing through the digital space. "I've recently had a significant encounter that I believe will shape the future of the Tube Syndicate and our mission to empower creators. I met with a member of a group called the Catalyst." Whispers and murmurs spread throughout the crowd as the Syndicate members exchanged curious glances. The mention of the Catalyst sparked intrigue and uncertainty among them. Amelia continued, her voice steady and filled with conviction. "The Catalyst shares our desire for genuine human connections. They believe in dismantling the current system and providing an alternative path to authenticity within the virtual realm." A wave of questions flooded the virtual space, eager Syndicate members seeking to understand the implications of Amelia's encounter. Some members expressed concerns about the potential loss of SMC, questioning whether a collaboration with the Catalyst would jeopardize their current success and influence. Others wondered about the stance of the other SMGs and whether they had engaged in similar discussions. Amelia raised her hand, calling for silence and capturing the attention of her Syndicate members. "I understand your concerns, and they are valid. We have built something incredible here, and I won't jeopardize that without careful consideration. This meeting is meant to gather your thoughts and opinions, to understand the potential risks and rewards of collaboration." A Syndicate member from Brazil, Rafaela, raised her virtual hand, her avatar exuding a mix of curiosity and skepticism. "Amelia, I'm intrigued by this Catalyst group, but how can we be sure their vision aligns with ours?" What guarantees do we have that they won't lead us down a path that strays from our mission? Amelia nodded, acknowledging Rafaela's valid concerns. Rafaela, trust is essential in any partnership, and we must carefully cultivate it. We will discuss further with the Catalyst, seek clarity on their goals, and ensure our shared vision remains at the forefront. Transparency and alignment will be the pillars of any potential collaboration. Another syndicate member, Jackson from Australia, chimed in, his voice brimming with excitement. I think it's worth exploring, Amelia. The Catalyst represents a chance for us to challenge the status quo and pioneer a new era of authenticity. If we can find common ground and work together, we could redefine the digital landscape and inspire positive change. Amelia smiled at Jackson's enthusiasm, grateful for the support. Thank you, Jackson. Your perspective echoes my own. The Catalyst allows us to channel our collective influence towards a greater purpose. We have the chance to make a lasting impact and shape the future of the virtual world. The discussion continued, each syndicate member voicing their thoughts and concerns, painting a vibrant mosaic of perspectives and emotions. Some expressed reservations about potential risks and losses, while others embraced the idea of collaboration and the possibility of a brighter future. It was a passionate exchange, fueled by the shared desire to make a difference and find a balance between success and authenticity. As the meeting drew close, Amelia addressed her syndicate members again, her voice filled with hope and determination. Let us proceed with caution and further dialogue. Our mission remains unchanged, but with the Catalyst, we can amplify our voices and forge a path toward a more genuine virtual realm. I urge you all to keep an open mind and continue contributing your ideas and concerns. We will reconvene once we have gathered more information and reached a collective decision. With those final words, the syndicate members dispersed, their avatars fading away as they returned to their digital realms. The Creators Hub stood silently, awaiting the next chapter in the Tube Syndicate's journey. Amelia remained in the virtual space, taking a moment to absorb the energy of the discussion. The excitement and uncertainty lingered in the air, reminding her of her responsibility as a leader. She knew that the decisions made in the coming weeks would shape the future of the Tube Syndicate and its role in the quest for authentic human connections. Amelia's resolve strengthened as she gazed upon the digital cityscape surrounding her. The path ahead might be uncertain, but she was determined to navigate it with integrity and a commitment to her syndicate's core values. The seeds of transformation had been sown, and now it was time to nurture them, to find the delicate balance between success, authenticity, and the pursuit of a better virtual world. Meanwhile, Max Chen, known as the Enigma within the TikTok tornadoes, was caught up in the whirlwind of the digital city, navigating the vibrant virtual streets with an air of energy and spontaneity. As his avatar, dressed in his signature black suit, danced through the virtual realm, Max stumbled upon a secluded corner tucked away from the bustling crowds. There he found himself face to face with Gabriel, a member of the Catalyst, although Max was unaware of Gabriel's affiliation. With a calm and composed demeanor, Gabriel stood before Max, his avatar radiating a sense of quiet determination. He wore a simple yet elegant outfit, symbolizing his commitment to authenticity rather than flashy appearances. Max, intrigued by Gabriel's presence, approached him with a curious expression. "Hey there, what brings you to this corner of the virtual world?" Max asked, extending a hand in greeting. Gabriel nodded in acknowledgement, his voice steady and measured. "Just taking a moment to step away from the crowds and gather my thoughts. This city can be overwhelming at times, don't you think?" Max grinned, the glimmer of mischief in his eyes. "Overwhelming, yes, but it's in the chaos that the magic happens. I'm Max, by the way, known as the Enigma within the TikTok tornadoes. What's your name?" Gabriel offered a slight smile, appreciating Max's energy. "I'm Gabriel. A pleasure to meet you, Max. I must say, I've seen your TikTok videos and your energy is contagious." Max laughed, running a hand through his hair. "Thanks, Gabriel. It's all about spreading positive vibes and bringing people joy. That's what the TikTok tornadoes are all about. What about you? Are you a content creator too? Gabriel smiled slightly as he responded, Well, you could say that. I believe in the power of genuine connections and the potential for positive change within the digital realm. I'm part of a group that shares those ideals. Curiosity piqued. Max leaned closer, intrigued by Gabriel's words. A group? That sounds interesting. Mind telling me more? Gabriel hesitated for a moment, weighing his options. The catalyst's secretive nature required caution, but perhaps this encounter with Max presented an opportunity for genuine conversation and mutual understanding. In truth, Max, I'm a member of the Catalyst, Gabriel revealed, his voice tinged with sincerity. We strive to dismantle the SMGs and restore a sense of authenticity to human connections within the virtual world. Max's eyebrows shot up in surprise. The Catalyst? That's quite a name. So you're challenging the SMGs? But why? Gabriel took a moment to choose his words carefully, aware that revealing too much too soon could be counterproductive. We believe the race for SMC and influence has overshadowed the pursuit of genuine connections and meaningful content. The Catalyst aims to provide an alternative path that puts authenticity at the forefront. Max's curiosity grew, his eyes glinting with intrigue. That's quite a mission. But how do you plan to achieve it? And what about the TikTok tornadoes? Have you had encounters with our gang? Gabriel smiled knowingly, appreciating Max's enthusiasm. Our approach involves fostering collaborations, sparking conversations and inspiring change. As for the TikTok tornadoes, we recognize your energy and influence. Perhaps it's time for our paths to intersect, to explore the possibilities of creating something truly transformative. Max leaned back, processing Gabriel's words. The idea of collaboration and challenging the established order intrigued him, but he couldn't help but feel a sense of loyalty to his gang, the TikTok tornadoes. You've given me a lot to think about, Gabriel, Max finally replied, but I can't make any promises. The TikTok tornadoes are like family to me, and we're all about spreading joy and positivity. I need to understand more about the Catalyst and how our goals align before I can commit to anything. Gabriel nodded, respecting Max's honesty. I understand, Max. Take your time. The Catalyst is here to provide an alternative, not to force anyone's hand. When you're ready, we'll be here to embark on a journey that could redefine the virtual realm. Max and Gabriel bid each other farewell, their avatars fading into the bustling digital city. Thoughts swirled in Max's mind as he danced through the virtual streets. The encounter with Gabriel had opened his eyes to new possibilities, the potential for change, and a reimagining of the virtual world. The decision ahead weighed heavily on his shoulders, knowing that whatever path he chose would shape not only his destiny, but also the future of the TikTok tornadoes and their role in the battle for authenticity. Meanwhile, Mark, leader of the Face Legion gang, entered the virtual meeting space with a purpose. As his avatar, dressed in a sleek silver suit, he exuded an aura of authority and determination. He had called for a meeting with Adriana, the leader of the Twitter Titans, and Sophia, the leader of the Instagram Imperials, to discuss the growing threat of the Catalyst and the potential impact on their gangs and SMCs. Adriana and Sophia, their avatars donned in stylish outfits representing their unique fashion sense, joined Mark in the virtual world. The meeting occurred in a luxurious virtual conference room, with floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking a stunning digital skyline. The room was adorned with art pieces and high-tech displays, projecting real-time social media metrics and engagement data. Mark initiated the conversation, his voice carrying a sense of urgency. Thank you both for joining me. We cannot ignore the Catalyst and its mission to dismantle the SMGs and their threat to the SMCs we've worked so hard to accumulate. Sophia, her expression thoughtful, leaned forward. Mark, we've been monitoring the Catalyst closely, and while we recognize the need to address the concerns they raise about authenticity, we haven't made up our minds about them yet. They do pose a challenge to the established system, but they also offer an alternative path. Adriana, nodding in agreement, chimed in. Indeed, Mark. The Catalyst's message has resonated with some of our followers, questioning the influence-driven nature of the SMGs. We cannot dismiss their concerns outright. Mark's brows furrowed as he listened. His skepticism was evident. I understand the appeal of their message, but we cannot afford to lose sight of our mission. The Face Legion stands for trust, stability, and the pursuit of truth. The Catalyst, in my view, is a relic of the old system, and their methods and motivations are suspect. Sophia raised an eyebrow, her tone measured but firm. Mark, we respect your perspective, but it's important to acknowledge that the landscape is changing. We must adapt and evolve to meet the needs of our followers and maintain our relevance. Adriana nodded in agreement. Sophia is right. The Catalyst represents a growing sentiment among the masses. We must be open to exploring new possibilities and considering their concerns. Mark's gaze shifted between Adriana and Sophia, weighing their words. He sighed and shook his head. I understand your points, but I cannot ignore the risks. The Catalyst's true intentions are unclear, and I fear that aligning ourselves with them may compromise the integrity of the Face Legion. Sophia's expression softened as she spoke. Mark, we're not suggesting blind allegiance or immediate collaboration. However, we must engage in dialogue, understand their perspectives, and find ways to address the authenticity concerns raised by the Catalyst. Our influence comes from the trust we've built with our followers, and we must not lose sight of that. Adriana added, we owe it to our followers and ourselves to explore all options. We must determine if there is common ground, and if there are ways we can work together while maintaining our identities. Mark considered their words, the weight of the decision resting heavily on his shoulders. He finally sighed and nodded, acknowledging their valid points. All right, Adriana, Sophia, let's proceed with caution. We will engage in discussions with the Catalyst, but I urge you both to stay vigilant and protect the interests of our gangs and the authenticity we strive for. The three leaders agreed to proceed cautiously, aware of the challenges ahead. As the virtual meeting ended, Mark disconnected and found himself back in the lavish expanse of his penthouse. Floor-to-ceiling windows painted the Chicago city skyline as a constellation of electric stars, the din of the bustling city below a mere whisper to his ears. His penthouse, an epitome of modern luxury with its tasteful furnishings and state-of-the-art technology, starkly contrasted with the heavy thoughts clouding his mind. With his tall, athletic frame and intense gaze, Mark was a man usually brimming with unwavering confidence. However, his thoughts were adrift in an ocean of doubts and possibilities tonight. The sight of the Empire State Building bathed in ethereal lights from his window provided a reassuring solidity in an unsteady world. As he pondered over the next steps for the SMGs, the delicate aroma of garlic and basil wafted through the air. He followed the scent into the open kitchen, greeted by the warm embrace of amber light and the sight of his girlfriend Kimberly stirring a pot of marinara sauce. Her raven locks cascaded down her back, and her infectious smile could make the stars seem dim. Mark's heart found solace in her presence. As he wrapped his arms around her from behind, she leaned back, her warmth anchoring him. Tough meeting? She asked with genuine concern in her eyes. Yeah, Mark began as they settled at the dining table, with candles flickering and plates adorned with sumptuous spaghetti and rich velvety sauce. The clink of cutlery and the soft hum of jazz in the background wove an intimate atmosphere. He recounted the events of the meeting, his words dancing in the air as he spoke of the Catalyst, the SMGs, and the crossroads at which they stood. His passionate discourse on authenticity and protecting the essence of human connection in the digital realm brought fire to his eyes. Kimberly listened intently, her eyes never leaving his face. She was his harbor in the storm, the heart that beat in tune with his. When he finished, she reached for his hand across the table. The depth of her understanding was reflected in her gaze. "Mark, life is an endless web of possibilities," she whispered. "But I know you. You'll find the path that holds to who you are, and whatever that path is, I'm with you." As the night deepened, Mark and Kimberly sat in a cozy corner in the living room. A soft throw draped over them as they gazed out at the city that never sleeps. The glow of the city lights enveloped them, and the silent whisper of a late-night Chicago breeze brushed against the windows. Ever so insightful, Kimberly suggested, maybe you should reach out to other content creators outside the SMGs. See what they think about the catalyst. It might give you a broader perspective. Mark's eyes lit up. That's brilliant, he said, kissing her forehead. He felt rejuvenated. The evening had been a lifeline he didn't know he needed. With renewed resolve, he made mental notes of the plans forming in his mind. Over the next few days, Mark's penthouse became an activity hub. His wide, open-plan living area, adorned with modern art and the warm hue of mahogany bookshelves, was transformed into a brainstorming space. The view of the city served as the backdrop for inspiration. One particular afternoon, Mark was in a virtual meeting with two influential content creators, Lucy and Javier. Their virtual avatars were on a large screen in his living room. Lucy's avatar, a charismatic woman with electric blue hair, said, "Hey Mark, I appreciate you reaching out. I've observed that the Catalyst seems to be a mixed bag, but they have some interesting initiatives that are hard to ignore." Javier, who had a cool, sophisticated avatar with a beanie, added, "Yeah, they seem to be genuinely pushing boundaries in terms of content." Mark leaned back in his plush armchair, contemplating Lucy and Javier's words. As the virtual avatars of his trusted allies spoke, he realized they had a point. The Catalyst, despite their mysterious nature, seemed to possess a genuine drive for pushing boundaries and questioning the established norms. Mark had initially viewed them as a threat, but now he saw an opportunity for dialogue and collaboration. "You know what, guys? You're right," Mark replied, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. "The Catalyst may have a different approach, but their initiatives have sparked conversations and challenged the status quo. Perhaps instead of seeing them as adversaries, we can engage in meaningful discussions and find common ground. After all, our goal is to promote authenticity and responsible influence." Lucy's avatar nodded in agreement, her electric blue hair shimmering in the virtual space. "Exactly, Mark. By opening up a dialogue with the Catalyst, we might uncover ways to bridge our perspectives and work towards a more balanced digital landscape. It's important to acknowledge their valid concerns while staying true to our values." Javier's avatar, calm and composed, chimed in. "Collaboration can be a powerful tool. If we find areas of mutual interest, we can amplify our efforts and impact. It's time to move beyond the notion of us versus them and explore how we can create positive change together." Mark's penthouse seemed to hum with excitement as the trio embraced the idea of reaching out to the Catalyst. They saw the potential for meaningful engagement and a chance to find common ground in their shared pursuit of authenticity. The once perceived adversaries could become allies in their quest to reshape the digital landscape. With newfound optimism, Mark made a mental note to initiate contact with the Catalyst. He recognized the importance of approaching them with respect and an open mind, ready to listen and understand their perspectives. As the virtual meeting concluded, he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement at the possibilities that lay ahead. Chapter 6. A Gang United. The virtual town hall meetings held by the Face Legion, TikTok Tornadoes, Twitter Titans and Instagram Imperials proved pivotal in shaping the SMG's next steps. The potential alliance with the Catalyst had sparked passionate discussions among the gangs, with members expressing varying viewpoints and concerns. Amelia from the Tube Syndicate was among the first to support an alliance with the Catalyst. "I believe that by joining forces with the Catalyst, we can amplify our impact and bring about the change we've always dreamed of. Together, we have the power to challenge the status quo and create a more authentic social media landscape. Let's not miss this opportunity to make a difference." Sophia, from the Instagram Imperials, shared Amelia's sentiment. "The Catalyst represents a movement that aligns with our values. They understand the importance of genuine connections and the need to counteract the superficiality that has permeated social media. By working together, we can leverage our collective influence and inspire a positive change beyond our platforms." Adriana, The leader of the Twitter Titans nodded in agreement. Max, representing the TikTok Tornadoes, carefully considered the arguments put forth by Amelia, Sophia, and Adriana. He'd always believed in the power of unity and collaboration, recognizing that together they could create a ripple effect far beyond their platforms. As he listened to their impassioned pleas, he couldn't help but acknowledge the potential that an alliance with the Catalyst held. Taking a deep breath, Max spoke up, his voice filled with conviction. "I understand the concerns that have been raised, but I believe that the Catalyst presents us with a unique opportunity. Their mission aligns with our own, to challenge superficiality and promote authentic connections. By joining forces, we can amplify our reach and create a formidable movement for change." He looked around the virtual town hall, meeting the eyes of his fellow leaders. "Our individual gangs have already achieved incredible feats, but imagine what we could accomplish together. The Catalyst brings a fresh perspective and a different set of skills to the table. Together, we can revolutionize the social media landscape and foster a culture of genuine connections and meaningful interactions." As Max finished speaking, a wave of anticipation washed over the virtual town hall. The leaders of the SMGs recognized the significance of the decision before them. It was not just about forming an alliance, but about forging a collective vision, pooling their strengths, and combining their resources to make a lasting impact. Members who had initially expressed skepticism began to see the potential for collaboration and the opportunity to make a substantial impact. They understood that by uniting with the Catalyst, they could amplify their message and work towards a shared goal of authenticity and genuine human connection. Mark's avatar, with a stern expression, stood tall. The room fell silent, and all eyes were on him. He took a deep virtual breath and spoke. "I have listened to each of you, considered the possibilities, and weighed the potential outcomes," Mark began, his voice resonating with conviction. "If the Catalyst truly aligns with our unwavering commitment to authenticity and genuine connections, we cannot ignore the potential for real positive change. However, let us not forget the importance of remaining vigilant. We must stay true to our values, ensuring that any collaboration maintains our core principles." An audible murmur of agreement swept through the room, affirming Mark's sentiment. The avatars nodded in unison, their digital faces reflecting a shared understanding and determination. With renewed purpose, Mark continued, his voice growing stronger. "Therefore, it is time for action. Let us waste no time in setting up a meeting with the Catalyst. I recommend we engage in a meaningful dialogue, exploring common ground and seeking avenues for collaboration. By working together, we can leverage our collective influence to shape a digital landscape that promotes authenticity, empathy, and responsible influence." The virtual space erupted with applause and cheers, their avatars expressing their enthusiastic support for the SMG leader's decision. The room buzzed with excitement and energy as ideas began to flow, strategies taking shape before their virtual eyes. As the room gradually quieted down, the SMG's avatars exchanged knowing glances, an unspoken agreement passing between them. The path was set, and they were prepared to venture into uncharted territory, eager to collaborate with the Catalyst and challenge the norms of the digital realm. Max took the initiative and reached out to Gabriel from the Catalyst. The meeting was set to take place in a neutral and symbolic location in the virtual world. The virtual meeting room buzzed with anticipation as all 5 leaders of the SMGs, together with their respective gang members, gathered to meet the Catalyst founder and all its leaders for the first time. Avatars of all shapes and sizes filled the virtual space, representing the diverse communities that these leaders had built. Max from the TikTok Tornadoes looked around, his neon green avatar standing out amidst the crowd. He could sense the energy in the room, a mix of curiosity, excitement, and a hint of skepticism. This was a momentous occasion, and everyone understood the gravity of the information that was about to be shared. Sci-Fi stepped forward as the room fell into a peaceful silence, commanding the room's attention. His avatar radiated an aura of wisdom and authority, capturing the gaze of the SMG leaders and their members. The virtual space filled with anticipation as Sci-Fi addressed the gathered crowd. Leaders of the SMGs, I stand before you today to acknowledge the power that resides within each of your communities. Sci-Fi's voice resonated, rich with a combination of charisma and conviction. While we may have operated as separate entities in the past, it is time to recognize that we share more in common than we may have realized. The avatars leaned in, their curiosity piqued. Max from the TikTok Tornadoes raised an eyebrow, intrigued by what Sci-Fi had to say. Sci-Fi continued, his voice carrying a hint of excitement. At the core of our endeavors, we all champion authenticity and genuine connections. We strive to create meaningful content that resonates with our followers, sparking conversations and promoting empathy. This common thread unites us, transcending our differences and paving the way for collaboration. The room buzzed with a mixture of surprise and intrigue. Avatars representing the different SMGs exchanged glances, acknowledging the truth in Sci-Fi's words. Despite their individual approaches and platform allegiances, the realization that they shared a common purpose began to sink in. Max's neon green avatar couldn't help but crack a smile. The skepticism he had initially felt was giving way to a newfound sense of possibility. He looked around and noticed the expressions on the faces of the other SMG leaders, expressions of contemplation, curiosity, and a glimmer of hope. Sci-Fi's voice rose, resonating with a touch of emotion. Imagine the impact we could make if we pool our resources, ideas, and influence. Together, we possess the power to shape the digital landscape, reclaiming it from the clutches of manipulation and superficiality. By collaborating, we can dismantle the barriers that divide us and forge a path towards a future where authenticity prevails. As the room filled with anticipation, Mark, the leader of the Face Legion, stepped forward, his avatar projecting a sense of determination. I believe this collaboration has the potential to redefine the digital landscape, he said. The Face Legion is ready to stand alongside the Catalyst and work together towards our shared vision. Amelia, representing the Tube Syndicate, nodded in agreement. Her avatar exuded confidence as she declared, "Count us in. We're ready to challenge the norms and push the boundaries of creative content. Together we can inspire real change." Max, the vibrant leader of the TikTok Tornadoes, couldn't contain his excitement. "This is an incredible opportunity for us to harness our collective influence," he exclaimed. "The TikTok Tornadoes are all in. Let's make a difference together." Adriana, the voice of the Twitter Titans, raised her hand, her avatar displaying a determined expression. "We've always aimed to spark discussions and drive social change," she affirmed. "Collaborating with the Catalyst aligns with our mission, and we're eager to contribute." Sophia, the creative force behind the Instagram Imperials, took a moment to consider the possibilities. Her avatar's thoughtful gaze spoke volumes. "Visual storytelling has the power to shape trends and influence behavior," she said. "Let's explore how our collective creativity can pave the way for a more authentic digital world." One by one, the leaders of the SMGs voiced their agreement, their avatars filled with a shared sense of purpose and unity. The virtual space reverberated with their determination to collaborate with the Catalyst, forging a path towards a more responsible and empathetic digital landscape. Sci-Fi smiled, his cloak billowing behind him. "Leaders and members of the SMGs, your decision to collaborate is a testament to your commitment to positive change," he commended. "Together, we will challenge the status quo, promote authenticity, and counter the dark underbelly of social media. Our united efforts will lead us to a future where empathy and responsible influence prevail." The virtual room erupted with applause and cheers, avatars representing the SMGs and the Catalyst, joining together in celebration of their newfound alliance. Excitement filled the air as they prepared to embark on this transformative journey, knowing their collective strength and shared values would guide them toward a brighter digital future. The stage was set for an unprecedented collaboration that would rewrite the rules and set a new standard for social media influence. "Leaders and members of the SMGs," Sci-Fi's voice reverberated through the virtual space. The Catalyst proposed our first collaboration should be to shed light on the dark underbelly of the social media landscape, to expose the manipulative algorithms, hidden agendas, and deceitful practices that have plagued our digital interactions. Adriana from the Twitter Titans leaned forward, her avatar's sharp features reflecting her intrigue. Tell us more, Sci-Fi. We are eager to understand the extent of this corruption and how it has affected us and our followers. Sci-Fi nodded, acknowledging Adriana's eagerness. For too long, algorithms designed to manipulate user behavior and prioritize profit over genuine connections have controlled social media platforms. These algorithms dictate what content is shown, what trends go viral, and who gains visibility. They have become a tool for targeted advertising, political manipulation, and amplifying harmful narratives. Gasps rippled through the virtual room as the leaders and members of the SMGs absorbed Sci-Fi's words. The implications were profound. The platforms they had dedicated their lives to had been tainted by forces beyond their control. Amelia from the Tube Syndicate raised her hand, her avatar's colorful hair catching everyone's attention. But how did this happen? How did we allow our passion for creativity and connection to be corrupted? Sci-Fi's expression grew solemn as he answered. It happened gradually, as these platforms became intertwined with the pursuit of profit and manipulating user behavior. The algorithms evolved to prioritize engagement metrics, often at the expense of authenticity and meaningful content. Advertisers and influential individuals with hidden agendas seized this opportunity to shape public opinion and exploit vulnerable communities. The virtual room buzzed with anger, frustration, and determination. The leaders of the SMGs exchanged glances, realizing the magnitude of the situation. They had been fighting battles in the digital realm, but now they understood that the real enemy was the system itself. Mark from the Face Legion, his avatar adorned with the Legion's blue color, spoke up, his voice firm. We cannot let this corruption go unchecked. We owe it to ourselves and our followers to reclaim the authenticity that has been lost. How do we fight back? Sci-Fi's gaze met Mark's, a spark of admiration in his eyes. We fight back by uniting our forces, leveraging our collective reach, influence, and passion for change. Together, we can expose these manipulative practices, demand transparency, and advocate for platforms prioritizing genuine human connections over profit. A wave of determination swept through the virtual room as the leaders and members of the SMGs absorbed Sci-Fi's words. This was the moment they had been waiting for. The opportunity to reshape the digital landscape and reclaim their platforms. Amidst the sea of avatars, Sophia from the Instagram Imperials stepped forward, her avatar radiating confidence and resilience. We must work together, share knowledge, and amplify our voices. The power lies within our communities, and by standing together, we can create a movement that inspires change. The virtual room erupted with applause, avatars of all the SMGs and the Catalyst joining in the virtual celebration of unity and purpose. The alliance forged at this moment would become a force to be reckoned with, a beacon of hope in the vast expanse of the digital world. As the meeting drew to a close, the leaders and members of the SMGs felt a renewed sense of purpose and determination. They understood the challenges that lay ahead, but they were no longer alone in their fight. The Catalyst had joined their ranks, providing valuable insights and strategies to combat the corruption that had tainted their platforms. With their shared mission to expose the dark underbelly of the social media landscape, the SMGs and the Catalyst prepared to embark on a journey that would test their resolve, challenge their limits, and reshape the digital world for generations to come. In the days following their historic alliance, the SMGs and the Catalyst poured their energy into a coordinated effort to combat the manipulative algorithms controlling their platforms. Each gang used its unique strengths to launch a campaign aimed at educating their followers about the insidious forces behind their feeds. The Instagram Imperials, led by Sophia, curated a series of powerful images that symbolized the corruption of the algorithm, accompanied by captions that unpacked the intricate ways it dictated content visibility and skewed users' perception of reality. The images were visually stunning, stirring emotions among their followers while highlighting the urgent need for change. Adriana from the Twitter Titans rallied her wordsmiths to develop a series of punchy and informative tweets that trended worldwide under the hashtag #BreakTheAlgorithm. The tweets explained clearly and concisely how the algorithms prioritized engagement metrics, often at the expense of authenticity and valuable content. Meanwhile, the Tube Syndicate, under Amelia's guidance, created compelling videos that dived into the inner workings of the algorithms, showing the real-world consequences of this manipulative system. They combined personal stories, expert interviews, and incisive commentary to keep their viewers engaged and informed. Mark and the Face Legion tapped into their extensive network and resources to develop an alternative algorithm prioritizing genuine human connections. This colossal task required intricate coding, massive testing, and continuous tweaking. Progress was slow, but the Legion remained undeterred, fueled by the shared vision of creating a fair digital landscape. As the campaign picked up momentum, the United Front faced various challenges. Social media platform owners expressed resistance, fearing a dip in user engagement and profit. External backlash emerged from those who found comfort in the familiar, algorithm-curated online experience. Amidst these obstacles, disagreements over tactics sparked within the Alliance. During one of their virtual meetings, Sci-Fi voiced his concern. "We need to be careful not to alienate those resistant to change. Our campaign should inspire conversation, not create division." Sophia quickly responded, "We can't afford to water down our message. People need to understand the severity of this issue." Mark intervened. "We all share the same goal. The key lies in maintaining our unity. We each approach this fight in our way, and that's our strength. We should respect our differences and remember we're on the same side." The meeting ended with a renewed commitment to their shared cause. They acknowledged the challenges but held firm in their resolve to transform the social media landscape. Armed with a collective voice and driven by a shared purpose, they pressed forward, igniting a digital revolution to redefine online engagement rules. As weeks turned into months, the Alliance's relentless campaign began to make waves. They had mobilized millions of followers, and their message was being heard. The hashtag #BreakTheAlgorithm was constantly on trending lists, and mainstream media had begun reporting on their movement. In a bid to counteract the manipulative algorithms, Mark and his Face Legion team unveiled the alternative algorithm they had been developing. It was named Genesis, symbolizing a new beginning for social media platforms. Genesis aimed at prioritizing genuine human connections, authentic content, and value-based engagement over mindless scrolling and addiction. Mark decided to do a live demonstration for the world. With Mark at the helm, the Face Legion organized a virtual conference that was attended by not only the members of the Alliance, but also journalists, tech experts, and representatives from social media companies. The virtual room was a sea of avatars as Mark's towering figure took center stage. The air was heavy with anticipation. "Today we take a stand against the forces that have enslaved us to our screens and robbed us of authentic connections," Mark began. "We present Genesis, an algorithm built on transparency, respect, and humanity. An algorithm that serves the people, not profit." As Mark explained the features of Genesis and demonstrated its capabilities, there was a palpable sense of hope among the attendees. However, their successes were met with mounting challenges. The major social media platforms launched an aggressive counter-campaign to discredit the Alliance by labeling them as disruptors of social harmony. As the virtual conference was in progress, a series of DDoS attacks attempted to take down the servers hosting it. The Alliance's cybersecurity experts, led by Gabriel, fought back, deflecting the attacks and securing their systems. Despite these attacks, the conference succeeded, and Genesis received overwhelming support. The Alliance challenged the social media companies to adopt Genesis or face a mass exodus of users demanding a fairer platform. Amelia received an encrypted message from an anonymous source after the conference. It contained evidence of some social media giants colluding to sabotage Genesis and malign the Alliance. Amelia immediately called for a virtual emergency meeting of the Alliance. As she presented the information, anger and resolve surged through the members. "We have them on the back foot and they're scared," said Adriana from Twitter Titans. "This is our moment. We need to expose this." The Alliance decided to leak the information to trustworthy journalists and follow up with a coordinated social media storm exposing the conspiracy. As the information went public, the reaction was explosive. The hashtag #TheTruthUnveiled went viral, and demands accountability from social media companies reached a fever pitch. Governments worldwide started noticing and investigating social media companies' practices. As days turned into weeks, the Alliance's pressure and global outcry led to several social media platforms agreeing to adopt and test the Genesis algorithm. The world was watching as the tide began to turn. The united SMGs and the Catalyst had managed to initiate a shift in the digital landscape. Though they knew this was the beginning of a long battle, the Alliance members felt they had brought hope for a more authentic, connected, and humane online world for the first time. Their fight would continue, but the battle they had waged had created ripples that would forever change the ganglands of the digital age. The morning after the SMGs and the Catalysts scored their first major victory, Adriana packed her bags and hopped on a flight to Los Angeles to visit her sister Sophia. She wanted to take a breather and celebrate the success they achieved together. When Adriana arrived at LAX, she was greeted by Sophia, who was wearing her signature smile and a chic pair of sunglasses. They embraced tightly, and Sophia exclaimed, "I can't believe you're finally here. We have so much to celebrate." They headed straight to a trendy brunch spot in West Hollywood. Over avocado toast and acai bowls, they talked animatedly about the movement, their plans, and how exciting it was to make a difference. They then decided to explore the city together. Day 1. The sisters' adventure began when they hopped into Sophia's sleek electric convertible. The sun was shining, and the skies were a perfect shade of blue. They headed down Sunset Boulevard, which was bustling with activity. People from all walks of life were visible, from street musicians to tourists taking selfies with the Walk of Fame stars. The air was electric with laughter, music, and car horns. Sophia turned to Adriana excitedly and said, "You know, Sunset Strip is like the mecca for nightclubs and music venues. Have you ever heard of the Tunnel or Whiskey A Go-Go?" Adriana's eyes lit up as she replied, "Oh, are those the places that hosted some of the greats?" Sophia nodded vigorously. "Exactly. Take Whiskey A Go-Go, for instance. Bands like The Doors started there. The place is legendary." Adriana looked around in awe and said, "Wow, that's amazing. I feel like I'm walking through the pages of music history." Sophia pointed around and said, "You've hit the nail on the head. But it's not just about the music. Just look at the food scene." As they cruised down the street, they were greeted by various scents. Food trucks were serving everything from spicy tacos to gourmet ice cream. They also saw chic cafes with patrons chatting and enjoying coffee al fresco. Adriana exclaimed, "Oh my gosh, is that a Korean BBQ taco truck? And what? Lavender ice cream? I didn't even know that was a thing." Sophia grinned and said, "Sunset Strip never ceases to amaze. There's something for everyone's taste here." Adriana practically bounced excitedly and said, "The energy here is infectious. I could stay out all night." Sophia clapped her hands together and replied, "That's the spirit. But wait, there are also amazing comedy clubs, bookstores, and boutique shops to explore." Adriana gasped, "I can't believe one street can offer so much culture and excitement." Sophia put her arm around Adriana and said, "That's Sunset Strip for you. It's like a concentrated dose of the best of LA. The adventure never ends." Adriana hugged Sophia and said, "I'm so thrilled we did this. It's a night to remember." Sophia raised her coffee cup and said, "Absolutely. Cheers to many more adventures on the Strip." They then decided to head to the Griffith Observatory. As they drove up, they noticed the lush green surroundings that starkly contrasted with the urban Sunset Boulevard. Hikers, dog walkers, and families enjoying picnics waved as they passed. Upon reaching the observatory, they were greeted by a breathtaking view of Los Angeles, the Hollywood sign, and the distant mountains. The crowd around them was diverse, with tourists taking pictures and locals reading books or chatting. Sophia leaned in and whispered to Adriana, "The best part is the telescope. At night you can see the stars so clearly." Adriana spread her arms wide and exclaimed, "I feel on top of the world right now." They grabbed a snack at the cafe in the observatory and were joined by an elderly couple who had fascinating stories to share. "I met Marilyn Monroe once, a long time ago," the elderly man began. Adriana and Sophia listened with their eyes wide. After bidding farewell to the charming couple, they explored the observatory's exhibits and took silly photos pretending to hold the Hollywood sign. Adriana turned to Sophia and asked, "Can we make this day any more iconic?" Sophia winked and replied, "This is just the beginning, sis." They sang their favorite songs at the top of their lungs as they drove back down with the wind in their hair. Their day ended at a cozy restaurant, reminiscing about the people and sights they met. It had been an unforgettable blend of culture, history, fun, and sisterly bonding in LA. Day 2. The next day, the sisters immersed themselves in art and culture. They put on their most artsy outfits, Sophia in a flowing bohemian dress and a wide-brimmed hat, and Adriana in high-waist pants and a chic blouse. They arrived at the Getty Museum, which is perched on a hilltop. The tram ride up offered them panoramic views of Los Angeles and its lush green gardens. Sophia looked around wide-eyed and said, "The Getty has to be one of the most stunning museums, don't you think?" Adriana nodded and replied, "Absolutely. The architecture itself is like a work of art." Once inside, they marveled at the various colors and textures from the museum's beautiful gardens. People were everywhere, sketching, taking photos, or simply sitting and enjoying the scenery. When they entered the museum, the art left them awe-stricken. "Look at the brushwork on this Van Gogh painting," exclaimed Sophia. Adriana leaned in closer and whispered, "It's so detailed. I can't even begin to imagine the patience this must have taken." As they talked, a man wearing a paint-splattered shirt and round glasses approached them. He introduced himself as Pablo, an artist from Spain. "Do you paint?" asked Pablo. Adriana smiled and said, "I dabble a bit, but nothing like this." Pablo smiled back and said, "Art is a journey, not a destination. Every stroke tells a story." They wandered through the galleries, surrounded by art enthusiasts, school groups, and tourists. The atmosphere was filled with a quiet respect, as people from different backgrounds shared this unspoken bond of art appreciation. "Let's check out the sculpture garden," suggested Sophia. Adriana's eyes lit up, and she responded, "Lead the way." As they stepped outside into the sculpture garden, they were greeted by the sound of a jazz trio performing. The music of the saxophone, coupled with the visual feast around them, was mesmerizing. Sophia and Adriana found a soft spot on the grass and lay down, soaking in the music. "This is the life, isn't it?" murmured Adriana. Sophia turned to her and replied, "It sure is. Moments like these make it all worthwhile." Later, they grabbed lunch at the museum's cafe and shared a table with a group of art students. The conversation was lively, with discussions about art, culture, and life in LA. An art student leaned in and said, "You must visit the Arts District before you leave." Sophia raised her coffee cup in agreement and said, "We'll add it to our list." They ended the day by watching the sunset from the museum's terrace, capturing yet another perfect day in the City of Angels. Sophia and Adriana headed home, their hearts and minds enriched by the art and the wonderful people they had met. They knew this was a day they would never forget. Day 3. Sophia and Adriana woke up early, eager to embark on their shopping adventure. They wore their chic sunglasses and headed to Rodeo Drive, the mecca of luxury shopping. As they drove through Beverly Hills, the palm trees lined the streets, standing tall against the bright blue sky. The atmosphere was buzzing. Tourists with cameras, fashionistas strutting their stuff, and the occasional celebrity sighting. Sophia excitedly waved her hands around. "This is like walking in a fashion magazine. Just look around." Adriana grinned and responded, "I know, right? It's like we're on a runway and everyone's dressed to impress." When they entered Gucci, a fashion-forward salesman greeted them with an enthusiastic wave. "Ladies, looking fabulous. How can I assist you today?" Sophia giggled and replied, "We're on a mission to find the perfect outfits for tonight." As they started trying on dresses, jackets, and a plethora of accessories, a group of shoppers joined in. The store turned into a whirlwind of fashion fun. Adriana held up a bag with wide eyes. "Oh, look at this beauty." Sophia winked and replied, "It's practically calling your name." After their shopping escapades, they decided to stop for a coffee at an outdoor cafe. They met Carmen, a vibrant fashion blogger, and her adorable Dalmatian spots. Carmen approached them with a bright smile. "You ladies look amazing. I'm doing a street-style segment for my blog. Can I feature you?" Sophia and Adriana looked at each other and shouted in unison, "Absolutely!" Spots tried to nudge his way into the frame as they laughed and struck poses for Carmen's camera. They soon moved on to their next stop, Versace. Inside, Sophia found a stunning dress that took her breath away. "This dress was made for me!" exclaimed Sophia. Adriana looked at her, adding, "And those shoes are to die for. We are definitely making some fashion statements tonight." They continued down Rodeo Drive, popping into Chanel, Louis Vuitton, and Tiffany's. As the day turned into evening, they decided to grab dinner at a trendy sushi spot on Rodeo Drive. Adriana took a bite of her sushi and her eyes widened with delight. She exclaimed, "This sushi is out of this world." Savoring her own piece, Sophia grinned and replied, "Everything tastes better after a day of shopping." They clinked their glasses in celebration of their successful shopping spree. As they returned to their car, the lights of Rodeo Drive twinkled like stars on the ground. They drove back with their treasures, excited to showcase their new looks. They knew this was not just about shopping, but also about the experience and the memories they were creating together in the vibrant and glamorous atmosphere of Los Angeles. Day 4. Sophia and Adriana decided to trade the hustle and bustle of the city for a day of serenity by the sea. They headed towards Malibu, driving down the Pacific Coast Highway with the roof down and the ocean breeze in their hair. As Sophia and Adriana stepped out of the car near the ocean, Sophia took a deep breath and exclaimed, "Ah, the salty air and the sound of waves. Nothing beats the ocean." Adriana twirled around and giggled, "I feel like a mermaid." They then pulled into a secluded upscale spa nestled between the cliffs and the ocean. A spa receptionist greeted them with scented towels and herbal teas, saying warmly, "Welcome, ladies. How may we help you immerse in tranquility today?" Adriana's eyes sparkled as she responded, "We want the full pampering package." Sophia enthusiastically added, "Bring on the massages, facials, and champagne." As they changed into plush robes, they marveled at the breathtaking view from the spa. The ocean seemed endless, with waves crashing onto the rocks below. During the massage, the sound of the waves complemented the masseuse's expert touch, and Sophia nearly dozed off. She whispered dreamily, "This is heavenly." Adriana, equally relaxed, whispered back, "I don't want this to end." After a full day of pampering, rejuvenated and glowing, they made their way to Nobu Malibu for dinner. The restaurant buzzed with patrons enjoying the exquisite sushi and stunning ocean views. They were seated by the window, with the beach just in sight. The sun was setting, casting a golden glow over the ocean. A waiter approached and said, "Our special today is the Omakase chef's tasting menu. It's a unique selection chosen by the chef." Sophia replied with a smile, "That sounds perfect. We'll have that and a bottle of your best sake." Course after course, they marveled at the sushi's artistry and the explosion of flavors. Adriana leaned back in her chair and said, "We needed this, recharging ourselves for the battles to come." Sophia raised her glass and said, "Definitely. And the food here is beyond amazing." As they toasted to their sisterhood, They noticed a group of dolphins jumping out of the water in the distance. Adriana pointed and exclaimed, "Did you see that?" Sophia's eyes widened as she said, "Wow, this day just keeps getting better." They drove back under the moonlight as it shimmered over the ocean, and the stars seemed to be in sync with their content hearts. They shared stories, laughed, and sang along to the radio, cherishing the bond they had and the beauty surrounding them. Day 5. The sun greeted Los Angeles with a golden embrace as Sophia and Adriana, donned cute summer outfits and sunglasses, made their way to Venice Beach. The atmosphere was electric. Street performers showed off their talents, skaters glided past them, and the scent of food from various trucks wafted through the air. Adriana looked around excitedly as she exclaimed, "Venice Beach is so lively. It feels like a carnival by the sea." Sophia nudged her and said, "Oh, just wait until you try the food. There's nothing like the fish tacos here. They're legendary." They rented colourful beach cruiser bikes with baskets and began cycling down the boardwalk. On one side was the endless ocean, and on the other side was a kaleidoscope of shops, cafes, and murals. They stopped at a food truck with a line of people eagerly waiting. Adriana's eyes widened as she said, "This must be good if there's a line." Sophia responded with a knowing smile. "Trust me, these fish tacos will change your life." As they savoured the delicious tacos, a street performer nearby juggled flaming torches while riding a unicycle. Adriana clapped and said, "This place is bonkers, I love it." They continued their bike ride to the Venice canals, marvelling at picturesque homes and bridges. They snapped photos and fed some ducks. Sophia remarked, "This place feels like a little piece of Europe." Adriana replied in amazement, "I can't believe the variety LA has to offer." They made another stop at the Venice Art Walls, where local artists were busy painting murals. Sophia grabbed Adriana's hand and said, "Let's get some goofy photos here." They posed, made faces, and laughed as they captured memories. As the sun began to set, they returned the bikes and grabbed ice creams before heading to the beach. They plopped down on the sand and watched as the sky turned into an artist's canvas with shades of pink, orange, and purple. Tears welled up in Adriana's eyes as she said, "Thank you for this amazing week. It was everything I needed." Sophia hugged her tightly and responded, "The pleasure is all mine, sis. We're not just sisters, we're warriors in this together. But sometimes we also need to let our hair down." They shared a heartwarming hug as the waves crashed behind them. The next day was bittersweet as Sophia dropped Adriana off at the airport. They made promises to do this again. As Adriana's plane ascended, she looked out over Los Angeles, feeling immense gratitude for the time spent with her sister. Her spirit was rejuvenated, and she felt newfound energy to continue the fight alongside the Catalyst and SMGs. High above the clouds, Adriana made a silent vow to always find a balance between fighting for a cause and living life to the fullest. Lost in her thoughts, she was startled when the woman seated beside her initiated a conversation. The woman, with a friendly smile, leaned over and said, "Excuse me, but aren't you Adriana, the leader of the Twitter Titans? I'm a big fan." Surprised but grateful for the recognition, Adriana smiled and replied, "Yes, that's me. It's great to meet you. What's your name?" The woman introduced herself as Tammy, an avid social media user who enjoyed multiple platforms, but confessed that Twitter held a special place in her heart. She expressed her admiration for Adriana and the Twitter Titans, highlighting how their dedication to promoting positive discussions and meaningful connections had positively impacted her online experience. Humbled by the kind words, Adriana leaned in closer and engaged in a heartfelt conversation with Tammy. They delved into their shared experiences, discussing the challenges of navigating the digital landscape while striving to promote authenticity and inclusivity. They exchanged stories about their favorite Twitter conversations, memorable interactions, and the power of building supportive communities within the platform. As the conversation deepened, Adriana confided in Tammy about the recent developments within the SMGs and their collaboration with the Catalyst. She shared her excitement for the Alliance's potential to create a more compassionate and mindful online world. Tammy nodded enthusiastically, expressing her belief that such collaborations were essential for driving positive change and fostering healthier online environments. They continued to exchange ideas and perspectives, exploring how the united efforts of the SMGs and the Catalyst could inspire individuals to become more responsible digital citizens. Adriana spoke passionately about the importance of empathy and understanding in online interactions, emphasizing the need for genuine connections that transcended surface-level engagement. Tammy listened intently, sharing her experiences using social media as a tool for personal growth and education. She expressed her desire to contribute to the movement for a more authentic and empathetic digital landscape. As the plane soared above the clouds, Adriana and Tammy forged a connection rooted in their shared love for social media and their shared mission for positive change. They exchanged contact information, promising to stay in touch and collaborate on future initiatives that aligned with their vision. The remainder of the flight passed in a blur of animated conversation, with Adriana and Tammy discussing strategies, ideas, and the importance of community engagement. By the time the plane touched down in London, they had formed a friendship rooted in their shared passion and commitment to making a difference. As they bid each other farewell, Adriana felt renewed purpose and excitement. The chance encounter with Tammy reaffirmed her belief in the power of collective action and the ability of social media to unite like-minded individuals. At that moment, Adriana realized that the fight for a more inclusive and empathetic digital world was not one she faced alone. With the support of passionate individuals like Tammy and the united strength of the SMGs and the Catalyst, they were unstoppable, a force of change, compassion, and authentic connection in the vast digital realm. Chapter 7: Unmasking the Shadows. The meeting room within the metaverse was alive with energy and anticipation. The SMGs and the Catalyst leaders had gathered to discuss their second joint mission, ending the ruthless romance scammers preying on unsuspecting victims across popular social media platforms. In 2035, the concept of romance scams evolved into a sophisticated and sinister operation. With the rise of social media credits, SMCs, and cryptocurrencies, a digital fortune awaited those who could exploit the vulnerable. The romance scammers of 2035 were not just individuals, but organized groups employing advanced technology and psychological tactics to defraud victims. Representing the Catalyst, Sci-Fi began the meeting by displaying holographic projections to provide insights into the scammers' operations. Sci-Fi spoke concernedly. These scammers create deepfake personas nearly indistinguishable from real people. They use artificially generated photos, voices, and even video calls to lure victims into believing they are in a genuine relationship. Max chimed in with alarm in his voice. "It's horrifying. They use social engineering to gather information about the victims and manipulate them emotionally." Sci-Fi continued. "They primarily target individuals likely to have substantial SMCs and cryptocurrencies. They often spend weeks or even months building what appears to be a genuine connection. Eventually, they concoct a crisis or an investment opportunity requiring urgent financial assistance." Adriana added, "And the worst part is, they are all over the social media platforms, from Facebook to YouTube. They are even infiltrating gaming communities and fitness groups. No platform is safe." Gabriel, whose avatar was that of a wise old sage, spoke in a deep voice. "The people they hurt are not just losing digital assets. They are having their hearts and trust broken. Some victims have lost their life savings. We've seen severe depression and mental health issues arising from such scams." The room felt heavy with the weight of responsibility. Sophia broke the silence. "We need to take a stand, not just as SMGs or the Catalyst, but as guardians of our communities. We must use our collective knowledge and resources to create an environment where trust can be rebuilt." Mark contributed to the discussion with determination. "We should start by educating our communities about these scams, make them aware of the signs and what to look out for." He continued, We've seen these romance scammers' devastating impact on people. It's time we end their deceit and restore faith in online relationships." Sophia nodded in agreement, her avatar exuding a fierce determination. "Our platforms hold immense power, and it's our responsibility to use that power to educate and empower our followers. We must equip them with the tools to distinguish between genuine connections and manipulative tactics." Gabriel, representing the Catalyst, added, "To achieve that, we must develop a robust verification system that allows users to establish their authenticity and weed out potential scammers. We need to make it harder for them to hide behind false identities." Adriana, the voice of reason, raised her hand, her avatar projecting a sense of confidence. "What if we create a unified verification process? Each SMG can work with its influencers to spread the word and encourage users to undergo a verification process. We can make it cool, engaging, and part of the social media experience." Mark, the strategic thinker, chimed in. "We can collaborate with cybersecurity experts to develop a secure verification system. Implementing this across our platforms make it more difficult for scammers to operate and instill confidence in our users." The room erupted in a chorus of agreements and ideas. Excitement filled the virtual air as plans began to take shape. The leaders knew they had the power to make a real impact, not just in stopping romance scammers, but in restoring faith in online connections as a whole. Over the next few weeks, the SMGs and the Catalyst worked tirelessly to bring their vision to life. Influencers within each SMG stepped up, using their platforms to raise awareness about the risks of romance scams and the importance of verification. Emma from the Face Legion shared a heartfelt video recounting her experience with a romance scammer and warning her followers about the signs to watch out for. Liam from the Tube Syndicate crafted a series of captivating short films, shedding light on the emotional manipulation tactics used by scammers and urging viewers to be vigilant. May from the TikTok Tornadoes choreographed a dance routine that seamlessly incorporated safety tips, making it entertaining and educational for her followers. Simultaneously, the Catalyst brought their cybersecurity expertise to the table. They collaborated with the SMGs to develop a unified verification process, leveraging advanced authentication checks and document verification. The goal was to create a secure and streamlined process that users could easily follow to establish authenticity. In the virtual meeting, Mark's avatar projected a sense of satisfaction. This unified verification system empowers our users to control their online interactions. We are giving them the tools to recognize and avoid scammers, and in doing so, we are restoring trust in our digital communities. Adriana, Sophia, Max, and Gabriel nodded in agreement, their avatars forming a circle of unity. "Together we are stronger," Sophia remarked, her voice filled with determination. "Our combined efforts will send a powerful message to scammers that we will not tolerate their deceit. We are reclaiming the digital landscape." As the virtual town hall meetings ended, the leaders knew they'd embarked on a mission that would reshape the online world. They were fighting not just against romance scammers, but for their followers' hearts and minds. Through education, verification, and collective action, they would create an environment where genuine connections could flourish. The news of the SMGs and the Catalyst's joint mission spread like wildfire across social media. People rejoiced at the prospect of a safer and more authentic online experience. Users shared stories of their encounters with romance scammers and expressed gratitude for the SMGs and the Catalyst's efforts. But the romance scammers were not happy. Their lucrative schemes were being disrupted, and they realized they faced a formidable alliance. They began to retaliate, using bots and fake accounts to spread disinformation and undermine the credibility of the SMGs and the Catalyst. However, the united front of the SMGs and the Catalyst proved resilient. Their influencers rallied their followers, urging them to stay vigilant and report suspicious activity. The online community came together, supporting one another and sharing resources to expose and combat romance scammers. The impact of their joint mission was tangible. Reports of successful romance scams dwindled, and people became more cautious and skeptical of online relationships. Verification became a badge of trust, signaling that a user had undergone the necessary checks to establish authenticity. The SMGs and the Catalyst had exposed the tactics of romance scammers and unveiled a newfound power within the online community. They had shown that when united, they could confront the dark underbelly of the digital world and create positive change. As the SMGs and the Catalyst leaders gathered for their next joint effort, the atmosphere was filled with anticipation and determination. They knew the battle for authenticity extended beyond exposing deceitful practices and promoting mental well-being in the digital realm. Inspired by the growing recognition of TikTok as an online resource for mental health, the SMGs devised a comprehensive campaign to relieve social isolation and loneliness, inspire healthy lifestyle changes, and provide support for needy individuals. Representing the Tube Syndicate, Amelia kicked off the discussion with her characteristic enthusiasm. YouTube has become a powerful platform for self-expression and connection. We can amplify messages of hope, resilience, and self-care through creative videos. Let's use our influence to highlight mental health resources, encourage open conversations, and provide community to those who need it. Mark, the visionary of the Face Legion, nodded in agreement. Absolutely. We can leverage the Face Legion's reach to raise awareness about mental health initiatives and destigmatize seeking help. Our content creators can share personal stories and coping strategies and promote positive mental well-being. We can create a safe space for open dialogue and foster a sense of belonging together. Adriana, representing the Twitter Titans, interjected with her trademark insight. Let's not forget the power of words. The Twitter Titans can curate impactful hashtags, threads, and discussions that shed light on mental health. Engaging in thoughtful conversations can break down barriers, challenge misconceptions, and provide resources for needy individuals. We must make social media work for, rather than against, mental health. Sophia, the driving force behind the Instagram Imperials, added her perspective. Instagram has the potential to inspire positive change. We can promote self-care practices, mindfulness techniques, and body positivity through visually captivating posts. Let's collaborate with influencers and mental health professionals to share valuable insights, guide individuals towards resources, and cultivate a community that celebrates authenticity and well-being. As the leaders brainstormed ideas, a shared vision began to take shape. They agreed to launch a joint social media campaign that would feature powerful videos, engaging posts, and thought-provoking discussions centered around mental health. They planned to collaborate with mental health professionals, organizations, and influencers to provide accurate information, resources, and support. Representing the TikTok tornadoes, Max listened attentively to his fellow leaders as they discussed their plans to promote mental well-being on social media. As the conversation shifted toward personal experiences, Max felt a stirring in his heart. He knew this was the perfect opportunity to share his struggles with mental health and profoundly contribute to the campaign. Taking a deep breath, Max raised his hand to speak. The room fell silent as all eyes turned to him, awaiting his words. He hesitated momentarily, grappling with his vulnerability, but he knew his story could make a difference. "Thank you all for your inspiring ideas," Max began, his voice filled with a mix of nervousness and determination. When we talk about mental health, it's important to remember that even those who may seem strong and full of energy can silently battle their demons. I want to share a personal journey that has shaped me and deepened my understanding of the importance of mental well-being. He paused briefly, gathering his thoughts before continuing. For a long time, I struggled with anxiety and self-doubt. There were moments of darkness and uncertainty behind the vibrant energy and creativity that I showcased on TikTok. It took me a while to acknowledge my struggles and seek help, but when I did, it was a turning point in my life. Max looked around the room, meeting the eyes of his fellow leaders. Through therapy, self-reflection, and the support of loved ones, I learned coping strategies and began to prioritize my mental well-being. It was a journey of self-discovery and acceptance, and it's a journey that I continue to navigate every day. He took a moment to let his words sink in, allowing the vulnerability of his story to resonate with those in the room. Max's openness created an atmosphere of trust and understanding, encouraging others to share their experiences and perspectives. Amelia, Sophia, Mark, and Adriana listened intently, their admiration for Max's courage evident in their eyes. Amelia, in particular, felt a deep connection with Max's story. She had always admired his creativity and energy on TikTok, but now she saw him in a new light, a fellow traveler on the path to mental well-being. Amelia spoke up, her voice filled with gratitude. "Thank you, Max, for sharing your journey with us. Your openness and honesty inspire us to embrace our struggles and support one another in this campaign. We can create a space of understanding, compassion, and hope." The other leaders nodded in agreement, their hearts touched by Max's vulnerability. They realized that their campaign to promote mental health had taken on a deeper meaning. It was not just about raising awareness or sharing resources. It was about fostering a community of empathy and support, where individuals could find solace and understanding in the midst of their struggles. With renewed determination, the SMG leaders continued to flesh out their campaign, integrating Max's story and personal insights into their content strategy. Each SMG leader was fueled by the collective desire to make a meaningful impact and provide individuals with the tools to navigate the digital realm in a way that nurtured their mental well-being. They recognized the power of social media in extending the reach of mental health professionals, relieving social isolation, and fostering a sense of community. Representing the Face Legion, Emma spoke up, her voice filled with determination. "We can use our photography skills to capture raw emotions, depicting the realities of mental health struggles, while also showcasing the strength and resilience of individuals. We can encourage empathy and understanding through our images, urging others to reach out and offer support." Liam, the charismatic vlogger from the Tube Syndicate, chimed in. "Let's take it one step further and organize live streams and Q&A sessions where our followers can interact with mental health professionals. This way we can bridge the gap between online platforms and mental health services, providing real-time support and guidance." Alex, the witty wordsmith of the Twitter Titans, added his input. "We should curate a comprehensive list of mental health resources, helplines, and organizations. We can connect individuals to the support they need by amplifying their reach through our platforms. Let's encourage our followers to engage in self-care practices and share their experiences, fostering a sense of community and empathy." The SMG's plans grew more detailed and ambitious as the discussion continued. They envisioned partnerships with local meetups and organizations to provide offline support and initiatives to empower teenagers with the technical and social skills needed to thrive in society. Through their collaboration, the SMGs aimed to harness the power of social media not only to entertain, inspire, and uplift. Their campaign would be a testament to the positive influence that could be wielded in the digital realm, urging users to prioritize their mental well-being and embrace the support and resources available. As the virtual meeting drew to a close, the leaders of the SMGs were filled with a sense of purpose and optimism. They knew that their joint efforts had the potential to make a real difference, relieving the burdens of social isolation, fostering empathy, and building a community that championed mental health. With renewed determination, the SMGs prepared to launch their campaign, ready to transform the digital landscape and make social media a force for good. In this place, individuals could find support, understanding, and inspiration for their mental well-being. Months have passed since the SMGs launched their campaign to promote mental well-being on social media. The impact of their collective efforts was far-reaching and profound. Across platforms, hashtags related to mental health trended, sparking meaningful conversations and encouraging users to share their experiences and seek support. The SMGs utilized their influence to amplify messages of hope, resilience, and self-care, resonating with millions of individuals who had felt not seen, heard, and understood. The campaign's success was evident in the flood of messages pouring in from grateful users. Stories of personal transformation, connections forged, and stigma shattered filled the comment sections and direct messages. the SMGs had created a safe and inclusive space where people felt comfortable sharing their struggles, seeking advice, and offering support to one another. Recognizing the impact of the SMGs campaign, mental health professionals and organizations eagerly joined forces to provide additional resources and guidance. Collaborations with therapists, counselors, and psychologists resulted in live streams, Q&A sessions, and virtual support groups, extending the reach of mental health services beyond traditional channels. Users could access professional expertise, ask questions, and gain valuable insights to aid their journeys toward well-being. The SMGs also partnered with local meetups, community organizations, and schools to host workshops and events to equip individuals, especially teenagers, with the skills necessary to navigate the digital realm and build resilience. These initiatives fostered a sense of empowerment and agency, ensuring individuals had the tools to flourish in online and offline spaces. The impact of the SMGs campaign extended beyond the virtual realm. Through collaborations with mental health professionals and organizations, they advocated for policy changes and increased resources for mental health support. Their collective voice resonated with policymakers and society at large, raising awareness about the importance of mental well-being and the need for accessible and affordable mental health services. Most importantly, the SMGs created a supportive and compassionate community where individuals felt validated and understood. They had successfully transformed the digital landscape into a space that nurtured mental health, championed authenticity, and fostered genuine connections. Countless lives were touched, and the ripple effects of their campaign spread far and wide. As the leaders of the SMGs reflected on the results of their efforts, a sense of fulfillment washed over them. They had made a tangible difference, breaking down the barriers of social isolation, challenging stigmas, and providing individuals with the resources and support they needed to thrive. The journey was difficult, but the SMGs' unity, empathy, and unwavering determination prevailed. Looking to the future, the SMGs continued their commitment to promoting mental well-being. They recognized that the battle for mental health was ongoing, requiring sustained efforts to dismantle barriers, fight stigma, and foster a culture of acceptance and support. Through their platforms and collaborations, they vowed to keep the conversation going, amplifying voices and empowering individuals to prioritize their mental well-being in the digital age. The SMGs campaign had proven that social media could be a powerful force for good when harnessed with intention and purpose. It demonstrated that authenticity, empathy, and genuine connections could flourish even in the vast expanse of the digital realm. With hearts ablaze and a shared vision, the SMGs remained committed to transforming the social media landscape, one post, one interaction, and one life at a time. The Catalyst, recognizing the aligned goals of the SMGs, stepped forward to offer their support. With their deep understanding of the digital realm and their commitment to authenticity, the Catalyst became valuable allies in the SMGs' mission to promote mental well-being and combat misleading advertisements. Together, the SMGs and the Catalyst forged a powerful alliance, leveraging their respective strengths and resources to amplify their impact. The Catalyst's expertise in sparking conversations and challenging the status quo complemented the SMG's dedication to transparency and fostering genuine connections. Through their collaboration, the SMGs and the Catalyst plan to launch more groundbreaking campaigns, pushing the boundaries of social media activism and engagement. Chapter 8: Standing Strong in the Face of Shadows. As the leaders reconvened in their virtual meeting room, they discussed the next crucial issue they wanted to address: misleading advertisements. Representing the Tube Syndicate, Amelia opened the discussion with her characteristic enthusiasm. Misleading advertisements profoundly impact consumers, leading to disappointment, financial loss, and even harm. We have a responsibility to protect our followers from deceptive marketing practices. Let's leverage our platforms to expose and challenge these misleading advertisements, ensuring that our users have access to accurate and transparent information. Mark, the visionary of the Face Legion, nodded in agreement. Transparency and integrity should be the pillars of advertising. As SMGs, we have the power to influence the advertising landscape and hold businesses accountable. Let's collaborate with regulatory bodies, consumer protection organizations, and influencers who share our values. We can shed light on deceptive marketing practices and demand ethical standards. Adriana, representing the Twitter Titans, chimed in with her trademark insight. The Twitter Titans can play a crucial role in this campaign. We can amplify consumer complaints, encourage users to share their experiences with misleading advertisements, and create hashtags that trend to raise awareness. By harnessing the power of our collective voice, we can drive the conversation and pressure businesses to be more responsible and transparent. Sophia, the driving force behind the Instagram Imperials, added her perspective. Instagram is a visual platform that is often targeted by misleading advertisements. We can collaborate with content creators who prioritize authenticity and honesty, showcasing their stories and experiences with misleading advertisements. Through captivating visuals and heartfelt captions, we can empower our followers to be critical consumers and make informed decisions. Max, the enigmatic leader of the TikTok tornadoes, leaned forward, his gaze filled with determination. Let's use the power of short-form videos to expose the truth behind misleading advertisements. We can create engaging content that reveals the tricks and manipulative techniques businesses use. By educating our followers and providing them with the tools to recognize deception, we empower them to be smart consumers. With their strategies aligned, the SMG's leaders devised a comprehensive campaign to tackle misleading advertisements. They plan to collaborate with consumer protection organizations, regulatory bodies, and legal experts to gather evidence and share information on deceptive marketing practices. They would encourage their followers to report misleading advertisements and share their experiences, creating a database of testimonials that would expose the extent of the issue. The leaders recognized that their collective influence and reach would be crucial in driving change. They envisioned a series of videos, posts, and discussions that would educate their followers on the red flags to look out for in advertisements, encourage critical thinking, and provide resources for reporting deceptive practices. They also planned to collaborate with influencers who shared their commitment to transparency and ethical advertising. As the campaign unfolded, the SMG's leaders witnessed its impact firsthand. Their followers embraced the call for transparency and accountability, sharing their experiences and voicing their concerns. The hashtags related to the campaign gained traction, reaching a broad audience and catching the attention of businesses and regulatory authorities alike. Through their joint efforts, the SMG's leaders empowered consumers to make informed choices and demanded ethical standards in advertising. They exposed deceptive marketing practices, challenged businesses to be transparent, and paved the way for a more trustworthy and consumer-centric advertising landscape. Their campaign sparked a broader conversation about the importance of honest advertising, leading to increased scrutiny from regulatory bodies and consumer protection organizations. Businesses began to rethink their advertising strategies, recognizing the significance of transparency and the consequences of misleading consumers. As the leaders celebrated the impact of their campaign, they knew that their work was far from over. The battle against misleading advertisements would be ongoing, requiring continued vigilance and collaboration. But they were fueled by the progress they had made and the knowledge that they were making a difference in the lives of their followers. Amelia smiled, reflecting on the journey they had embarked on. Together, we have raised awareness, empowered consumers, and notified deceptive businesses. Our collective voice has the power to shape the advertising landscape and protect the rights of consumers. Let's continue to shine a light on misleading advertisements and inspire change. Mark nodded in agreement, his determination unwavering. We have witnessed the impact of unity and authenticity in our campaigns. Let's stay committed to our mission, amplifying the voices of truth and holding businesses accountable. Our followers trust us to guide them, and we will not disappoint them. Adriana, known for her strategic thinking, added her insights. Our collaboration has shown that we are stronger together. By sharing information, resources, and best practices, we can create a collective force that is impossible to ignore. Let's continue to leverage our platforms and engage our followers in the fight against misleading advertisements. Sophia, always driven by her passion for authenticity, spoke up. We can reshape the advertising industry and demand a higher standard of ethics. Let's encourage businesses to prioritize transparency, honesty, and consumer well-being. Through our campaigns, we can inspire a culture of responsible advertising and protect the trust between businesses and consumers. As Max, the enigmatic leader, absorbed the energy in the room, a smile played on his lips. Their journey had been one of growth, resilience, and impact, and he was determined to continue using their creativity, passion, and influence to expose misleading advertisements and foster a culture of integrity. They had made a lasting difference in the lives of their followers and the digital world, and that was something their enemies could not deny. Those who opposed the SMGs had been biding their time, waiting for the perfect moment to strike back. They couldn't stand the SMGs' influence and power, knowing it threatened their own hidden agendas. The enemy's orchestrated campaigns aimed to cast doubt on the SMGs' intentions and tarnish the reputation they had worked so hard to build. Rumors began circulating, fueled by anonymous sources, spreading like wildfire across social media. Hashtags like SMGF fraud and #expose the SMGs trended, amplifying the false narratives and causing uncertainty among the SMGs' followers. These attacks were not limited to online campaigns. They extended into coordinated hacking attempts, targeting their social media accounts and disseminating false information to their dedicated supporters. Amelia, Mark, Adriana, Sophia, and Max, the leaders of the SMGs, found themselves facing an unprecedented challenge. Their collective strength and resilience were tested as they grappled with the relentless attacks on their integrity and the very foundations of their missions. Amelia, always optimistic, refused to let these shadowy forces break them. She recognized that their mission was rooted in truth and authenticity, and they had to confront the concerns raised against them head-on. Transparency would become their most potent defense. Mark, the visionary, understood the gravity of the situation. He recognized the need to gather evidence and expose the puppeteers behind the attacks. Their authenticity and the loyalty of their followers would ultimately prevail in dispelling the false accusations. Adriana, the voice of reason, stressed the importance of maintaining composure. She urged her fellow leaders not to stoop to the level of their adversaries. Instead, they should respond with grace and dignity, letting their actions speak louder than any false narratives. Sophia, the advocate for transparency, proposed a proactive approach. She believed in opening up their platforms for direct discussions, allowing their followers to voice their concerns and ask questions. By addressing these doubts openly, they could rebuild trust and debunk the false narratives threatening their reputation. Max, the enigmatic leader, remained calm and focused amidst the storm. He reminded his fellow leaders that they had anticipated resistance on their journey. These attacks only validated the significance of their mission. They needed to fortify their security measures, collaborate with experts, and expose the shadowy companies and individuals behind the attempts to destroy them. Together, the SMG's leaders devised a multi-pronged strategy. They strengthened their cybersecurity defenses, tracing the origins of the attacks and shining a light on the shadowy entities orchestrating them. They launched a counter-campaign, using their platforms to disseminate the truth, address the accusations, and reaffirm their unwavering commitment to transparency and integrity. Their loyal followers played a crucial role in this battle. Encouraged by the SMGs, they shared their positive experiences and countered the false narratives with their own stories. Grassroots movements formed, with supporters using the power of their voices to defend the SMGs against the onslaught. As the battle raged on, public sentiment gradually shifted. Many began to see through the veil of deception and manipulation, realizing that the attacks were driven by vested interests threatened by the SMGs' influence. Hashtags like Stand with SMGs and #TruthPrevails trended, demonstrating their followers' unwavering support and loyalty. Slowly but surely, the grip of the shadowy forces weakened. The SMGs' dedication to the truth, their transparency, and the steadfast support of their followers became the foundation upon which their reputation was rebuilt. Emerging stronger and more determined from this challenging period, the SMGs continued their mission with renewed purpose. They understood that the battle against deception and manipulation would always be ongoing. The attacks they faced reinforced their commitment to authenticity and transparency. The SMGs grew more resilient with each hurdle they overcame, realizing their impact extended far beyond the virtual realm. Their loyal followers remained steadfast, recognizing the truth in the SMG's message and the positive change they brought to the digital landscape. Together, they formed an unbreakable front, sharing stories, debunking misinformation, and championing the cause of the SMGs. Chapter 9: Shadows of Betrayal. Amelia sat in her virtual office, and her brow furrowed as she reviewed a series of suspicious activities within the Tube Syndicate. An overwhelming sense of concern gnawed at her, and she couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Deep in her gut, she knew that their alliance had been compromised. Unable to bear the weight of her suspicions alone, Amelia reached out to one of her most trusted confidants, Tristan, a tech-savvy Tube Syndicate member known for his cybersecurity expertise. They had worked together on numerous projects, and his keen eye for detail made him an invaluable asset. In the midst of the virtual metaverse, Amelia activated a secure video call with Tristan. The environment shimmered with futuristic hues, as if reflecting the gravity of their conversation. A sense of urgency hung in the digital air, mirrored by her furrowed brows and determined expression. Amelia's voice trembled slightly as she shared her findings with Tristan. Her concern is evident in her tone. "Tristan, I've discovered a pattern of unusual activities within our network. Coordinated efforts to access sensitive information and instances of data breaches. I fear we may have a mole within our ranks." Tristan's eyes widened, mirroring Amelia's unease. He quickly scanned the evidence she presented, his fingers flying across his holographic keyboard as he delved deeper into the intricate web of suspicious activities. The realization hit them both like a bolt of lightning. Their alliance, which had been built on trust and a shared vision, was now compromised. The impact of this betrayal reverberated through their virtual environment, casting shadows on the once bright and promising future they had envisioned. Amelia's emotions were a tumultuous mix of anger, disappointment, and a deep sense of betrayal. As a leader, she had strived to create an environment where authenticity and trust thrived. To discover that their unity had been tainted struck the core of her beliefs. The weight of responsibility settled heavily on Amelia's shoulders as she realized the magnitude of the situation. It was not just her gang that was at risk. The entire alliance's mission and the genuine connections they had fought for were in the balance. Amidst the disheartening revelation, a fierce determination welled up within Amelia. She refused to let this betrayal define their cause. With Tristan by her side, she resolved to uncover the mole's identity and protect their alliance from further harm. The virtual office, once a symbol of unity and progress, now became a battleground of emotions and strategic planning. Amelia and Tristan meticulously mapped out their investigation, identifying key individuals and scrutinizing their actions. Each lead and clue would be pursued relentlessly, no stone left unturned. The virtual environment seemed to reflect their determination as they delved deeper into the intricate web of digital footprints. Amelia knew the finding of a mole within the Tube Syndicate would send shockwaves through the SMG and the Catalyst Alliance. As she confided in her trusted ally Tristan about the suspicious activities, she couldn't help but wonder if the other SMGs were facing a similar threat. They reached out to their fellow leaders with a sense of urgency to discuss their concerns. The leaders of the Face Legion, Twitter Titans, Instagram Imperials, and TikTok Tornadoes gathered in a virtual meeting room. The environment crackled with tension, and the holographic displays projected a montage of suspicious activities and data breaches. Clearly, each SMG had been experiencing similar disturbances within their ranks. Mark, the leader of the Face Legion, was the first to speak, his voice laced with frustration and disbelief. "Amelia, I can't believe what you've just shared. We've been facing similar issues within the Face Legion, instances of unauthorized access and leaks of sensitive information. It's clear that we have a mole in our midst." Adriana, the leader of the Twitter Titans, nodded solemnly. "Mark, you're not alone. The Twitter Titans have also encountered breaches in our security and unusual behavior among some of our members. I had hoped it was an isolated incident, but now we're all targets." Sophia, representing the Instagram Imperials, interjected with a mix of concern and determination. "I've noticed the same patterns within our gang. It's disheartening to think that someone we trusted could betray us like this. Our mission, authenticity, everything we've worked for is at stake." Max, the leader of the TikTok Tornadoes, chimed in, his voice unwavering. "I share your sentiments, Sophia. The TikTok Tornadoes have experienced strange activities as well. It's clear that there's a mole among us, but we won't let them tear us apart." As each leader spoke, the gravity of the situation became palpable. Shock and disbelief led to a collective determination to uncover the traitor and protect their alliances. The virtual room hummed with renewed purpose as they discussed their investigations, sharing the clues and evidence they had gathered. Mark leaned forward, his voice firm. "We cannot let this betrayal weaken us. We must work together, share any findings, and coordinate our efforts. The moles have infiltrated our gangs, and they threaten us all." Amelia nodded, her gaze meeting Mark's. "You're right, Mark. Our unity is our strength. By pooling our resources and combining our knowledge, we increase our chances of exposing the moles and bringing them to justice." Adriana's eyes sparkled with determination. "Let's send a clear message to these moles. They may have deceived us, but they will not win. Together, we'll uncover their identities and ensure justice is served." Sophia added, "We owe it to our gangs, our followers, and the authenticity we stand for. Let's expose this betrayal and show the world we are stronger together." Max stood tall, his commitment unwavering. "We won't rest until the moles are unmasked. We'll protect our alliances and restore trust within the SMGs. Our mission is too important to let these traitors stand in our way." As the leaders concluded their meeting, they felt a sense of unity and purpose. The discovery that all 5 gangs had a mole shook them to their core, intensifying their determination. They were now faced with the daunting task of identifying and neutralizing multiple threats within their ranks. In the days that followed, each gang initiated their investigations, employing their unique resources and methods to uncover the identities of the moles. Amelia enlisted the help of her trusted ally, Tristan, utilizing his technological expertise to trace suspicious activities within the Tube Syndicate. Mark reached out to his most loyal and discerning members in the Face Legion, tasking them with gathering information discreetly. Adriana mobilized her network of influential Twitter users, urging them to remain vigilant and report suspicious behavior. Sophia deployed her team of savvy analysts within the Instagram Imperials, poring over data and connections to expose the betrayers. With his unwavering determination, Max took to the virtual streets of the TikTok Tornadoes, engaging his followers in a collaborative effort to uncover the moles. As the investigations unfolded, tensions ran high. Each leader grappled with anger, frustration, and a relentless drive to protect their gangs. Clues were pieced together, patterns emerged, and the identities of the moles began to surface. However, the revelation that multiple moles existed within the SMGs astounded the leaders. Their trust had been shattered, and the magnitude of the betrayal was overwhelming. In a subsequent virtual meeting, the leaders shared their findings, their voices filled with shock and determination. The realization that their alliances had been compromised was a bitter pill to swallow, but it only fueled their resolve to root out the moles and restore trust within their ranks. "We stand united against these traitors," Mark declared, his voice resonating with unwavering determination. We will expose them individually and ensure that they face the consequences of their actions. Amelia nodded, her eyes steely. No one betrays the Tube Syndicate and gets away with it. We will unveil their true faces and make them answer for their treachery. Adriana's gaze hardened. The Twitter titans will not be silenced by deceit. We will reveal the moles and show them the power of truth. Sophia clenched her fists, her resolve unyielding. The Instagram Imperials will expose these betrayers and restore authenticity to the digital world. We won't let their actions define us. Max's voice carried a resolute tone. The TikTok tornadoes will bring justice to these moles. We will protect our community and rid ourselves of their toxic presence. Sci-Fi nodded solemnly, his piercing gaze meeting Amelia's. Indeed, the shadows of betrayal have cast a dark cloud over our alliance. Amelia's brows furrowed as she spoke. We must act swiftly to identify the moles and neutralize their threats. Gabriel's absence is unfortunate, as his expertise would have been invaluable in uncovering the traitor's identity. Mark interjected, his voice filled with determination. Agreed. While Nate and others may not be present, we must not lose sight of our mission. We owe it to ourselves and our followers to protect the authenticity we stand for. Sophia chimed in. We must proceed with caution, remaining vigilant within our ranks. We cannot allow suspicion to erode the trust we have built. Sci-Fi's eyes glimmered with intensity as he addressed the group. Rest assured, and the Catalyst stands by your side in this crucial endeavor. We will assist you in your search and work tirelessly to ensure that justice is served. Amelia's gaze softened, her skepticism giving way to a glimmer of hope. You would do that? Help us root out the traitors within our own ranks? She questioned. Sci-Fi nodded, his cloak swaying with his movement. Indeed, we must ensure that our alliance remains strong and unwavering. The Catalyst will conduct an internal investigation to ascertain if there are any moles within our organization as well. We share a common goal, to expose deceit and restore trust in our digital realm. Mark's eyes narrowed, his determination unwavering. We appreciate your commitment, Sci-Fi. Together we will unveil the true faces of those who have betrayed us, both within our respective SMGs and within the Catalyst. Sophia's voice rang with resolve. Let us forge ahead, united in our quest for justice and authenticity. The Instagram Imperials will cooperate fully and assist in any way possible. Max clenched his fists, a fire burning in his eyes. The TikTok tornadoes are ready to take action. We will work closely with the Catalyst to protect our community and rid ourselves of these moles. Adriana's stern expression softened as she spoke. The Twitter titans are prepared to collaborate. We must rebuild trust and ensure that our collective influence remains untainted. Sci-Fi's gaze swept across the virtual space, meeting each leader's eyes. Leaders of the SMGs, we have faced betrayal, but we will emerge stronger through our unity and determination. Together we will cleanse our ranks, expose the traitors, and continue our mission to promote authenticity and responsible influence. The virtual room resonated with a renewed sense of purpose and solidarity. The SMGs and the Catalyst were united in their resolve, ready to confront the challenges ahead and restore trust within their alliances. The search for the moles would be arduous, but with their combined efforts, justice would be served, and the authenticity they championed would prevail. Following the meeting, the Catalyst thoroughly examined its systems, communication channels, and personnel records. They meticulously reviewed logs and cross-referenced data and used advanced encryption techniques to safeguard their operations. Days turned into nights as the investigation unfolded, tensions running high within the Catalyst and the SMGs. Each member faced internal scrutiny and external pressure to maintain their vigilance and dedication to the alliance. At the same time, a sense of unease permeated the digital landscape as rumors circulated, whispers of betrayal and distrust weaving their way through the social media platforms. The absence of key players like Gabriel and Nate left a void that deepened the uncertainty surrounding the mole's identity. Within the SMGs, influencers and members grappled with their suspicions and doubts, and questioned the authenticity of their connections. Some chose to remain steadfast in their belief in the alliance, while others became wary, keeping a watchful eye on those around them. As the investigation neared its culmination, tensions reached a boiling point. Secrets would be unearthed, trust shattered, and the true nature of the betrayal revealed. The shadows of deception threatened to consume the alliance, but the leaders and their loyal members refused to let it tear them apart. Meanwhile, Amelia sat in front of her computer screen, her fingers trembling slightly as she typed out a message to Nate. It had been days since she last heard from him, and a deep sense of concern gnawed at her. She couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss, that Nate's absence was more than just a coincidence. Her heart ached with worry, and she couldn't help but wonder if he had somehow become entangled in the web of betrayal that plagued their alliance. After sending the message, Amelia picked up her phone and dialed her best friend's number. The familiar voice of Nicole greeted her on the other end of the line. "Hey, Amelia, what's up?" Nicole asked, sensing the urgency in her friend's voice. Amelia took a deep breath, her voice trembling slightly. "Nicole, I'm apprehensive about Nate. He's been radio silent for days and I can't shake this feeling that something's wrong. What if he's involved in all of this betrayal?" There was a brief pause on the other end of the line before Nicole responded, her tone cautious. "Amelia, I understand your concern, but we can't ignore the signs. Nate has been acting strangely lately, keeping to himself and avoiding discussions about the investigation. It's like he's hiding something." Amelia's heart sank, her worry deepening. "But Nicole, Nate is a loyal member of the Catalyst. I can't imagine him betraying Sci-Fi." Nicole's voice held a note of caution. "Amelia, it's hard to believe, but we can't afford to turn a blind eye to the possibility. Trust is crucial in situations like this, and we need to investigate if there's even a shred of doubt." Amelia sighed, her mind conflicted. She trusted Nate, but she couldn't ignore the mounting suspicions. "You're right, Nicole. We can't let our emotions cloud our judgment. I'll keep an eye out for any signs of his involvement." Nicole's voice softened with concern. "Just be careful, Amelia. We're in the midst of a storm and need to protect ourselves and the Alliance. If Nate is involved, we have to face it head-on." Amelia nodded, her determination resurfacing. "I won't let our trust be shattered, Nicole. We'll uncover the truth and restore the authenticity we stand for." With those words, Amelia ended the call, her mind filled with a mix of worry and resolve. The storm of uncertainty raged on, and she vowed to navigate its treacherous waters, hoping to find answers and, above all, to safeguard the integrity of their alliance. Chapter 10. The Unveiling. As the investigation unfolded, tensions heightened within the gangs. Suspicion lingered in the air, and trust, already strained, became a precious commodity. The search for moles tested the leaders' abilities to maintain harmony among their members, while delving deeper into the heart of the betrayal. Throughout their joint efforts, the impact of the SMGs and the Catalyst's collaboration reverberated across the digital world. People witnessed the positive changes brought about by their united front, as authenticity and transparency replaced the deceit that had plagued the social media landscape. Yet not all gangs within the SMGs experienced the same level of success. Some faced internal conflicts and challenges that threatened to fracture their unity, requiring the leaders to navigate treacherous waters and find common ground. As the leader of the Tube Syndicate, Amelia keenly observed the disparities in how the collaboration affected each gang. She recognized the strains that arose from the uneven distribution of influence and power. Resentment and envy permeated the air, threatening to erode the fragile bond they had forged. Adriana's suspicion intensified, for she could not ignore the possibility that the moles instigated these conflicts to further their hidden agendas. In virtual meetings and private conversations, tensions simmered as the leaders grappled with their ambitions and the larger mission. Doubts arose, challenging their commitment to one another. Were they genuinely united in their pursuit of authenticity, or were they being manipulated by the moles? The challenges they faced were external and internal, testing the fabric of their alliance. Yet amidst the turmoil, Mark, Adriana, Amelia, Sophia, and Max recognized their diversity as their greatest strength. Each SMG brought unique perspectives and skills, complementing one another in their collective pursuit of truth. They realized that to overcome the obstacles before them, they must set aside their differences, trust one another wholeheartedly, and channel their collective power towards the common goal of unmasking the moles. The SMG leaders acknowledged the complexity of their journey. The discovery of the moles and the conflicts within their ranks had presented them with their greatest challenge. Nevertheless, their unwavering determination to protect their alliances and restore authenticity fueled their spirits. The battle to unmask the moles and safeguard their collaborations had just begun, and they were prepared to face it head-on, knowing that their unity was the key to their triumph. Amidst the mounting tension and suspicions, the SMGs and the Catalyst leaders recognized the need to proceed cautiously. The unmasking of the moles required a meticulous approach to ensure that innocent members were not falsely accused and that the true culprits were brought to justice. Adriana called for a virtual emergency meeting, bringing her gang. The digital space crackled with anticipation as everyone joined the virtual room, their faces displaying concern, curiosity, and determination. As the virtual emergency meeting commenced, tension filled the digital air. Adorned with a cloak of resolve, Adriana addressed the gathering with a firm voice. She revealed the mole's identity within the Tube Syndicate. Jason, a longtime member who had garnered trust and influence within the gang. Gasps echoed through the virtual room as gang members exchanged bewildered glances. Jason was once regarded as a loyal ally and was now exposed as a traitor. The weight of his betrayal weighed heavily on their hearts. Adriana presented a meticulous compilation of evidence against Jason, showcasing his covert communications with external entities seeking to exploit the Tube Syndicate's collaborations. Messages were unveiled, revealing the damage he'd inflicted upon their alliances, sharing sensitive information, manipulating conversations, and sowing seeds of distrust. Anger, disappointment, and disbelief washed over the gang members. They had shared moments of vulnerability and camaraderie with Jason, unaware of the sinister motives that lurked beneath his facade. The betrayal felt personal, shaking their trust in one another. Adriana, determined to protect her gang and restore unity, approached the situation with measured resolve. She called for a fair and impartial inquiry, ensuring that innocence was upheld and the true extent of Jason's actions were laid bare. In a virtual trial-like setting, Adriana presented the evidence against Jason, allowing him the opportunity to defend himself. Witness testimonies were heard, cross-examinations conducted, and the truth meticulously unraveled. The process was emotionally charged and intellectually rigorous, as the Tube Syndicate sought justice while maintaining its commitment to fairness. Ultimately, the evidence was overwhelming, and Jason's guilt became undeniable. Though wounded by his betrayal, the gang remained steadfast in pursuing justice. Adriana, acting as the voice of her gang, rendered the final verdict, expulsion from the Tube Syndicate, severing all ties that once bound them. As Jason's virtual presence dissipated, a solemn silence fell over the room. The impact of his actions lingered, serving as a stark reminder of the dangers within their alliances. The Tube Syndicate had weathered the storm, but they remained vigilant, knowing that the unmasking of one mole did not guarantee the absence of others. Meanwhile, the leaders of the other SMGs were drawing closer to identifying the moles within their gangs. The investigation became more intricate each day, revealing a web of deceit that had entangled their alliances. Suspicion grew, fueling a mixture of determination and anxiety. Adriana's revelation inspired a renewed sense of urgency within the other leaders. They recognized the significance of their challenges and the imperative to safeguard their alliances. The virtual environment crackled with intensity as the leaders shared information, cross-referencing clues and working collectively to expose the moles. Amidst the chaos, the leaders remained resolute, drawing strength from one another. The unmasking of the moles had become a shared mission, transcending individual gang boundaries. They knew that only by standing united and unraveling the truth could they protect their alliances, restore trust, and pave the way for a future free from betrayal in the ganglands of the digital age. Mark, leader of the Face Legion, felt a mix of trepidation and determination as he delved deeper into the investigation to identify the mole within his gang. He knew that uncovering the truth would be pivotal for the Alliance and their collective mission. Mark had already spent countless hours poring over data, analyzing patterns, and scrutinizing the actions of his gang members. He meticulously cross-referenced information, comparing it with the evidence Adriana and the other leaders shared. The weight of responsibility pressed upon him as he understood that the integrity of their alliance hung in the balance. One evening, as Mark dug deeper into suspicious activities within the Face Legion, he stumbled upon a series of encrypted messages exchanged between gang members and an external source. The clandestine nature of these conversations raised immediate concerns. Driven by his instincts, Mark gathered his key trusted advisors within the Face Legion. With a mix of anxiety and determination, he addressed the group, laying out the evidence he had uncovered. The virtual environment crackled with anticipation as the gang members listened intently. As Mark presented the encrypted messages, he felt a knot tighten in his stomach. The revelations were unsettling, indicating possible collaboration between a few gang members and external forces seeking to undermine the alliance. Each message seemed to hint at information leaks, manipulations, and plans that aligned with the disturbances faced by the SMGs. Mark's heart sank as he recognized the faces behind these encrypted conversations. Rachel and Brock, two influential members of the Face Legion who had long been regarded as loyal and trustworthy. The realization hit him like a punch to the gut, shattering the image he had built of his gang. A surge of conflicting emotions washed over Mark: anger, disappointment, and a profound sense of betrayal. He struggled to comprehend how individuals he had trusted could willingly jeopardize the alliance and their shared mission. Mark summoned Rachel and Brock to a private virtual meeting, masking his emotions behind a facade of calm and composure. The room felt tense as he confronted them, presenting the evidence that implicated their involvement in the subversive activities. Rachel and Brock initially denied the accusations, attempting to deflect blame and obfuscate their true intentions. But Mark's unwavering determination and the weight of the evidence left little room for denial. Rachel and Brock's faces contorted with guilt and desperation as the truth was laid bare. The realization of the consequences of their actions sank in, and they understood the magnitude of their betrayal. Mark, though shaken by the revelation, maintained his composure. He made it clear that their actions had severe consequences, not just for the Alliance, but for the integrity of their gang. With a heavy heart, he rendered the verdict expulsion from the Face Legion, severing all ties and stripping them of their positions of influence. In the aftermath, the Face Legion was left reeling from the betrayal. Mark's emotions oscillated between anger, disappointment, and a sense of personal failure. He questioned his judgment and the steps he could have taken to prevent this breach of trust. Yet amidst the turmoil, Mark found solace in the support and resilience of his remaining gang members. While painful, the unmasking of the moles brought them one step closer to purging the Alliance of its internal threats. Mark knew that the journey to reshape the social media landscape was not without its challenges and sacrifices. It required unwavering determination and a willingness to confront even the most difficult truths. The unmasking of the moles served as a stark reminder of the importance of vigilance, trust, and the relentless pursuit of authenticity in their shared mission. Sophia, leader of the Instagram Imperials, felt a mix of determination and unease as she embarked on the mission to identify the mole within her gang. She knew that unmasking the traitor was crucial to protect the Alliance and restore trust within their ranks. Sophia had initiated a meticulous investigation, closely scrutinizing the activities and interactions of her gang members. She analyzed engagement patterns, messaging histories, and suspicious behavior, searching for signs of betrayal. Her instincts led her to focus on a few influential members acting strangely recently. In a virtual meeting with her trusted advisors, Sophia presented her findings, outlining the discrepancies she had uncovered. The atmosphere in the virtual room was tense, filled with anticipation and concern. The gang members listened intently, their eyes darting from one another, as Sophia meticulously laid out the evidence. As Sophia spoke, she felt disappointment and anger welling up within her. The evidence pointed to two influential members, Lisa and Ryan, who had been involved in covert activities that compromised the integrity of their alliance. It pained Sophia to realize that those she had trusted implicitly had betrayed her and the collective mission. Summoning Lisa and Ryan to a private virtual meeting, Sophia concealed her emotions behind a composed facade. She presented the evidence, confronting them with the weight of their actions. Initially, they tried to deny their involvement, weaving a web of excuses and deflections. However, Sophia's unwavering determination and undeniable proof left them little room to escape. Lisa and Ryan's faces contorted with guilt and apprehension as the truth was laid bare. They understood the gravity of their actions and the consequences that awaited them. Sophia, torn between disappointment and an unwavering determination, rendered the verdict. She expelled Lisa and Ryan from the Instagram Imperials, severing all ties and stripping them of their positions of influence. It was a difficult decision, but Sophia knew it was necessary to protect the integrity of their alliance. In the aftermath, the Instagram Imperials experienced a mix of emotions. Sophia felt a profound sense of disappointment and a personal sense of responsibility for not detecting the betrayal sooner. However, she also felt a renewed determination to safeguard the alliance and rebuild the trust that had been compromised. Meanwhile, Adriana, leader of the Twitter Titans, and Max, leader of the TikTok Tornadoes, were undergoing similar investigations within their gangs. With her keen intuition, Adriana identified suspicious activities surrounding two prominent members, Linda and Andrew. She confronted them with the evidence, ultimately expelling them from the Twitter Titans. Driven by his relentless pursuit of truth, Max uncovered an intricate web of deceit within the TikTok Tornadoes. He discovered that Hannah and Ethan, once trusted members, were manipulating information and leaking vital intelligence. Max confronted them, exposing their betrayal and severing their ties with the gang. Each leader felt mixed emotions, anger, disappointment, and a sense of personal failure. However, they also recognized that unmasking the moles was essential to protect the alliance and uphold the integrity of their shared mission. As Sophia, Adriana, and Max shared their findings, a renewed sense of unity washed over them. They realized that the journey to reshape the social media landscape required strength in the face of betrayal and a collective resolve to protect their alliances and ensure the authenticity they strived for. The SMGs stood poised to emerge stronger than ever after the revelations. They understood that the unmasking of the moles was not just about identifying the traitors, but about reaffirming their commitment to unity, trust, and the relentless pursuit of authenticity. After exposing the moles within their respective gangs, the leaders of the Face Legion, Twitter Titans, Tube Syndicate, Instagram Imperials, and TikTok Tornadoes realized that lingering questions remained unanswered. They were determined to uncover the true motivations behind the betrayal and the identity of those who had recruited the moles. The leaders convened in a virtual meeting, their faces etched with determination and frustration. They knew that finding the answers to these questions was essential to understand the extent of the deception they had faced fully. Mark, Adriana, Amelia, Sophia, and Max formed a united front, pooling their resources and expertise to investigate further. They assembled teams within their respective gangs, each assigned to uncover the secrets that lay beneath the surface. Days turned into weeks as the investigation unfolded. They dug deep into the digital footprints left behind by the expelled moles, scouring communication channels and analyzing behavior patterns. Each gang sought to unravel the tangled web of deceit that had plagued their alliances. As they delved deeper, they discovered peculiar connections, encrypted messages, and clandestine meetings that hinted at a hidden power within the social media landscape. It became apparent that the moles were not acting alone, but were part of a more extensive network with its agenda. Intriguingly, the traces of this organization led them to Sci-Fi, the enigmatic leader of the Catalyst. The leaders realized that there was more to Sci-Fi than met the eye. Suspicion grew that Sci-Fi may have played a pivotal role in orchestrating the moles' infiltration. With their findings in hand, the leaders confronted Sci-Fi in a virtual meeting. Their emotions a mix of determination, skepticism, and a thirst for answers. They demanded clarity and understanding of the motivations behind the betrayal and the organization's ultimate goal. Sci-Fi listened intently as the leaders of the SMGs confronted him with their suspicions. His face remained shrouded in the virtual meeting room, his voice calm, yet tinged with a hint of intrigue. The SMG leaders demanded answers, seeking to understand the true nature of the betrayal and the motives that drove the infiltration of moles within their ranks. After carefully reviewing the evidence presented by the SMGs, Sci-Fi's demeanor shifted. It became apparent that he had no prior knowledge of the moles or their actions. He acknowledged the severity of the situation and expressed his commitment to uncovering the truth within the Catalyst. I assure you that the infiltration of moles within our alliance was not sanctioned or orchestrated by the Catalyst. Sci-Fi finally spoke, his voice resonating sincerely. I am as perplexed as you are about the motives and identity of those responsible. I pledge to conduct a thorough investigation within our organization to identify any internal elements that may have been involved. The leaders exchanged glances, their skepticism gradually giving way to a willingness to trust Sci-Fi's words. They recognized that the infiltration of moles was a grave threat to the SMGs and the Catalyst, and their collective mission for authenticity in the digital world. Adriana, her voice firm yet tinged with a hint of caution, addressed Sci-Fi. We believe that your commitment to the truth aligns with our own. The battle against deceit and manipulation is a shared one. We stand united in our pursuit of justice and the restoration of authenticity. Let us work together to expose those responsible and dismantle the hidden power structures that have corrupted the social media landscape. Sci-Fi nodded in agreement, his commitment shining through his enigmatic presence. I understand the weight of the responsibility that lies upon us. The road ahead will be challenging, but we will leave no stone unturned. The truth must prevail, and those who seek to exploit and deceive must be held accountable. The SMGs and the Catalyst leaders forged a deeper alliance with their newfound understanding and trust in Sci-Fi. They recognized that their battles were intertwined, and only by working together could they hope to unravel the complex web of deception and bring about meaningful change. As Sci-Fi delved into the investigation within the Catalyst, the leaders of the SMGs intensified their efforts to uncover the hidden orchestrators behind the infiltration of moles. They expanded their networks, collaborated on shared intelligence, and formed alliances within alliances to strengthen their position. The path ahead was filled with uncertainty and peril. Still, the leaders were fueled by a shared determination to expose the truth and dismantle the hidden power structures that had tainted the social media landscape. Together, they vowed to forge a new era of authenticity, trust, and genuine connections. The search for the mole within the Catalyst was keeping Gabriel busy. He sat hunched over his desk, bathed in the glow of multiple monitors displaying lines of code and complex algorithms. The clock on the wall ticked past midnight, marking yet another late night spent tirelessly investigating the infiltration of moles within the Catalyst. Frustration creased his brow as he rubbed his temples, searching for any clue that could lead him to the truth. His wife, Shelley, entered the room, concern etched on her face. Gabriel, it's late again. You've been at this for hours. Are you any closer to finding the mole? Gabriel sighed, fatigue evident in his voice. I wish I could say yes, Shelley. but it's proving to be more challenging than anticipated. The moles have left behind a sophisticated trail, meticulously covering their tracks. It's like searching for a needle in a haystack. Shelley walked over and gently placed a hand on Gabriel's shoulder. I understand your frustration, Gabriel, but remember why you started this investigation. We can't let the moles compromise the Catalyst's mission of authenticity and trust. Gabriel nodded, grateful for Shelley's unwavering support. You're right, Shelley. We have to stay focused and keep digging. The Catalyst's integrity is at stake, and we can't let the moles continue to manipulate and deceive. Shelley squeezed Gabriel's shoulder reassuringly. I believe in you, Gabriel. You're brilliant, and I know you'll uncover the truth. But remember to take care of yourself too. We're in this together. Gabriel smiled, appreciating his wife's words of encouragement. Thank you, Shelley. Your support means the world to me. I won't give up until we've rooted out every trace of betrayal within the Catalyst. With a renewed sense of purpose, Gabriel returned his attention to the monitors, determination burning in his eyes. As the lines of code flickered across the screens, he knew that the truth was within reach. Together with the leaders of the SMGs, they would dismantle the hidden power structures that threatened the authenticity they fought for. The battle was far from over, but Gabriel was ready to face the challenges ahead, fueled by the unwavering support of his wife and the shared mission of restoring trust in the digital realm. Chapter 11. Descent into Shadows. The SMGs and the Catalyst leaders gathered once again, their hearts heavy with the weight of a newfound revelation. They had discovered that the moles, once seen as traitors, had been coerced into their actions by a mysterious figure. The leaders exchanged somber glances in the dimly lit virtual meeting room, grappling with the moral dilemma before them. While seeking justice and upholding their alliances remained paramount, they couldn't ignore the human element of the situation, the moles' desperate circumstances, and the manipulation they had endured. Adriana, her voice laced with empathy, broke the silence. We cannot ignore the suffering caused by this shadowy figure. We must find a way to hold those responsible accountable for their actions, while also offering the moles a chance at redemption. It won't be easy, and we may have to make difficult choices, but we cannot let the cycle of pain and betrayal continue. The leaders nodded in agreement, their determination rekindled by the desire to right the wrongs and offer a path to redemption. They planned to gather as much information as possible about the mysterious figure and their operations. Each gang would utilize its unique skills and resources to trace the intricate web of connections and find a way to expose the truth. As the investigation unfolded, the leaders delved deeper into the darkest corners of the digital world. They encountered underground networks, encrypted messages, and hidden layers of deception. The line between good and evil became increasingly blurred as they faced moral dilemmas and questioned the limits of their morality. Mark, haunted by the weight of the situation, wrestled with his inner demons. He had always believed in justice and the pursuit of truth, but this situation forced him to confront the complexities of the human condition. He couldn't help but wonder if redemption was possible for those coerced into betrayal, and if forgiveness could be found amidst the shadows. Sophia, driven by compassion, refused to let the darkness consume her. She advocated for empathy and understanding, recognizing that the moles were not inherently evil, but victims of circumstances. Her unwavering belief in the power of redemption ignited a glimmer of hope within the leaders, reminding them that light could still be found even in the face of despair. Amelia, guided by her indomitable spirit, pushed forward relentlessly. She refused to let the circumstances deter her from her mission. Her unwavering determination to uncover the truth and dismantle the operation of the shadowy figure provided a beacon of hope amidst the murky depths they navigated. Max, fueled by a sense of responsibility, grappled with conflicting emotions. He understood the desire for redemption, but couldn't ignore the consequences of the mole's actions. He struggled with the concept of forgiveness and the fear of allowing past mistakes to repeat themselves. Amid this internal struggle, he found solace in the unity of the Alliance. a collective force striving to make amends and right the wrongs. Together, the leaders ventured into the darkest corners of the digital underworld, facing dangers that tested their resolve and forced them to confront their vulnerabilities. Each step brought them closer to the truth and the opportunity for redemption. The path was treacherous, filled with moral dilemmas and heart-wrenching decisions, but they pressed on, fueled by their shared conviction. As they embarked on this redemptive journey, the leaders knew that they were seeking justice for the moles and offering them a chance to reclaim their lives. The shadows grew more profound, but their resolve burned brighter. They were determined to confront the elusive figure and bring an end to the cycle of pain and betrayal. In a decisive moment of catharsis, the leaders and the moles confronted the truth together. The leaders understood the moles' circumstances and the manipulation they had faced. The moles, burdened by guilt and remorse, shared their experiences, their regret evident in their every word. Amidst the revelation, the leaders embraced compassion and the potential for redemption. Despite their actions, they recognized that the moles were not inherently evil. They had been coerced and manipulated, their choices taken away. The leaders vowed to offer them support and understanding as they sought to expose the truth and hold those responsible accountable. It became evident that Nate, a member of the Catalyst, had recruited each mole. Sci-Fi, the enigmatic leader of the Catalyst, was caught by surprise by Nate's treachery. In a virtual meeting filled with tension, the SMG leaders confronted Sci-Fi, seeking answers and accountability. Sci-Fi's usually composed demeanor faltered as he struggled to comprehend Nate's actions. "I did not know Nate's true intentions," Sci-Fi confessed, his voice tinged with disbelief. "His greed has led him astray, jeopardizing everything we stand for." The SMG leaders, Sophia, Adriana, Max, Mark, and Amelia, exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of anger and disappointment. They had believed in the shared mission of the Catalyst and the SMGs, but Nate's betrayal cast a shadow of doubt over their alliances. Amelia, her voice laced with frustration, addressed Sci-Fi. "How could Nate have operated within the Catalyst without detection? Are there others within your ranks who share his motives?" "I assure you, Amelia, we did not know Nate's ulterior motives. The Catalyst prides itself on transparency and integrity, and we are just as shocked as you are." Amelia's avatar, usually so vibrant, looked crestfallen. Her eyes bore into Sci-Fi as if trying to discern the truth behind his words. The virtual conference room seemed to close around her, and all she could think about was Nate. Amelia had found herself genuinely connecting with Nate during their encounters. The way he spoke, the ideals he shared, and the moments they laughed together, she had seen a kindred spirit in him. The idea of Nate harboring secretive motives was like a stab in her heart. She'd started to imagine a future where they could work together, maybe even more than that. Sophia from the Instagram Imperials placed a comforting hand on Amelia's shoulder. "We will figure this out," she whispered. Amelia, collecting herself, spoke again with fierce determination. "Sci-Fi, I want the Catalyst to conduct an internal review. If there are any more like Nate, they must be found. This alliance can only be built on trust." Sci-Fi nodded gravely. "Agreed. The Catalyst will not stand for duplicity. We will investigate thoroughly. Nate's actions go against everything the Catalyst stands for. I assure you that I will launch a thorough investigation to uncover other collaborators within our organization." The Alliance strategized their next move as the search for Nate's accomplices began. They delved further into the tangled web of deception, tracing Nate's digital footprints and following the money trail that fueled his greed. Their collective efforts revealed that Nate had collaborated with a shadowy group known as the Shadow Covenant. Shrouded in secrecy and driven by power and control, the Shadow Covenant operated as a clandestine organization with a sinister agenda. Its members were carefully selected individuals who shared a common motivation to exploit the influence of the SMGs and further their nefarious purposes. Within the Shadow Covenant, key figures held immense power and influence. One such member was known as Lucius Drake, a master manipulator with a dark past. Lucius had a reputation for pulling the strings behind the scenes, orchestrating events to suit the Shadow Covenant's agenda. His charisma and cunning made him a formidable adversary. Another prominent member was Evelyn Sinclair, a brilliant strategist and tech prodigy. Evelyn's digital manipulation and hacking expertise allowed the Shadow Covenant to covertly infiltrate systems, manipulate information, and exert control over various online platforms. Her technical prowess was essential to the organization's covert operations. Funding for the Shadow Covenant was derived from a web of illicit activities and undisclosed sources. They exploited various criminal enterprises, such as money laundering, arms trafficking, and cybercrime, to amass wealth and maintain their operations. This clandestine funding ensured that the Shadow Covenant remained elusive and difficult to trace, making it a formidable adversary for the SMGs and the Catalyst. The agenda of the Shadow Covenant was multifaceted and far-reaching. Their primary goal was to consolidate power and control over the digital realm, leveraging the influence of the SMGs for their gain. They sought to manipulate public opinion, disrupt social structures, and exploit vulnerable individuals for profit and domination. One aspect of the Shadow Covenant's agenda involved leveraging social media platforms to disseminate false information and manipulate public perception. They strategically crafted narratives that played on people's fears, biases, and insecurities, sowing discord and division within society. By controlling the flow of information, they aimed to influence elections, sway public opinion, and solidify their grip on power. Additionally, the Shadow Covenant aimed to exploit the vulnerabilities of individuals within the Catalyst. They sought to infiltrate and manipulate the Alliance from within, using Nate as their puppet to carry out their bidding. The Shadow Covenant understood the potential influence of the Catalyst. It aimed to subvert its mission of promoting transparency and integrity, instead using it as a tool for its agenda. Motivated by a thirst for power and control, the Shadow Covenant members were driven by their desire to reshape the digital world in their image. They believed that by manipulating information, exploiting vulnerabilities, and exerting influence over the masses, they could shape society according to their whims and ambitions. As the SMG leaders and Sci-Fi joined forces to expose the Shadow Covenant and dismantle their operations, they understood the gravity of the task at hand. They recognized the need to shed light on the organization's secretive members, funding sources, and manipulative tactics. It was a battle against a hidden enemy that thrived on deception and manipulation. The fate of the digital world and the integrity of their alliances hung in the balance, intensifying the urgency of their mission. Amelia, her voice brimming with determination, addressed the gathered leaders. "We cannot let the Shadow Covenant's web of deceit and manipulation go unchecked. We must follow every lead, expose their true identities, and uncover the depth of their criminal activities. Our collective strength and determination will be our greatest weapon." Mark, the visionary, nodded in agreement. "Indeed, Amelia, the stakes are higher than ever. We must remain focused and relentless in our pursuit of the truth. The Shadow Covenant's influence extends far beyond the digital realm, and we must bring their operations to light." Adriana, the voice of reason, chimed in. "But we must also be prepared for the resistance we will face. The Shadow Covenant will stop at nothing to protect its secrets. We must stay vigilant and use our collective skills and resources to outmaneuver them." Driven by compassion, Sophia added, "As we dig deeper, we will uncover the Shadow Covenant's connections to corrupt organizations and powerful individuals. We must expose the extent of their reach, shedding light on their manipulation and control. The truth must prevail." Max, the enigmatic leader, remained silent momentarily before speaking with a steely determination. "The final confrontation with the Shadow Covenant looms before us. We know the battle will be fierce, but we are prepared. Our unwavering commitment to justice and integrity will guide us." With their dialogue fueling their resolve, the SMGs and the Catalyst leaders continued to gather evidence, trace connections, and expose the Shadow Covenant's true agenda. Each step forward brought them closer to the ultimate showdown. As the investigation progressed, They encountered increasing resistance from the Shadow Covenant. Cyber attacks, misinformation campaigns, and even physical intimidation became obstacles they had to overcome. However, the leaders were undeterred, harnessing their collective strength to outmaneuver the Shadow Covenant at every turn. The dialogue continued to flow between the leaders as they strategized and uncovered new leads. Their shared determination and unwavering commitment to justice propelled them forward, even when faced with mounting challenges and dangers. Amelia's voice, filled with conviction, echoed through their virtual meeting room. We will not let their tactics intimidate us. We owe it to ourselves and the digital world to expose the Shadow Covenant's true agenda. His voice was determined, and Mark responded, "Our mission extends beyond our alliances. It is about safeguarding the values of truth, authenticity, and integrity in the digital realm. We must fight for what we believe in." As the investigation intensified, the SMGs and the Catalyst leaders had been relentlessly searching for Nate, the puppet of the Shadow Covenant, who had gone into hiding. Their pursuit of him was driven by the need to unravel the remaining mysteries surrounding the Shadow Covenant and expose its true agenda to the world. Every lead, every piece of information brought them closer to their target. As the leaders gathered in a dimly lit room, anticipation filled the air. The tip they had received about Nate's location had ignited a spark of hope, a chance to unravel the truth behind the Shadow Covenant's dark operations. Amelia, her eyes shining with determination, addressed the group, her voice filled with unwavering resolve. "This is a pivotal moment for us. We finally have reliable information on Nate's whereabouts. It's time to confront him and end the Shadow Covenant's reign of deception. But let us not forget our purpose. We seek justice, not just retribution. We must tread carefully and ensure that the truth prevails." Mark, his brows furrowed with determination, nodded in agreement. Amelia is right. We have an opportunity to shed light on the Shadow Covenant's true agenda and expose its lies. This fight is not just about Nate, but about safeguarding the integrity of the digital realm and protecting those who have fallen prey to their deceit. As the plans were laid out, Sophia voiced her concerns. "But what if Nate manages to elude us again? He's a master of hiding, both in the real and virtual worlds. We need to be prepared for his tricks and his cunning." Amelia's eyes narrowed as she contemplated the possibilities. Nate may be driven by greed and fear, but he's also desperate. The Shadow Covenant has made him promises, enticing him with power and wealth. That desperation could be his downfall. Meanwhile, Nate, consumed by his insatiable greed and the fear of his imminent downfall, had been living a life of constant paranoia. He knew that visiting the virtual world would expose him to the SMG's relentless pursuit, but his addiction to the virtual realm was too strong to resist. In the virtual world, he could temporarily escape the harsh reality that awaited him. With trembling hands, Nate logged into the virtual world, his heart pounding in his chest. He knew that his SMC, amassed through his nefarious dealings with the Shadow Covenant, was dwindling. He needed to replenish his resources, but every virtual step he took filled him with a sense of impending doom. As he navigated the digital landscapes, his eyes darting anxiously, Nate couldn't help but feel the weight of his actions bearing down on him. The Shadow Covenant's promises clouded his judgment, blinding him to the consequences of his actions. Now, faced with the relentless pursuit of the SMGs, he realized the magnitude of his mistakes. Deep down, Nate knew that the power and wealth promised by the Shadow Covenant had come at a steep price: his freedom and the integrity of the digital world. In his quest for more, he sacrificed his values, manipulated others, and fueled the darkness he once vowed to combat. With each passing moment, Nate's fear grew stronger, mingling with the regret that gnawed at his conscience. He had become a pawn in a game he could no longer control. But little did he know that the SMGs, driven by their unwavering dedication to justice, were closing in on him, ready to expose the Shadow Covenant's true colors and dismantle their web of deceit once and for all. With their plan in place and their determination resolute, the SMG leaders set out to confront Nate. armed with the evidence and determination necessary to extract the truth. They knew this encounter would be a turning point in their battle against the Shadow Covenant. As they closed in on Nate's location, tension filled the air. The leaders moved precisely, their combined skills and resources guiding them toward their goal. Each step brought them closer to the truth they sought. Finally, they reached the hidden location in the virtual world where Nate was rumored to be hiding. The room was filled with electric energy as they prepared to confront him. The moment they had come to unravel the mysteries that had haunted them for so long. With a deep breath, Amelia pushed open the door, leading the way for the others. Nate stood before them, a mix of fear and resignation in his eyes. The leaders approached him cautiously, mindful of the delicate balance between justice and compassion. The environment crackled with tension as the leaders confronted him, their eyes burning with anger and disappointment. Sci-Fi, his voice heavy with disappointment, addressed Nate directly, his tone laced with a touch of sorrow. Your greed has led you down a path of betrayal, Nate. You have not only harmed the catalyst, but also the innocent individuals who were coerced into their actions. Your actions will not go unpunished. His arrogance shattered, and Nate stood before them, his face etched with fear and regret. He revealed the extent of the Shadow Covenant's influence within the Catalyst, disclosing their plans to exploit the SMGs' power and manipulate the digital landscape for their gain. His voice trembled as he confessed his motivation, unbridled greed and a thirst for power that had closed his eyes to the consequences of his actions. His voice is unwavering. Gabriel locked eyes with Nate, his determination unyielding. Your betrayal only strengthens our resolve. We will not let the Shadow Covenant succeed in its malevolent agenda. The Catalyst will rise from this darkness, stronger and more resilient than ever. You had a choice, Nate. Max's voice resonated with disappointment and determination. You let your greed blind you, and innocent lives were at stake. We will ensure that justice is served, but redemption is a path you must seek on your own. Once consumed by greed, Nate found himself stripped of power and trapped in the consequences of his actions. Surrounded by the Alliance, his facade crumbled, revealing a profoundly conflicted individual filled with remorse. He attempted to justify his choices, but the SMG leaders and the Catalyst refused to let his words sway them. Nate, you don't understand. I had to do what I did to survive in this cutthroat digital world. It was all about power and influence. With a stern expression, Sci-Fi stepped forward, his voice laced with determination. Nate, your choices have caused immense harm and shattered the trust of countless individuals. You can't justify your actions by hiding behind the notion of survival. We all face challenges, but how we respond to them defines our character. Frustrated in his voice, Nate retorted, "But look at what I've built. I had control and I had the world at my fingertips." Sci-Fi, unfazed, shook his head. Control and power mean nothing if they are built on a foundation of deceit and manipulation. True strength lies in using our influence for the betterment of others, not for personal gain. Nate, his eyes flickering with a mix of regret and desperation, pleaded, "Please, just give me a chance to make amends. I want to change, to use my knowledge for good." Sci-Fi's gaze softened, a glimmer of empathy shining through. "Nate, redemption is a journey and actions speak louder than words. If you are sincere in your desire to change, prove it through your deeds. Show us you're willing to make amends and contribute positively to the digital world." Nate, his voice filled with a newfound determination, nodded. "I will do whatever it takes. I owe it to myself and to all those I've wronged." The Alliance remained cautious, yet willing to allow Nate to redeem himself. They understood that true transformation required accountability and genuine efforts to repair the damage caused. The road to redemption would be long and arduous, but if Nate proved himself through his actions, he might find a chance for forgiveness and a new purpose within the Alliance. With Nate blocked from all social media platforms for 12 months, the Alliance focused on dismantling the Shadow Covenant and bringing its entire network to justice. Through their collective efforts, they exposed the hidden figures pulling the strings, ensuring that the darkness that had tainted the social media landscape would be banished. The Alliance unraveled the Shadow Covenant's web in a series of meticulously planned operations, striking at their core and revealing the truth behind their evil intentions. The SMG and the Catalyst leaders dismantled Shadow Covenant's influence piece by piece through digital infiltration, intelligence gathering, and strategic alliances. As the truth emerged, the environment crackled with tension and excitement. The Alliance engaged in intense dialogues with key operatives of the Shadow Covenant, extracting crucial information and unraveling their grand scheme. The revelations sent shockwaves through the virtual world, exposing the corruption and manipulation plaguing the social media landscape. With their mission accomplished, the Alliance emerged from the shadows, their spirits uplifted by victory. They had stood united, facing the darkest aspects of the digital world, and emerged stronger. The SMG leaders and the Catalyst knew their work was far from over, but they had reclaimed a piece of the social media landscape, restoring authenticity and trust. The aftermath of the Alliance's victory over the Shadow Covenant was met with relief, awe, and curiosity from the digital world's inhabitants. The news of the SMG Alliance's victory over the Shadow Covenant reverberated across the digital landscape, leaving a trail of shock, relief, and fascination. Newspapers in print and online scrambled to capture the momentous event in bold headlines and detailed articles. One such article, featured on the front page of a prominent online news platform, caught the attention of readers worldwide. Title: SMG Alliance's Triumph, the Fall of the Shadow Covenant. Subtitle: Online Underworld Exposed as Corrupt Influencers Face Justice. In bold letters, the article began, "The digital realm was rocked to its core as the SMG Alliance, a united front comprising the social media gangs, struck a decisive blow against the nefarious Shadow Covenant, a network of corrupt influencers. In a stunning victory for authenticity and accountability, multiple members of the Shadow Covenant have been apprehended and now face legal consequences for their online crimes." The article continued with gripping details, recounting the extent of the illicit activities that had plagued the digital world. From widespread fraud and manipulation to identity theft and the dissemination of harmful misinformation, the members of the Shadow Covenant had reveled in their ability to exploit unsuspecting users. But their reign of deception has ended abruptly, thanks to the relentless efforts of the SMG Alliance. Embedded within the article were images of the arrested members of the Shadow Covenant being led away in handcuffs, their faces a mix of anger, resignation, and disbelief. Captions provided brief descriptions of their crimes, emphasizing their impact on individuals and communities. The online discussion surrounding the article was vibrant, with people expressing their reactions and sharing their experiences. In social media threads, users hailed the SMG Alliance as heroes, applauding their courage and dedication in exposing the dark underbelly of the digital world. Alice exclaimed, "Finally, the SMGs have taken down these online criminals. It's about time they faced justice for the damage they caused. Well done, SMG Alliance." Bob chimed in, "This is a wake-up call for all of us. We need to be vigilant and hold influencers accountable for their actions. Kudos to the SMGs for leading the charge." Carla was astonished. "I never realized the extent of the corruption until now. It's frightening to think about how easily we can be manipulated. We must support the SMG Alliance's mission for a more authentic digital experience." Dave emphasized, "It's not just about punishment. It's about reclaiming our online spaces. The SMG Alliance has given us hope that we can make a difference. Let's stand together and demand transparency and responsibility from influencers." As the discussion unfolded, the article ignited a sense of collective empowerment and the understanding that the fight for authenticity and accountability in the digital world was ongoing. The SMG Alliance had taken a significant step forward, but the journey toward a more genuine and responsible online landscape had just begun. The voices of Alice, Bob, Carla, and Dave resonated with many others, reflecting the shared desire for change and the belief that individual actions could make a difference. Together, they formed a chorus of support for the SMG Alliance and its mission to create a digital world where truth, transparency, and responsibility prevail. As the news of the SMG Alliance's triumph spread, the impact reverberated far and wide. The SMGs, who had fought tirelessly against the Shadow Covenant, now possessed substantial wealth in the form of SMCs. Recognizing the responsibility that came with their newfound resources, they decided to utilize their collective donations to make a lasting and meaningful impact on the world. The Twitter Titans, led by Adriana, directed their substantial SMC donations toward promoting digital literacy and combating cyberbullying. They collaborated with educational institutions and organizations to develop comprehensive programs that educated students, parents, and educators about responsible online behavior and the importance of empathy and kindness in digital interactions. Through workshops, awareness campaigns, and the development of online safety resources, they aim to create a safer and more inclusive digital environment for all. Under Sophia's guidance, the Instagram Imperials focused their efforts on environmental sustainability. They channeled their SMC donations into initiatives to combat climate change, protect endangered species, and promote eco-friendly practices. They partnered with conservation organizations, supported reforestation projects, and funded research and development of sustainable technologies. Through their collective efforts, they sought to raise awareness about the pressing environmental issues and inspire individuals to take action in their own lives. The Tube Syndicate, led by Amelia, aimed to make education accessible to all. They utilized their substantial SMC donations to support initiatives that provided educational resources and opportunities to underserved communities. They funded scholarships, developed online learning platforms, and sponsored educational programs in remote areas. The Tube Syndicate believed that knowledge was a powerful tool for empowerment, and they were committed to bridging the educational gap and giving every individual a chance to fulfill their potential. The Face Legion, guided by Mark, focused its efforts on promoting social justice and equality. They channeled their SMC donations towards initiatives that supported marginalized communities, fought against discrimination, and advocated for human rights. They funded organizations that provided legal aid, support services, and resources for underrepresented groups. The Face Legion was determined to create a more inclusive and equitable society where everyone had the opportunity to thrive and be treated with dignity and respect. The TikTok Tornadoes, led by Max, focused on mental health and well-being. They recognized the importance of destigmatizing mental health issues and providing accessible resources for those in need. They utilized their SMC donations to support mental health organizations, fund counseling services, and develop online platforms that offered support and guidance. The TikTok Tornadoes aimed to create a compassionate and supportive digital community where individuals could openly discuss their mental health, seek help, and solace in shared experiences. Together, the 5 SMGs demonstrated their commitment to making a positive impact beyond the virtual realm. Their collective donations sought to address pressing societal issues and create a better world for all. Their actions inspired individuals worldwide to reflect on their power to effect change and join the movement for a more compassionate, inclusive, and responsible digital landscape. Chapter 12: Illuminating the Path to Digital Literacy. Amidst a backdrop of buzzing excitement, the SMG leaders gathered to discuss their strategy for reshaping the social media landscape. The virtual meeting room crackled with energy as they shared ideas, debated approaches, and fine-tuned their plans. Her voice brimming with passion, Adriana proposed launching a series of educational initiatives to promote digital literacy and responsible online behavior. She believed that equipping individuals with the necessary tools to navigate the digital world would empower them to make informed decisions and foster a culture of empathy and understanding. Sophia, nodding in agreement, emphasized the importance of forging partnerships with schools and community organizations. If we want to make a lasting impact, we need to reach people where they are. By collaborating with educational institutions and community groups, we can integrate digital literacy programs into curricula and engage directly with individuals most susceptible to manipulation. With her talent for capturing raw emotions through her photography, Emma proposed leveraging visual storytelling to convey the power and consequences of online actions. Images can transcend language barriers and speak to the depths of our souls. Let's create a visual narrative that evokes empathy and sparks introspection, compelling individuals to reflect on the impact of their online presence. Liam, the master storyteller, chimed in with enthusiasm. We have an opportunity to redefine the narratives that dominate social media. Let's amplify voices of positivity, resilience, and community. Through storytelling, we can foster genuine connections and inspire others to use their platforms for good. As the SMG leaders continued brainstorming, they realized the importance of partnering with influential individuals within the digital world. They sought creators who had amassed substantial followings and shared their authenticity, empathy, and responsible digital citizenship values. These influencers would become ambassadors of change, using their reach and influence to amplify the message of the SMGs. One by one, the SMGs reached out to influential creators, explaining their vision for a new era of social media. The response was overwhelmingly positive. Creators recognized the need for change and saw the potential to make a difference. They eagerly joined forces with the SMGs, their collective reach magnifying the impact of their campaigns. The education initiatives kicked off with a bang. Schools and universities embraced the SMG's digital literacy programs, integrating them into their curricula. Students discussed media ethics, responsible content creation, and online safety. Workshops and seminars became platforms for open dialogue, encouraging critical thinking and fostering a culture of empathy. In parallel, the Alliance launched a series of public service announcements, viral challenges, and thought-provoking campaigns across various social media platforms. The messages were simple yet powerful, urging individuals to question, verify, and think critically before sharing information. The campaigns sparked conversations and encouraged users to pause and reflect on their digital footprints. One movement, led by Ava, focused on promoting body positivity and self-acceptance. She collaborated with diverse influencers and showcased individuals of all shapes, sizes, and backgrounds, embracing their uniqueness. The campaign's uplifting message reverberated throughout the digital world, inspiring a wave of self-love and acceptance. The digital world began to notice as the Alliance's initiatives gained momentum. Once dominated by toxic debates and negativity, social media feeds gradually transformed into spaces of empathy, connection, and genuine human interaction. Users became more mindful of their online behavior, actively working to build bridges rather than erecting walls. Messages flooded in, sharing stories of personal transformations, individuals the SMG's campaigns had influenced, and their newfound commitment to digital responsibility. People expressed gratitude for the Alliance's efforts to bring about positive change and make the digital world safer and more authentic. The leaders of the SMGs and their allies understood the importance of engaging in open dialogue with the skeptics and critics who opposed their initiatives. They recognized that to create a more authentic and compassionate online community, they needed to address the concerns and fears that lingered within the digital realm. One evening, a virtual town hall meeting was organized, where the leaders and representatives of the SMGs and their allies would engage in a candid discussion with skeptics and critics. The virtual meeting room buzzed with anticipation as people from all walks of digital life joined the session. The atmosphere was tense, with skeptics ready to challenge the motives and actions of the Alliance. Adriana, the voice of reason and empathy, opened the discussion. Thank you all for joining us today. We understand that there are concerns and doubts surrounding our initiatives. We want to take this opportunity to clarify our intentions and address any misconceptions. We are here to listen and engage in an honest dialogue. A critic skeptical of the Alliance's motives voiced their concern. I fear your efforts to promote responsible online behavior might stifle free expression. How can you assure us that you're not becoming a new form of censorship? Sophia, known for her eloquence and wisdom, responded calmly yet firmly. I appreciate your concern. Our goal is not to suppress or limit free expression. We firmly believe in the power of open dialogue and diverse perspectives. We aim to foster a culture of responsible digital citizenship, where individuals are equipped with the tools to navigate the digital world mindfully. By promoting critical thinking and media literacy, we hope to encourage thoughtful engagement rather than perpetuating harmful behavior or spreading misinformation. Another skeptic raised concerns about the consolidation of power within the Alliance. You claim to fight against hidden power structures, but how can we be sure you're not just replacing one form of dominance with another? Max, driven by his own experiences and lessons learned, responded earnestly. I understand your apprehension. Our alliance is built upon transparency and accountability. We are a collective force committed to dismantling hidden power structures and promoting authenticity. We invite scrutiny and hold ourselves accountable to the principles we stand for. We believe working together can empower individuals to have a voice and actively shape the digital landscape. As the dialogue continued, the leaders addressed concerns about data privacy, algorithmic biases, and the need for diverse representation within their initiatives. They emphasized the importance of ongoing collaboration, inviting skeptics and critics to participate in the decision-making processes and ensuring that the voices of all stakeholders were heard. Over time, the Alliance began to win over skeptics through persistent engagement and demonstrating their genuine commitment. Online forums and discussions transformed into platforms for healthy debates and exchanges of ideas. Skeptics realized that the SMGs and their allies were not seeking control or domination, but instead striving to create an online space that prioritized empathy, understanding, and responsible digital behavior. One former critic, who had been vocal in their skepticism, admitted, "I was wary of your intentions at first, but after engaging in this dialogue and witnessing the impact of your initiatives, I see the value of fostering a more authentic and compassionate online community. Count me in." The leaders of the SMGs and their allies continued to engage with skeptics, critics, and the wider digital community, consistently inviting feedback and actively working to address concerns. They recognized that true transformation required the collective efforts of all participants in the digital landscape. Through their commitment to open dialogue, transparency, and ongoing education, the Alliance fostered a culture of trust and understanding. The initial skeptics became advocates, spreading the message of responsible digital citizenship and the importance of authentic connections. The Alliance's initiatives gained broader support, with schools, community organizations, and influential figures joining the movement for a more compassionate and mindful online world. As the digital landscape continued to evolve, the SMGs and their allies remained steadfast in their commitment to reshaping the social media landscape, one heart and mind at a time. They understood that their mission was not a destination, but an ongoing journey, requiring constant adaptation and collaboration. As the SMGs tirelessly worked to reshape the social media landscape, the Catalyst played a crucial role behind the scenes, providing support and resources to further their mission of promoting digital literacy and responsible online behavior. They understood the importance of equipping individuals with the necessary tools and knowledge to navigate the digital world effectively. The Catalyst's team of experts researched emerging trends, technological advancements, and best practices in digital education. They compiled comprehensive resources, including guides, tutorials, and interactive modules, to empower individuals with the skills needed to become responsible digital citizens. Collaborating closely with the SMGs, the Catalyst organized workshops and training sessions, both online and offline, to reach a wider audience and ensure the effective dissemination of knowledge. They partnered with educational institutions, community organizations, and influencers to amplify the impact of their initiatives and engage individuals at various stages of their digital journey. Additionally, the Catalyst utilized its technical expertise to develop innovative tools and platforms that enhanced the user experience and facilitated safe and responsible online interactions. They work tirelessly to address privacy concerns, combat cyberbullying, and implement robust security measures to safeguard users' data and online well-being. As the SMGs and the Catalyst continued their collaborative efforts, a thrilling turn of events unfolded within the Catalyst itself. Sci-Fi revealed his intention to run for the position of Mayor of Chicago, driven by his unwavering commitment to creating positive change within the digital realm and in the physical world. The announcement surprised the SMGs and the Catalyst, yet they rallied behind Sci-Fi wholeheartedly. Recognizing his passion, dedication, and the valuable leadership skills he had demonstrated within the Catalyst, they pledged their full support to his mayoral campaign. Excitement buzzed through the air as Sci-Fi embarked on his political journey, his vision and values closely aligned with the ideals of the SMGs and the Catalyst. The SMGs and the Catalyst's team and supporters sprang into action, forming a united front to help propel Sci-Fi's campaign to victory. The SMGs utilized their vast networks and online influence to spread the word about Sci-Fi's candidacy, launching hashtag campaigns, organizing virtual town halls, and leveraging their platforms to amplify his message of positive change. As the mayoral campaign gained momentum and his sights set on leading the city, Sci-Fi approached Gabriel with an offer to shape the organization's future. With a firm handshake and a genuine sense of purpose, Sci-Fi passed the torch to Gabriel, appointing him as the new leader of the Catalyst. It was a transformative moment, as Sci-Fi recognized that his focus had shifted towards serving the community in a different capacity. He entrusted Gabriel with the responsibility of maintaining the Catalyst's momentum, ensuring that their mission thrived even as he pursued his mayoral aspirations. Gabriel, humbled by the trust placed in him, accepted the challenge with unwavering dedication and a renewed sense of purpose. He embraced the opportunity to lead the Catalyst during this critical juncture, knowing their work was intrinsically tied to Sci-Fi's political campaign. Gabriel's strategic mindset, loyalty, passion for change, and deep alignment with the Catalyst's values made him the ideal candidate to carry forward their mission in Sci-Fi's absence. The passing of the torch from Sci-Fi to Gabriel symbolized a moment of growth, continuity, and shared vision within the Catalyst. It exemplified the strength of their bond and the belief in the transformative power of effective leadership. Sci-Fi and Gabriel showcased the seamless integration between real-world activism and digital advocacy, fostering a synergy propelling their collective mission forward. The Catalyst, with Gabriel at the helm as the new leader, was pivotal in coordinating campaign strategies, developing digital tools, and mobilizing volunteers to support Sci-Fi's grassroots movement. Throughout the campaign, the energy was electric. Sci-Fi's rallies drew crowds of enthusiastic supporters, captivated by his authentic leadership and compelling vision for Chicago. The SMGs, fueled by their shared mission and admiration for Sci-Fi, used their creative talents to design powerful campaign visuals, produce impactful videos, and craft persuasive social media messages that resonated with the city's diverse population. As the election day dawned, a sense of anticipation filled the air. The SMGs, the Catalyst, and a dedicated army of volunteers worked tirelessly, canvassing neighborhoods, making phone calls, and ensuring every eligible voter knew the importance of casting their ballot. The digital realm buzzed with excitement as the SMGs used their platforms to encourage civic participation and remind their followers of the transformative potential of local elections. Finally, the moment of truth arrived. With bated breath, the SMGs, the Catalyst, and the people of Chicago watched the election results unfold. It was a night of celebration and triumph as the news broke. Sci-Fi emerged victorious, elected as the new mayor of Chicago. The SMGs and the Catalyst erupted in cheers, their collective efforts culminating in a remarkable achievement. Sci-Fi's victory symbolized the power of unity and collaboration, and the potential for individuals with a genuine desire for change to make a lasting impact in both the digital and physical realms. With Sci-Fi at the helm of Chicago's leadership, The SMGs and the Catalyst knew their mission for a more authentic, inclusive, and responsible digital world would be further amplified. They eagerly looked forward to a future where the boundaries between the digital and physical realms blurred, where positive change resonated through every facet of society, and where individuals like Sci-Fi continued to inspire and lead by example. The story of Sci-Fi's mayoral campaign became an inspiring testament to the transformative power of collaboration, purpose-driven leadership, and the unwavering commitment to creating a better world. Chapter 13: Uniting the Digital Forces. As the SMGs and their allies continued their journey of reshaping the social media landscape, they recognized the need to expand their reach and influence. Inspired by their mission, other influencers from various platforms expressed their desire to join the cause and contribute to the movement for a more authentic and compassionate online world. Mark, Amelia, Max, Sophia, and Adriana welcomed the new wave of influencers with open arms, acknowledging their dedication and passion for making a positive impact. Together, they formed a unified alliance, bringing together the leaders of the original SMGs and the leaders of the newly formed SMGs on LinkedIn, Tumblr, Reddit, Pinterest, Discord, and Twitch. Each leader brought their unique strengths and expertise to the table, ready to collaborate and amplify their collective efforts. The first of the 6 new SMGs emerged as follows. Nathan, an experienced professional, led the Career Connectors gang on LinkedIn. They aim to foster authentic professional connections, provide career advice, and promote growth in the business sphere. Inspired by their mission, Nathan created a community where professionals could connect and support each other. With a sharp dress sense and professional demeanor, he set high standards for the Career Connectors, symbolizing their commitment to professionalism. Together with the other SMG leaders, they embraced collaboration, learning, and the creation of an authentic and thriving digital world. The Career Connectors represented trust, reliability, and professional growth, fostering a supportive online community for professionals. The Tumblr leaders were under the guidance of Greg, an innovative artist and passionate advocate for social justice. Greg's background in visual arts and his deep understanding of the power of storytelling led him to establish the gang Artistic Advocates on the Tumblr platform. Inspired by the original SMGs, Greg sought to create a space where artists could freely express themselves, share their unique perspectives, and contribute to important conversations on social justice issues. The color that symbolized the Artistic Advocates was a vibrant and diverse palette, reflecting the boundless creativity and inclusivity that characterized the Tumblr platform. It represented the range of artistic expressions and the diversity of voices within the gang. Under Ryan's guidance, the Reddit leaders formed the Truth Seekers gang on the Reddit platform. Driven by a passion for truth and critical thinking, Ryan aimed to create a community where healthy debates, fact-checking, and the pursuit of accurate information thrived. Inspired by the original SMGs, Ryan drew from his background in journalism and his commitment to transparency. His virtual avatar reflected his Hawaiian heritage, symbolizing his dedication to uncovering the truth and promoting integrity. The Truth Seekers, represented by a bold shade of green, strived for growth, knowledge, and upholding high standards of accuracy. With Ryan's leadership, they aimed to combat misinformation and cultivate an environment of accurate information and constructive discussions. Together with the SMG Alliance, the impact of the Truth Seekers and their collective efforts would expand. Olivia led the Pinterest leaders and founded the Inspiration Enthusiasts gang. With a focus on personal growth and empowerment, she curated boards on Pinterest that promoted positivity and creativity. As a stay-at-home wife and mother, Olivia understood the platform's potential to uplift individuals. Her virtual presence exuded warmth and compassion, reflecting her dedication to supporting others. Inspired by the original SMGs, Olivia aimed to create a positive and supportive online space where users could find motivation and explore their passions. The Inspiration Enthusiasts, represented by a warm shade of yellow, sought to inspire personal growth and foster a community of like-minded individuals. Through curated boards on self-improvement and empowerment, they encouraged users to embrace positivity and pursue their goals. With Olivia's leadership, the impact of the inspiration enthusiasts and the SMG alliance would expand. Richard led the Discord leaders and founded the Harmony Builders gang. With a background in the entertainment industry, he understood the power of community and connection. Richard aimed to create inclusive spaces on Discord where like-minded individuals could come together, collaborate, and celebrate their shared passions. The Harmony Builders, represented by a vibrant lime green, focused on fostering unity and belonging. Under Richard's guidance, they established servers catering to various interests, encouraging open dialogue and organizing events. Richard's leadership embodied the values of the new SMGs, promoting authenticity and positivity. His contributions expanded the Alliance's impact in cultivating a harmonious digital landscape where people could connect and celebrate their shared passions. Tony led the Twitch leaders and formed the Impact Gamers gang. With a background in gaming and professional sports, he harnessed the power of live streaming on Twitch to create positive change. Tony's energetic and charismatic presence, reflected in his avatar, connect with viewers and fellow gamers. The Impact Gamers, represented by bold orange, aimed to make a difference through gaming and charity. Tony's dual background allowed him to bridge the gap between sports and gaming, inspiring others to get involved and contribute to meaningful causes. Through charity events and engaging discussions, the Impact Gamers fostered a supportive and inclusive environment on Twitch, where viewers actively participated in making a difference. As the leaders of the new SMG gangs came together, they were filled with excitement and anticipation for what lay ahead. Nathan, Greg, Ryan, Olivia, Richard and Tony sat around a virtual conference table, their avatars exuding a sense of unity and purpose. Nathan, the seasoned professional from LinkedIn, spoke up first. "I'm thrilled to be working alongside all of you. The Career Connectors gang aims to foster authentic connections and promote professional growth. We believe in the power of collaboration and supporting one another in our careers." Greg, the passionate advocate for social justice on Tumblr, nodded in agreement. "Absolutely, Nathan. The Artistic Advocates gang is all about creating a space for artists to express themselves and contribute to important conversations. We believe in the transformative power of art and storytelling." Ryan, the truth seeker from Reddit, chimed in, his dedication to accuracy evident in his voice. "I couldn't agree more, Greg. The Truth Seekers gang is committed to combating misinformation and promoting critical thinking. We believe in seeking out reliable sources and fostering healthy debates." Olivia, the Pinterest leader, smiled warmly. "I'm so excited to be a part of this alliance. The Inspiration Enthusiasts gang on Pinterest aims to inspire personal growth and empower individuals. We believe in the importance of positivity and creativity in our online community." Richard, the leader of the Discord gang, added, "Harmony Builders is all about fostering unity and creating inclusive spaces for people to connect and celebrate their passions. We believe in the power of collaboration and belonging within the Discord community." Tony, the charismatic leader from Twitch, enthusiastically joined the conversation. "The Impact Gamers gang is here to make a difference through gaming and charity. We believe in the power of live streaming to create positive change and inspire others to get involved." As the leaders shared their visions, perspectives and goals, it became evident that despite their different platforms and approaches, they were all on the same page. They understood the importance of authenticity, empathy, and the collective responsibility to shape a better digital world. Excited about the possibilities, they began brainstorming ideas for cross-platform collaborations, charity events, and joint initiatives. The air buzzed with creativity and enthusiasm as they discussed ways to leverage their collective influence for maximum impact. Their interactions were marked by respect, understanding, and a genuine desire to learn from one another. The leaders recognized that their diverse backgrounds and strengths would complement one another, creating a synergy that could drive real change. As they continued their dialogue, They shared personal anecdotes, exchanged ideas, and offered support. The bonds among the new SMG gangs grew stronger with each interaction, laying the foundation for lasting friendships and collaborative partnerships. In this moment of unity, the leaders of the SMGs and their allies reaffirmed their commitment to building a digital landscape where authenticity, empathy, and positive change flourished. They knew that their collective efforts would have a ripple effect, inspiring individuals worldwide to embrace responsible digital citizenship and contribute to a more compassionate online world. With the expansion of the Alliance and the addition of these new SMGs, the collective force grew stronger and more diverse. The original SMG's leaders and their new counterparts shared a common vision of transforming the digital world into a place of authenticity, empathy, and positive influence. Together, they embarked on a collaborative journey, leveraging their respective platforms, networks, and unique strengths to amplify their impact. As news of the expanded SMG alliance spread, excitement rippled through the digital world. Users from all corners of social media platforms eagerly awaited the collaboration between the original SMGs and their new counterparts. The hashtags associated with the alliance trended worldwide, igniting conversations and sparking anticipation. The digital community recognized the significance of this alliance, understanding that together, the original and new SMGs held the power to shape the future of social media. The contagious excitement fostered a sense of hope and renewal within the digital landscape. As the united SMGs embarked on their journey, people from all corners of the world eagerly awaited the impact of their collaboration. Messages of support and excitement flooded their social media platforms, reflecting the collective anticipation for the innovative content, impactful campaigns, and collaborations that would soon emerge. From the bustling streets of New York City to the serene landscapes of rural villages, individuals representing diverse cultures and backgrounds engaged in conversations, discussing the potential of the united SMGs to create positive change. In bustling coffee shops and community centers, they shared their hopes, dreams, and visions for a digital world that nurtured authenticity, empathy, and genuine human connection. In a small cafe in Paris, friends Sophie and Amir engaged in a spirited conversation about the united SMG's mission. An aspiring artist, Sophie expressed her admiration for Greg and the Artistic Advocates gang on Tumblr. Their dedication to amplifying marginalized voices through art is so inspiring, she exclaimed. I can't wait to see how their collaborations unfold. Amir, an avid Redditor, nodded in agreement. And let's not forget about Ryan and the Truth Seekers on Reddit, he said. They have the power to combat misinformation and promote critical thinking. It's crucial in today's digital age. Meanwhile, in a bustling market in Mumbai, siblings Aisha and Raj engaged in a lively discussion about the impact of Olivia and the inspiration enthusiasts on Pinterest. Aisha, an aspiring entrepreneur, spoke passionately. Olivia's commitment to empowering individuals and promoting personal growth resonates with me. I'm excited to see the positive content and creative ideas that will emerge. Raj, an avid gamer and Twitch enthusiast, added, and don't forget about Tony and the Impact Gamers gang on Twitch. They have the potential to make a real difference through gaming and charity. I can't wait to support their initiatives and be a part of their positive community. These conversations echoed in countless other locations worldwide, living rooms, college campuses, and virtual forums, where people came together to discuss the united SMG's impact. Their dialogue celebrated the potential of collaboration, acknowledging that the strength of their united efforts far exceeded what any individual could achieve alone. Through their collective influence, the united SMGs aim to break down barriers, uplift marginalized voices, and promote a digital landscape rooted in integrity and compassion. Their impact would extend beyond the virtual realm, inspiring individuals to embrace responsible digital citizenship and foster genuine connections. As the conversations continued, individuals worldwide found common ground in their shared vision for a more compassionate and authentic digital world. They eagerly awaited the moment when the United SMGs would unveil their first joint initiative, a testament to the power of collaboration and collective action. In this united front, people from different walks of life were brought together, bound by their belief in the potential of the digital realm to shape a better future. Their dialogue served as a reminder that the journey toward a more inclusive and empathetic online world was a collective effort that required individuals' active participation and support worldwide. With each passing day, the excitement and anticipation grew as people eagerly awaited the groundbreaking initiatives, impactful campaigns, and collaborative projects emerging from the United SMGs. The world held its breath, ready to witness the transformative power of unity and the collective voice of the United SMGs echoing through the digital landscape. Chapter 14. Bridging the Digital Divide. The leaders of the SMGs, both old and new, convened in a virtual conference room, their hearts united in a shared mission for digital equality. They acknowledged the stark disparities in technology access, internet connectivity, and digital education that plagued marginalized communities. Together, they resolved to dismantle these systemic barriers and forge a path toward a more inclusive online world. Adriana addressed the alliance with unwavering conviction. She recognized the urgency of the cause and emphasized the importance of fighting for digital equity. Injustice pervades the digital realm, denying millions of individuals equal opportunities to thrive. We cannot stand idly by. It is our duty to challenge this inequality and ensure that everyone, regardless of their background, has the chance to harness the power of the digital age. The United SMG leaders nodded in agreement, their determination fueled by the urgency of the mission. Together, they formulated a comprehensive plan to bridge the digital divide, forming strategic partnerships with organizations that shared their vision of inclusivity and equality in the digital world. Amelia, harnessing the influence of the Tube Syndicate, mobilized her platform to reach out to foundations and corporations that championed digital literacy and education. Through these collaborations, they secured funding and resources such as SMC and Bitcoin, enabling them to provide technology tools and training programs to underserved communities. They aim to empower individuals with the skills and knowledge needed to navigate the digital landscape and seize its boundless opportunities. Max, harnessing the power of the TikTok tornadoes, initiated a viral campaign to raise awareness about digital inequality. With passion and creativity, he called upon his fellow creators and followers to share stories of individuals who faced barriers in accessing technology and internet connectivity. The stories flooded social media platforms, amplifying the voices of those affected and igniting a global wave of empathy and support. Sophia, leveraging the influence of the Instagram imperials, collaborated with artists and photographers to capture the essence of digital inequality. Through poignant visual narratives, they shed light on the struggles faced by marginalized communities, aiming to evoke empathy and inspire action. The power of their art showcased the transformative potential of bridging the digital divide and the importance of collective efforts in creating lasting change. Meanwhile, the new SMGs within their respective platforms brought their unique strengths to the cause. Nathan, leading the Career Connectors on LinkedIn, initiated mentorship programs and skill-building initiatives to empower individuals from marginalized backgrounds to thrive in professional spaces. Greg, from the Artistic Advocates on Tumblr, used artistic expression to address social justice issues and raise awareness about the digital divide. Olivia, leading the Inspiration Enthusiasts on Pinterest, curated boards that promoted accessible resources and inspiration for personal growth within marginalized communities. Leading the Harmony Builders on Discord, Richard established safe and inclusive spaces for meaningful conversations and collaboration among diverse groups. As a collective force, the leaders of the United SMGs embarked on their first joint mission, bringing together their diverse platforms and audiences to drive real change. Their collaborative efforts served as a powerful reminder that when united in purpose, their influence could transcend boundaries and transform lives. As the SMGs' initiatives gained momentum, they contacted schools, community centers, and organizations working directly with marginalized communities. They established digital equity centers equipped with computers, internet connectivity, and educational resources, ensuring that individuals from all walks of life had equal access to the tools necessary for digital literacy and empowerment. In one of their initiatives, the Alliance partnered with a non-profit organization that refurbished and donated computers to underserved schools and community centers. With her photography skills within the Face Legion, Emma documented the joy on children's faces as they received their first computer, a window to endless possibilities and opportunities. Adriana and other organizations' leaders spearheaded policy advocacy efforts, urging governments to prioritize digital equity. They emphasized affordable internet access, improved infrastructure, and comprehensive school digital education. Their voices resonated in legislative chambers and boardrooms, driving the necessary changes to ensure digital equality. The impact of the United SMGs' efforts reverberated through communities worldwide. In a rural village, a young girl gained access to online educational resources, broadening her horizons and fueling her dreams of becoming a scientist. In an underserved neighborhood, a small business owner received digital marketing training, expanding their customer base and securing their livelihood. The stories of empowerment multiplied as a testament to the SMGs' unwavering commitment to inclusivity and digital equity. Along the way, the United SMGs faced challenges and resistance. Critics argued that addressing digital inequality was an impossible task, or that it would infringe upon personal liberties. The SMG leaders engaged in open dialogue, addressing concerns and sharing the transformative potential of bridging the digital divide. They emphasized that digital equality was not about limiting freedoms, but expanding opportunities for all. As the movement gained momentum, public sentiment shifted. People began to recognize the intrinsic value of digital equity and the ripple effect it could have on society. The United SMGs initiatives sparked a global conversation, with individuals, organizations, and governments joining forces to bridge the digital divide. Within the online community, hashtags such as #digital4all and #equity-in-tech trended, representing a growing collective consciousness and a shared commitment to dismantling systemic barriers. Influencers, content creators, and everyday users embraced their role as agents of change, using their platforms to amplify the voices of marginalized communities and advocate for digital equity. The United SMG's battle for digital equality extended beyond technology and internet access. It encompassed digital literacy, online safety, and responsible digital citizenship. They launched educational campaigns, webinars, and workshops, empowering individuals with the knowledge and skills to navigate the digital landscape with wisdom and authenticity. In a moment of reflection, the United SMG's leaders marveled at their impact. They had bridged the digital divide and ignited a movement transcending the virtual realm. The fight for digital equality had become a catalyst for broader societal change, a reminder of the power of collective action and the resilience of the human spirit. As the United SMGs celebrated their achievements, they recognized that the battle for digital equality was an ongoing endeavor. They vowed to continue their efforts, adapting to emerging challenges and evolving technologies. They understood that true digital equity could only be achieved through sustained commitment and collaboration. Together, the leaders of the United SMGs stood at the forefront of a new era. Social, economic, or geographic factors no longer dictate access, representation, and opportunities in this digital landscape. They had reshaped the social media landscape by dismantling corrupted organizations and championing a more inclusive and equitable online world. Everyone has the chance to thrive and contribute, regardless of their background or circumstance. And as they looked ahead, they were filled with hope and determination, knowing that their fight for digital equality would continue to transform lives and reshape the world, one connection at a time. In a historic summit, the Alliance convened with world leaders, sharing their experiences and strategies for bridging the digital divide. The ensuing dialogue resulted in governments' commitments to allocate resources toward improving digital infrastructure, expanding broadband connectivity, and providing digital education programs for underserved communities. The United SMGs' efforts expanded beyond individual initiatives and took a more systemic approach. They partnered with international organizations and non-governmental entities to establish the Global Digital Equity Foundation. This foundation was a hub for collaboration, funding, and knowledge sharing, fostering global partnerships to drive sustainable change in digital equality. Within schools, the United SMGs' educational campaigns became embedded in curricula, ensuring that future generations were equipped with the necessary digital literacy skills from an early age. They worked closely with teachers, providing training and resources to enhance digital education and promote responsible online behavior. The movement for digital equity also reached the corporate world, as businesses recognized the importance of diversity and inclusion within their digital spaces. The United SMGs facilitated partnerships between companies and marginalized communities, providing access to internships, mentorship programs, and digital skills training. These collaborations aim to break down barriers and foster a more diverse and representative digital landscape. The United SMGs' influence extended beyond the digital realm and into real-world policy changes. Their advocacy efforts resulted in legislative reforms that prioritized digital equity and protected the rights of marginalized individuals in the digital space. Governments worldwide recognized that digital inequality was not just a technological issue, but a matter of social justice. Amid their triumphs, the leaders of the United SMGs remained grounded. They understood that the battle for digital equity was an ongoing process requiring vigilance, adaptability, and continuous learning. They held themselves accountable, regularly assessing the impact of their initiatives and seeking feedback from the communities they served. Because of the accomplishments and values embodied by the United SMGs, the word gangland underwent a significant transformation in the eyes of the world. No longer associated solely with crime and conflict, gangland became synonymous with collective empowerment, positive collaboration, and the pursuit of social change. The United SMGs showed that gangs could uplift communities, advocate for justice, and foster meaningful connections. People now viewed gangland as a symbol of unity and resilience, where individuals united for a common cause and worked towards a better future. The word became a rallying cry for those who believed in the transformative potential of collective action and saw the United SMGs as a beacon of hope. Looking back, the original SMG leaders marveled at their remarkable journey. Once fierce rivals, they now stood as allies, united by a shared purpose and a desire for change. They couldn't see beyond their differences as they clashed in the past, defending their platforms and gangs. But fate intervened, revealing a larger problem that affected them all. At that moment, they realized the power of collective action and solidarity. Driven by their vision for a better digital world, the leaders embraced collaboration and cooperation. They recognized the strength of combining their efforts and amplifying marginalized voices. Through discussions and shared experiences, rivalries transformed into respect, admiration, and friendship. They discovered the potential of their platforms and audiences for advocacy. Together, they formed the SMGs Alliance, a turning point from adversaries to allies. Their shared mission erased the boundaries that once divided them. By transcending differences, they confronted the systemic issues plaguing social media. Their journey taught them the value of finding common ground and harnessing their collective power for meaningful change. And so, the story of the SMGs comes to a close, but their impact continues to reverberate. Their message is clear. We have the power to shape the digital landscape and create a world where authenticity, empathy, and compassion prevail. Let us heed their call and forge ahead, united in our pursuit of a better future for all. Dear readers, As the author of this captivating tale, I am thrilled to have shared this journey with you, alongside the remarkable leaders of the SMGs. Their story of unity, resilience, and purpose has left an indelible mark on my soul, and I hope it has done the same for you. The SMGs have illuminated the extraordinary power that lies in coming together for a common cause, as we witnessed their struggles and celebrated their triumphs. They have shown us that the digital realm is not a mere collection of pixels and algorithms, but a mirror reflecting our shared humanity. It is a space where voices can be amplified, connections can be forged, and positive change can flourish. Through this story, my intention has been to convey the profound importance of authenticity, empathy, and compassion in our digital interactions. It is through embracing these values that we can shape the digital landscape into a force for good, where understanding and connection flourish. Yet, dear readers, our journey does not end here. It is a call to action, an invitation for each and every one of us to play our part in creating a more inclusive and equitable digital world. It is a reminder that change begins with us as individuals, as members of our communities, and as global citizens. Let us carry the spirit of the SMGs within our hearts as we navigate the vast expanse of the digital realm. Together, let us transcend boundaries, challenge norms, and create a future that celebrates our shared humanity. And as we bid farewell to this extraordinary tale, I encourage you to explore the other stories that await you. Delve into the echoes of tomorrow, embark on spectral voyages, or immerse yourself in the Transit Chronicles. There are countless worlds to discover, each one a gateway to new adventures and profound insights. It has been an absolute pleasure to share this story with you, dear readers. Your presence, your imagination, and your willingness to embark on this transformative journey have enriched the experience beyond measure. Thank you for your trust, your support, and your belief in the power of storytelling. With heartfelt gratitude,